Okay, we're going to reconvene as the Board of Equalization. For those out in the audience, what we'll do is we'll let the Equalization Office present their case first, and then we'll have the residents state their case after that. In between those, we'll offer time for the commission to ask each one questions, and we'll try to get on in a constructive, orderly manner today. Looks like we only have a couple people out in the audience, so I may have to repeat this. So with that, I'll recognize Shannon Rittenberger.
Anthony Cottle is the first property owner here, and Chelsea is the appraiser from my office.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chelsea Willett, we're here to discuss tax ID number 48811, located at 24360 Rushmore Ranch Road in Keystone, South Dakota, which is about 26 miles south of Rapid City, midway between Keystone and Hermosa, just north off of Highway 40. The property under discussion is 3.08 bare land acres. Mr. Cathal sent a 31-page appeal addressing concerns about neighboring excavation, no utilities, and no driveway access off of the Rushmore Ranch Road. Land in the area was increased due to bare land sales. There was a significant jump between the early 2021 sales and the 2022 sales. Within the list provided, you can see that the sale prices change between the late 2021 months through 2022. The map provided also shows a good relation between the 2021 and 2022 sales within a small radius to the subject property. A 3-acre sale off of Eleanor Drive sold in 21 for $57,000, and then again in 2022 for $165,000 with no changes. No relationship between the buyers, and both sales were open market sales. In addition, an additional comparable sale at 4.09 acres, just 3 lots north of the subject property, with similar driveway access and topography, sold for $180,000 in September of 2022. My recommendation for the 3.08 acres is a no change recommendation. The land should be valued at $117,300.
Thank you, Chelsea. Is the property owner here?
Yes.
Just need to introduce yourself, sir, for the record.
Yeah, my name is Anthony Cottle. I'm the sole owner of the property. There's no other person. I am the sole owner of this specific property in question at 24360 Rushmore Ranch Road, Keystone, Southern Hills. I'm not sure if you've had time to read all the material because I flooded you with a lot of information. So if you bear with me, I'm going to actually read it because I have a better way of actually making my argument with my presentation right here in front of me.
Can you make it an executive summary? I'm going to try and read your whole.
No, I actually want to go through the material if you don't mind.
Well, are you talking about going through page by page?
I would like to, yeah, if you don't mind. I spent a lot of time actually going through this, and I think it's only fair that if the commissioners haven't read the material, that I actually read it to you because, you know, I spent a considerable amount of time and effort putting all this together.
Anthony, I'm not denying that. I'm saying the commissioners also had this to review too, so they read through it.
Do we want to ask that question, what they have?
Go ahead and start, and then.
That's fine. Because I've been told that the commission has actually granted well over an hour for some individuals who are appealing. So I will try to be as quickly as possible with my
I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
For the other people that are lined up.
Right, I understand. I was only given 10 minutes initially.
Okay.
So, again, the parcel was purchased by myself in 2006 of June 27th. It's a 3.08 acre. It has existing water main with a curb stop and a fire hydrant adjacent to the property along the west side. There's no septic system on the property. There's 3-phase electrical power lines that run along the east boundary of the parcel. Single phase runs along the south boundary, serving the adjacent property owner. There's an underground phone buried underground cable to the property. There's no access road to the parcel, and it would require a culvert to traverse the drainage ditch along the west boundary to connect to Rushmore Ranch Road with an encroachment. The parcel has a 21.3% steep grade hillside from the county road toward the east, and then a 16.3 gradual decline towards the southeast corner of the parcel from the hilltop of the property. I've surveyed this property personally myself, so those figures are very accurate. This is a hilly property. It's not a flat property, okay? A small drainage swale cuts through the parcel from the north to the south and parallels the east boundary. Approximately 50% of the parcel is covered with pine trees and has been infested with bark beetle within the past 10 to 15 years. The trees also show signs of stress due to a forest fire that swept through the parcel prior to my purchase. The owner of Tract 5, which is directly south of the parcel, caused approximately $5,000 to $8,000 in damage to my property in the summer of 2015. The owner trespassed and over-excavated into the hillside of my property, consulted to construct a retaining wall on his property without my knowledge. Damage included the removal of 12 to 18 inches of excavated material, topsoil, and native vegetation. I've provided you with documentation. I contacted an attorney here in Rapid City in August of 2017. However, I did not pursue a legal challenge in court for trespass and damage to my property because the cost of the attorney fees would have exceeded the cost of the damage to my property. Having said that, the owner refused to repay the property by bringing in proper fill material and cover with topsoil and native grass seed to prevent further erosion on my property as he originally promised. The last inspection date by the county assessor's office was October of 2017. Per the inspection notes, there are no improvements, properties located along semi-improved road, and possible utilities. I don't dispute that, okay? Now, I don't know if the county has gone out there since then, but that's what I was told. As a rule of thumb, it's my understanding per the assessor's appraiser comments on March the 2nd that the property value is assessed at a minimum of 85% of fair market value per statute and can be as high as 90 to 95% above statute for Pennington County if need be. It is a non-owner occupied, and the present owner lives in Martin, South Dakota. Now, I use the market approach to value appraisal. Based on the various cash offers that I received within the last 3 years, the value of this property is much lower than the 2023 assessed value of $117,300. This is out of alignment of the fair market value that is currently offered for raw land from various buyers as identified in the table below on page 2. Reference the attached document in your packets. I have submitted to you copies of the various purchase agreements that I have been personally offered. I did not solicit any of these offers. These people came to me in the last, since 2002. Cornerstone Land Group offered $10,142 in October 22nd of 2020. Q9 Property Solutions, $45,200, October 6th, 2021. Land Hat, $27,711.88 on December the 13th, 2022. Homefront Acquisitions, $58,600, March 10th, 2023. Wilco Land Acquisitions, $50,000, March 24th, 2023. Those are all real offers that I have personally received. Again, I never solicited any of these. These are obviously a lot further away than what the county is wanting to assess me at. Now, she is saying that on her statement here that she writes she says, the cash offer letters the taxpayer receives supports the property in this area is marketable. And if listed on the open market, these investors would be interested in purchasing the property. Well, yeah, they are. As a matter of fact, I spoke to one of them. And he said he would not pay anything more than $50,000 for the simple fact that he doesn't want to get into a situation like what happened in 2008. Where the housing market fell out and they have all this land inventory, and then all of a sudden the market drops, and then all these investors, what do? They got all this inventory. So he was very clear that he would not offer anything more than $50K, period. So, and this is the thing that my mother always told me. You know, I grew up north of Yankton on a farm, and prior to my dad passing away, she always used to say, you know what, you ain't worth blank until the day of the sale. And you can fill in what she said. Well, she was right. The bank said that the farm was only worth $250,000 in equipment and machinery and whatever. On the day of the sale, after he passed away, everything was only worth $50,000. So what we are looking at today is a very subjective number that the county thinks is based on, certain comps that she has selected, of which I will go into detail, okay, as to picking her comps apart, okay, which I appreciate the fact that the county, through the
Who is
discovery
she?
phase, provided that
Who is
information
she?
to me, the staff appraiser here,
Okay, and what's her name?
Chelsea.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, based on that information that I provided to you, I took the market value of the property and I averaged those three from December 13th, March 10th, and March 24th. And I came up with a value of $45,437.29. Okay? Then I subtracted the $8,000 of the estimated cost of the damage to the property from the neighbor on tract 5, and I came up with a new number of $37,437.29, and that is what I put on my initial appeal form as part of my packet. So that is actually how I came up with that number, just in case you wanted to know. Now, I want to take you to the table on page 3. On page 3, you will see this table that goes from 2004 all the way to 2023. And you will see the percent change in value from previous year. This is history on my property. I went back to Pennington County's assessments from 2004, since I've owned the property, a little bit actually prior to it, because the owner of the property, he gave me his tax assessments and his tax statements selling the property. So I had the 2004 all the way up to 2023. So we go from 0.67% in 2005 change in value to today 100.17%. Based on the above table, one can see that the significant increase to the assessed property value within 1 year is askew over the previous assessment periods from 2004 to 2022. This 1 year property value assessment increase of 100.17% in 2003 is unsustainable for a person who annually operates a budget with a fixed income. The state or the county cannot expect a person to pay property taxes based on a 100.17% property value increase in 1 year's time. This rate is disproportionate to the rate of increase for a Custer School District teacher's salary. Moreover, one cannot anticipate service, such as the increased cost of books at the local library, to exceed 100.17% within 1 year. Furthermore, this increased value is out of alignment based on the cost of living adjustments for what the county pays its employees to maintain, grade, and remove the snow off the county roads. Finally, one can reasonably assume that the cost to maintain the West Dakota Water District, the Haywood Fire Department, the Keystone Ambulance, and Pennington County Fairgrounds have not proportionally increased by 100.17%. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the taxpayer to call out what this is. People from tax-friendly states are cashing out on their real estate investments from the wealthier corners of this country and moving to the Black Hills of South Dakota and bringing their problems with them, including the increase in property values. These same newcomers are coming in, paying cash in lieu of taking out a mortgage and buying up property all over South Dakota. If these sticker shock property value increases are not quickly contained by the county and the state legislature, the state will be in a big mess, much like the states that these newcomers have moved from, causing vast numbers of people to be relocated away from their home of origin because they can no longer afford to live there. The increase in property values is going to choose winners and losers. Those who can afford to stay in their home, and those who are on fixed incomes, such as me, who cannot afford to pay the increased property taxes that come with increased property assessments. Any member on the County Board of Equalization Appeal Board with a formed conscience knows that the hikes in the appraised property values for 2023 are unsustainable. You must yield and reassess the property values and set aside South Dakota codified law that requires the county auditor to tax the value of a residential property at a minimum of 85 to 95% of fair market value. The state needs to issue a moratorium on assessed increases or lower the minimum threshold from 85% to a more sustainable percentage of assessed value. How could anyone on this board look at a taxpayer into the eye and say, we have no choice? We must follow the law. when in the same breath, you have a state that has collected $230 million in surplus dollars for fiscal year 2023 and $320 million in 2024. My source is from my local representative, Elizabeth Liz May. Moreover, the state legislature just cut the sales tax on food from 4.5% to 4.2% that was signed into law by the governor. This tax cut of $104 million per year is a slap in the face to all South Dakota taxpayers who have grown up and made their livelihood here. The state and the counties want to take back the very tax cut given back to the people over the next 4 years by increasing the property value taxes, which will inevitably mean more money back in the pockets of the government and less in the pockets of the common taxpayer, who operates in a fixed and balanced budget, much like the state and the county. How would you all feel if I informed you that you need to slash your budgets in 1 year by 100.17%? What government programs would you choose to cut as a result in order to make ends meet? This is no different to the everyday taxpayer who's going to have to make tough choices between paying an increase in property taxes over paying for food and utilities. Winners and losers are being chosen as a result of the increase in property values in South Dakota. Young families straddled with college or farm debt will no longer be able to afford a home or the land to farm on or to ranch on. That's a fact. There will be greater needs for affordable housing and homelessness consequently. Are you ready to tackle this issue with the increased property assessments levels skyrocketing? Do you want to have homeless populations plaguing your city, much like they are currently in cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Portland, or Oakland, Seattle, Washington, D.C.? I don't think so. Therefore, I recommend that the county reassess the property values and make it affordable for all families to be able to sustain a modest increase in their assessed values, much like that was demonstrated in the above table on my property from 2004 to 2022. These modest increases between negative 12.18% and 20.53% are sustainable. However, a 100.17% increase on a non-owner occupied residential property is not. I purchased this property in 2006 with the intent of building my retirement home after I had completed my service to this country. I'm a veteran and I reside presently in Martin, South Dakota, and I was born and raised in South Dakota. I have chosen to make my home here after having graduated from the South Dakota School of Mines and Technology in 1991. However, I am beginning to wonder if the dream of living in the Black Hills during my retirement years is going to be just that, a dream. Too many people from outside of this state are moving in and swallowing up the land that I call home. Residents of this state should not be penalized by those who have not grown up here and are presently taking advantage of our cheap land prices, only to cause an increase in property values that most locals can no longer afford and are having to pay the brunt of the increase of property taxes because of those few individuals who want to share in our economic freedom that we cherish in this state. I see no other solution to this problem than to appeal my case because that is the right thing to do. Not only on my behalf, but on the behalf of the South Dakotans who are disenfranchised by the appeal process and have no idea what to do or where to start. Now, having said that, I included with my presentation the data that the county provided to me. And as you can see, I provided you 3 pages.
Sir,
Yes.
thank you for reading through that. I mean, I read through it last night when I was going through this.
Mr. Chair,
A
when
lot
you
of
get
people,
done.
a lot of people feel that, your frustration. And that's why I gave you the time to read that. Your present, what you provided in this packet with all the comparables, we have looked through. So at this time, I'm going to ask the commission if they have questions for you. Mr. Laster.
So, sir, I'm going to go over this again today because I think I'm going to have to do this every day. Your evaluation, your assessed value at 100% what it was before does not necessarily impact your tax payout. What impacts your tax payout is what the taxing entities set as their budget and then levy against your property assessed
I
value.
understand.
So if we're going to take all the other, let's just take all the other taxing entities out of the equation right now. And if the county, for example, if your property was valued at $200,000 in 1 year and the county needed to pull X amount of dollars from you, but then your property was assessed the following year at $500,000, over 100%, but the county's budget stayed the same, your payout would still be the same regardless of your assessed value.
I understand that, but historically speaking, the levies have gone down.
Actually, 12 years, they've gone down.
Yeah.
Every 12, for the last
Every
12.
every year, my
they've gone
taxes,
down.
I've in the 20 years I've owned this parcel, I've only paid, 1 year where it was either flatlined
Yeah.
or below.
But hold on, part of that is because the budget goes up.
I understand.
So when the budget goes up, you're going to pay more. The levy can still go down, and you can still pay more in taxes.
I understand, but
But we have to equate across all properties. That's why we have an equalization board, so that you or anybody else is not getting a major tax relief, and everybody else is holding up that tax burden.
I understand that. I'm a local South Dakotan. These people who are coming in, who buying up this and swallowing up, like down in Bennett County, one of the people down there said, a rancher came in, spent $3 million on a parcel. In 6 months, he flipped it for $6 million. Now, you tell me what kind of rancher's son later on is going to be able to afford to ranch on that land. There aren't, because there are people who are literally in the Black Hills swallowing up land. They don't live here in this state. They are not sending their children to our schools. They don't use our libraries. They don't use our roads. As a matter of fact, I
Hold
have
on.
evidence.
Sir,
Mr. Chair,
sir-
hold on. We're talking about your land and the
I
evaluation
understand.
for your land in Pennington County. And so what I'm trying to point out is it doesn't matter if your value goes up 100%, assessed value goes up 100% or 300%. The factor is what we decide during the budget process of how much you're going to pay. If we don't increase the budget at all, I'm going to minus all the other taxing entities, your road districts, your fire districts, and all those, the school district. I'm talking purely
I understand
county.
how the process works. I've been under the
Sir,
website.
sir, he's
So then you
talking.
understand, that your taxes aren't going up just because your valuation went up 100%. I just want to make sure that you understand that. The
Well,
reason.
I understand it because it's my understanding that the county is, my understanding, can only, 3%?
Yep.
For our budget, that's
That's
correct.
correct. That's what I understand. So obviously, I understand how the levy process works, but I've also looked at the data, and, numbers don't lie. Okay? The data, historically speaking, for instance, doesn't go down those set levies. They're usually pretty much standard. Now,
Historically, the levy's gone down 12
I haven't
years.
gone down, I haven't looked at my historical property here on the levies for this particular parcel.
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sir, you got any closing comments? I'm going to give you a little bit of closing comment before I go to the commission for their more questions.
Well, yeah, I really would like to,
Because this isn't about other people coming in and buying land. This is about your property.
yeah, but they are
and-
actually
No,
impacting our
listen,
properties.
sir, listen. I understand your frustration, but this isn't to criticize the American way and American dream, people coming in and buying stuff. That's how things work. This is equalization for the properties in the area. Yes, it's taken a big increase and it hurts, but I mean, that's how it works everywhere. So with that, I'll let you make a final comment before I go to the commission.
Well, as I examined her data here, she had chosen 13 parcels. Okay? The parcels that she's using as represented data, the .18 acre lots are located in Keystone proper at Granite Point.
Okay.
Those are not representative of my property. The 1 acre parcel located 4.5 miles east of my property is not representative. The 4.64 acre land in Keystone proper is more easily developable. My land is not. The 1.39 acre land is located in Lakota Lake Encampment subdivision near Keystone proper. In her report, she claims that these are all located within 1.5 miles from the subject property. They're not. Okay? The 3.88 acre land is flat off Borglum Road and is easily developable. So out of the 13 parcels, there's probably only 7 that are more or less representative. And what I have provided with you is the data that I think is more representative, which is on page 6. Those are the parcels that I think are more representative of my property. Okay? And so, bottom line is this. I come up with an average unit price of $24,459 per acre, okay? And the county obviously is saying, no, the average price that we think this should be is at $105,299 per acre based on her 13 comps. The data is skewed. Numbers don't lie. You have to look at the median value of a set of data, basically. And unfortunately, because my time is being shortcut, I would like to go through this data, but you know what? It sounds like you already have your minds made up.
Tony, or Anthony,
Anthony,
what I gather is you believe from your presentation here, is you believe your land is worth 37,400. Am I correct by saying that?
that's what I think it is based on the purchase agreements that I have
And
received.
the Board of Equalization is showing that they believe it's 117,300. So I am going to present those two options to the commission for consideration.
Mr. Chair, I'd move to accept staff's recommendation of 117,300.
We have a motion at 117,300
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion?
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
Anthony, I appreciate you coming in.
You.
I appreciate your frustration. Take my word for it.
Yeah, I drove
If-
2 hours today to get here, too.
Yeah.
Yes, and I actually appreciate people that can do a packet, say what they think, and then, you don't always get your way. Take my word for it, because I have the same personality. But, we say what we have to say, and you're right. It is a sticker shock, but we represent the county. And here's the problem. When you have 70% of the representation not here that are increasing your taxes, that's pretty big, isn't it? When you don't have the school or the county up here defending their budgets. 70% of those budgets are not ours that are increasing your taxes. But they blame it on the county, which is 26%. That frustrates us because we get to get up here and listen to people that when you have 70% of that budget that's not ours, and we have to represent, and Chelsea has to represent that she does assessments. That's what she does based on her experience. Then you set a mill levy based on budgets. You knew that because you went to school mines. You're a very smart man, Anthony. I read your stuff.
Thank you.
Okay. But we also, like you said, if the state wants to make a difference, then the threshold that needs to change because that's her job. That wasn't what we made up. That's what the state and
I understand.
okay. So
I
you
totally understand that. But there also, I understand,
Sir-
too, that there are
sir,
certain
did-
laws that are not,
sir.
how would you say, morally
okay.
justified.
He's okay. He's just telling me I'm okay. So the bottom line here, Anthony, is we could lower your taxes and we could take you to 37.5. We could take you to 20. But next year, because of threshold budgets and everything else, you'll keep coming back and saying the same thing. Something needs to change. I think Board of Equalization, they want to do something through the state, change it. When they have to sit up here and represent 70% of their budgets and we're 26, I think then there's going to be a lot more people listening. Does that make sense?
Absolutely it does.
You're not wrong. It's that we are trying to make a difference in the county on some of our budgets and some of the things we do. All we can do is represent what has to happen after that.
That's right. And you have more power, all of you have more power than me. Because you represent the county and can go to your legislatures and tell them exactly what you've been hearing from all your taxpayers.
Right.
I don't. I don't get that luxury.
And Anthony, to be fair, I'm going to tell you, Gary, Lloyd, me, Ron, everybody have went to the legislature many times, county has, and said, give us a sales tax. Help us. we have tried to represent you. We have tried to do things differently in the county to make a difference. When you have a state legislature and you have other people that they're increasing their budgets and they're doing what they have to do, Anthony, I know you have to tell us this, and we take the brunt of people's issues, but we are 26%. And I respect that you're mad. I respect that what you have said. But it isn't just us.
Understand,
We
and
own
that's
a
why I
piece of
asked
that.
and that's why I asked is it the assessor here today? I
Right,
said, is there gonna be a school district representative? And he says, no, by state law, they're not required to be here.
right.
And they are, according to state law, at the local Board of Equalization. But because I'm outside of the county, not in here in Rapid City proper, I had to come straight to you.
They actually just have if I'm right, the city and the county ones. I don't know, does
No,
school
it's in the
represent
state
on the
law.
cities?
School doesn't participate.
Yeah, the school doesn't.
Right.
So what needs to be changed is not just through this county. We listen to what your argument is, but we can't change something just by, we lower our levy, we put where we're at. Of course, we can lower it a certain amount, I understand that, and it would change that levy, but 70% of that can do something different and change it right back. They can hire this. They say 3%, they say this. Well, then we need to change it through the state, and we have. So we are trying to make a difference as your commissioners. We have went to try to change things of how we can do stuff. Chelsea is doing her job. She's doing equalization. All we can do is the rest of it's up to budgets. And until that spending quits at 70% and 26% or all this together, it's not going to change. Your assessments aren't just because of people coming in and buying properties to a certain extent. It has to do with budgets.
But I don't think, does your, say for instance, your county employees, have they received a 100.17% increase?
Okay, I need to reel this in a little bit
You're-
because
you're okay, Anthony.
we got people.
So I just
I'm
want to
gonna-
say I respect what you have said today, and I am listening, and so is your board. And that we understand your frustration. But we need help if the citizens need to figure out it's not because the county listens and we collect your taxes, we are 26%. We need your help to get to the legislature, the school boards, and the city, because they do have extra entities to pay for their growth and their things happen in their county. We do not.
Okay, I got another commissioner in line. You done, Bill?
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Anthony, for
I got-
coming today.
I've got Drews next and then, Mr. Drews.
Chelsea, when I read through this material, it appeared that one of the differences that I saw with this property and compared to the ones that you used as the comparables is, and my question to you is, does he have direct access to that property from the road without doing considerable improvement of getting the approach to his property?
He has access to the property. He'll need to put a culvert in when he goes to develop the site, if he were to put a house in, but he does have access to the property.
Are any of the comparables similar to that type
Yes.
of situation?
Yes.
Okay. Do they already have culverts in those, or,
Not the one on Eleanor Drive.
okay?
Mr. Ross, go
No,
ahead.
Anthony, I just say, you said you're a veteran. I just wanted to thank you for your service. I can feel your pain. I live in the country. I have properties that want to double. And who can we blame? You already mentioned in your presentation, it's the market. And being born here in South Dakota all my life, it hurts me too, seeing people come in and we losing our identities. So I just want you to know that it's a good presentation. I really do appreciate you driving 2 hours to do that.
Yeah, ditto.
Chairman, I have another
Anthony.
question for Anthony.
Mr. Masaga.
So do you get a veteran benefit at all with this
No, I
property?
don't. Zero. Nothing.
Because you have no disabilities or anything else for?
Correct. And I'm above the threshold. So, no, nothing.
And that's another thing through the legislature, we do have a representative's husband here, that through the veterans, I think we need to do a different program for
that was the-
veterans that served our country, because I work with a veteran company that does a lot of stuff with veterans. And I think there's something that needs to change through legislature for veterans that served And just because, they won't say they have disabilities or they need, they've served our country. So I would hope that we could, and I know there's a guy working on that for next year, for that. But, Anthony, I don't know at this point at 117.3 that I'm agreeable with that. I think there's with your comparables, I don't think it's 37. I forgot what you have put 37 to. I remember it was 37 to something or
He
something.
says, he feels it's 37.4.
You know, the question is, when a person does damage to your property, how does that fit into the equation? You know, that's what's going on right now with my battle down in Martin. The city sewer backed up into my property, and they won't even lower my assessed value on the property. Same thing happened here. Neighbor damaged the property, so how does that take into equation? If a tornado comes and rips off an improvement on a property, does that assessed value still remain at that same level?
Can you tell me, Anthony, so what he did to the land again,
Over excavated on my property.
so it makes the land worth less because he over excavated?
Yes, he over excavated land from my property. He
Right.
took land from my property. He literally took it.
So it's a civil suit. That's what it-
Yes, but I mean, over excavated took
Yeah,
soil.
he took over, he went all across, trespassed, over excavated, and he said, oh, I'll put it all back. Never happened.
So someone wouldn't buy a property because it was over excavated, it'd be less worth
Well,
money?
if you have erosion problems on there, potentially, yes.
Okay. And I also thank you for your service.
Well, thank you for telling me that, but, you know, you might want to tell the state of South Dakota, because that was one of the issues that I spoke with my representatives down in Bennett County and so forth. They don't honor my service. The state only honors the 5 officers, not the public health service. I served my country in the United States Public Health Service for 21 years. The state does not recognize public health service officers.
Thank you. And I will take that in consideration too when we're looking
Absolutely,
at some
because
of the
I have
laws
the
that-
GI Bill, and the GI Bill, just a side note, they wouldn't give me the $500 that the state gives for all their veterans, basically. I applied for it, the state denied it.
Okay.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank
Thank-
you for
thank
coming
you.
again, Anthony.
Thank you, Ms. Hadcock. So in front of us, board, is, staff is recommending 117.3 and presented their case, and Anthony has presented his case, and he believes it's worth 37.4. So I would look to the board for a recommendation.
Already made a motion.
Oh, sorry. We had a motion by
Staff's recommendation, yeah.
Lassiter and seconded
Ron, seconded by
by
Ron.
Ron. Thanks for reminding me. I got caught up in the conversation. So any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion of 117,300, the recommendation of the staff, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No,
Motion carries with 1 no from Ms. Hadcock. Thank you, Anthony, for,
You're welcome.
this was very well written. I appreciate that.
It's not enough.
No. Shannon.
Next on the schedule is Dan and Nancy Evangelisto, and I don't think they're here. They didn't call in, so I don't know why. I expected them to be here. So I'll give you a short explanation of what the appeal is over. You should have something in front of you. This is not an issue of the value of the property. This is an issue of the owner-occupied classification. The property is the Summer Creek Inn, just west of Rapid City. So this is it's over a 10,000 square foot building. They have 10 rented suites in it. It's permitted as a specialty resort. The owner-occupied classification is defined by statute as a single-family residence. There's nothing in the statute that says an inn, but we have estimated the amount of living area that's devoted to the owner's residence within the inn, because the owners live there as well. And we come up with a 40% owner-occupied classification on part of that property. That's based on what we estimate is devoted just to the family's residence. We offered to take a look at the property, to review that estimate. Multiple times, the owners have declined to let us to look at the property. I recommend that the Board of Equalization put a 40% owner-occupied classification on the property. It's not currently classed as owner-occupied, so the board needs to take that action.
Okay, thank you. Shannon, any questions of Shannon?
Sure.
Mr. Drews?
So Shannon, do you use this, do you try to figure out a percentage on any bed and breakfast and VHRs if they're actually, if the owners are actually living on the property?
And it's their principal residence, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, now, there are, the one notable, comparable to this, just west, south of Pactola.
Okay.
And I can't think of what that is. It's not classed as owner occupied. I don't know whether the owners live there or not. The owners have to provide us an application stating that it's their principal residence. I know we do have other bed and breakfasts where we've done something similar to this.
Mr. Chair, so yesterday I met with Nancy and we went over and one of the things that she pointed out is that they're closed for 6 months. It's their primary residence, and she handed me this pamphlet that I had you make a few years ago, and it says if it's your primary residence, and then it was originally 20, and then I guess it was, okay, we'll do 40. Well, the bottom line is that there's nothing in place. It becomes very subjective. Is it going to be 20? Is it going to be 30? Going to be 37 and a half? And I think what we need to do is have something really solid so that when we have these situations, we don't have to sit there and be subjective and guess. And I told Nancy that I would support her owner occupancy and go back to what it was in 2017, because just down the road you had Coyote Blues that had 10 rooms. And if you go back and look at the way they were assessed, it was owner occupied. And I don't want to sit there and mention other establishments that she gave me, and they're owner occupied. So in being fair and equitable to how these other similar properties are being classified as owner occupied, I would support her being 100% occupied until we come up with some solid procedures that we can either identify they are, they're not, or whatever. But right now, I don't see any documentation. It just becomes subjective on what we feel. She gave me the complete breakdown of all the rooms, and at a minimum, 50% of that is owner occupied.
We have the same breakdown. We'd like to take a look at the property. In reference to the other properties, just in the last year, we reviewed all the owner-occupied classifications on these types of properties. So what they were in 2017 is probably different than what they are now. And if there's something that should not be classed owner-occupied, I'd like to know what they are, and we'll look at those.
I have them, and I don't want, like I said, I'm not trying to start a dogfight where, all of a sudden, Nancy, why'd you do this? But
If they're improper, they should be fixed.
Mr. Chair.
Are you done?
well, at least based on my conversation with Nancy, it would have to be more than 40% for me, considering they're closed for half of the year.
Thank you. Mr. Laster?
Mr. Chair, I mean, I think if we're going to have a standard, part of that standard needs to be that we go in and verify the square footage that's personal living space. So anytime someone wants something adjusted and we should be able to take a look at it and they deny that, they have that right. But then I don't think they're getting a fair look. We're not getting a fair look at it to make sure that it's adjusted appropriately. So I'm in favor of a standard, but if we're going to do a standard, it needs to be, if you're going to apply for it, then we have to be able to come in and evaluate and ensure that your living area is this amount of space. That's just my opinion on it. And so if equalization says on this particular one, 40% owner occupied, and the owner did not allow us to go in to look to verify, I'm okay with that.
Thank you. My thought process on this is I'm okay with 50% because of I've been on the property and I've seen a special on the property, and I think it's unique to what we're all talking about. Not each one's the same, but I believe when you're living there and operating a business 6 months out of the year, that's half the year that it's not. So I'm okay with 50%, but that's where I'm at with this.
Well, just to save time, I'll make a motion that we go 50%.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion?
Maybe one condition. Shannon, do you think we can look at some documentation and procedures relative to this so that it isn't a guessing game? Is it 30%, 40%? So that if it comes in front of us next year, we have something that we can look at in black and white that gives some guidance.
We do have that. This was not a guess. An appraiser sat down with a sketch of the property and come up with 40% that represented the living area devoted to the owner. Now, we were not allowed in the house, so at that point, it's sort of a guess. But it was not just pull a number out of the air.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying because they're closed 6 months of the year, I think that's got to be factored in also.
And I disagree, because the law says it applies to a single-family residence. You could live 6 months out of the year in a convenience store, but it's still a convenience store. This is an inn. So we're trying to identify that part of the property that they live in. If they occupy it during the winter, it's still an inn. The entire inn is not their residence. It's an inn. The law defines owner-occupied to a single-family residence. In the wintertime, this is not a single-family residence.
Which one?
We do have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would make a substitute motion that we accept staff's recommendation on their assessed value and the 40% owner occupied.
Second.
We have a substitute motion to accept the 40% owner occupied. With the second from Ms. Hadcock,
And follow up with that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster.
I believe staff is pointing out they've got pretty good solid evidence, the percentage, and we're not kind of winging it and making up a number. I understand what Commissioner Roskinek just said. However, staff has given us a solid number of what they have for sketching. Anything outside of that means that we're looking or assuming some other factors. It's just like any other property that gets assessed, let's just say ag land. I might not have animals on my land for half the year, but do we not assess it as ag land the whole time? It doesn't matter. So I think what the staff has done is a good job, so.
Follow up.
Mr. Roskinek.
Shannon, do you guys have this breakdown that shows the percent?
I think that's what we have, yes.
And so yesterday, we went over that and identified areas, changed some ratios, so do we want to look at that before we vote?
We already looked at that. Some of that doesn't make sense, so we use the best information we have. But I'm sure, I'm almost sure that's what we have. It looks like what was presented to us by the Evangelistos.
Okay, well, after my personal visit yesterday, I'm still leaning towards the 50% based on our conversations and my observation when I was inside the residence.
We haven't been inside it.
Okay, we do have a substitute motion for the recommendation. My final comment would be is I think I'm going to support staff on this for the simple fact they weren't allowed to come in and take a look. If they would have opened that up and done that, I would support the 50%. So the motion on the floor is a substitute motion to take staff's recommendation of 40% owner occupied. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
So motion passes with 3 ayes and 2 noes. Next, we come up to Kay Rogerson.
Kay Rogerson is the next property owner.
Joe, this is all I have. Is that all we have?
That red folder right there.
Oh, it's this one. Okay.
Kay Rogerson owns a condo in Sandstone condominium, so we're back to an argument over the value of a property. This is a condo that was assessed at $262,200. That's what the assessment notice was mailed out at. The local Board of Equalization in Rapid City reduced that value to $234,600, which was what it was assessed at last year. There were 8 sales of condominiums last year in Sandstone. The sale prices of those 8 sales varied from $210,000 to $315,000. The majority of the 127 condos have 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and 1 parking stall. And that's what the subject property has. So it's representative of most of the condos in Sandstone. The lowest sale price of $210,000 was only a 1-bedroom, 1-bath condo. The highest sale price of $315,000 had 2 parking stalls. I don't know as if 1 extra parking stall makes a condo worth that much more, but that was the highest sale, and it seems high when compared to the others. Excluding the high and the low, the remaining 6 sales form a tight range between $259,500 to $302,000. The most recent sale in Sandstone was the $302,000 sale price. The assessment of this condo was $262,200. That's within that tight range of the sales that took place just last year. Just a few years ago, we reappraised all of the condos in Sandstone. We went through the entire building, looked at as many of the condos as property owners would let us, and we feel we've got an accurate and equal assessment out there. And because they're condos, they're a very homogeneous property. They're all very similar. And of the 127 condos, about half of them are assessed at $262,200 because they're very similar. My recommendation is that this board place the original value of the property at $262,200 to make it equal with all of the others and at market value, especially when we look at those 8 recent sales.
Thank you, Shannon. Okay, this is a very good presentation. I'll let you,
Well,
I'm kind of, just to quick references, are some of your argument because you feel some of these are rentals and so they may be skewed, is that?
Well, I don't think that Mr. Rittenberger really knows what my problem is. He's
Please identify
presented-
yourself for the record
Oh,
first.
I'm Kay Rogerson,
Okay,
Dr. Kay Rogerson. And I'm glad to see other people from the School of Mines who are presenting their stuff here too, because I went to School of Mines. But I'm real old now, I'm 78. So I used to be good at these presentations, not so much now. What I'd like to say is I think there's a discrepancy in how they are putting these numbers, these assessment numbers on our condominiums. And I'd like to go through, first in December, I went through with another person that lives there, and we went through some of the values, our actual taxes, because we could get those off the internet, but I didn't know then how to get them off the internet, so we looked up the ones that had the names were we looked it up on the internet for the people that had their names in our local phone book. And so when I went through those, and this was for 22, and that's what I'm going to start out with. In 22 taxes that we came up with, 14 out of the 18 condos on the first floor had taxes less than mine. 13 out of 16 condos on the second floor had taxes less than mine in 2022. 11 out of 15 condos on the third floor had taxes less than mine in 2022. And only 10 out of the 49 condos that we looked at had tax assessments higher than mine. And of those, 10, two of them were end units that have more square footage. And 8 of the 39 condos that had taxes lower than mine in 2022, as shown on page 2, either were or had been a member of our HOA. Our HOA has been run for years by Don Puckett's aunt, Irene Kubler, and Don Pickett is the one that is, she's our assessor.
She's an appraiser in our office.
She's an appraiser, okay. And both Rittenberger and Don Puckett had told me that Irene was her aunt. So there's a lot of discrepancies here. So if we look on page 2, we can see that these are all the ones that I looked at, and that's where I got my numbers from, off the internet, how much the taxes were, and all the numbers in green are the taxes that were lower than mine. And all the names in red on the right-hand side are all the people on the HOAs that worked with Irene Kubler, who's Miss Puckett's aunt. If you look on page 3, mine is the number there in purple, and all the rest of the green there are the ones that were high or lower than mine, and the blue ones are the ones that were higher than mine. And for instance, I think we should look at this number 124. That lady is, oh my gosh, I have her name down here somewhere. Anyway, she's a friend of mine. She let Miss Puckett in to see her condo, and she had replaced the cupboards in the kitchen because they were falling apart. She would replace those, and she had changed her countertop on her kitchen with she'd put a different plastic on the top of it. And because of that, I was told, and so when I looked on the assessment, they upped her assessed value of her condominium to a large amount. And so her taxes were like $300 more last year than ours. Now, so anyway, this made me ask some questions to Mr. Rittenberg, and if you go back on page 22, he sent me this information over the computer, and it tells you dwelling information on there. They have the resident type listed as 3 townhouse. We aren't townhouses. So I think they've been mixing apples and oranges on what is happening to our condominiums. And then he had the quality of this townhouse is good at 3.67. Well, first of all, it's not a townhouse, and I've been asking them how they come up with these things, good or very good. Because at first, when I went to ask questions down there, Miss Puckett told me that somebody told her that my condo was very good instead of good, and that's why my assessments were higher. But they wouldn't tell me what makes them good or very good. And anyway, then I looked down here lower, and they have me down as 1 car. But I was also told by Ms. Puckett that they didn't have a list of who has how many parking spots, and they don't have a list, and they don't base any of our assessments on how many storage areas we have. Some of the people have 2, some have 3 storage areas, some have 2 or 3 parking spots. But apparently that's not taken into account for anybody, and nobody will tell me on the map where these parking spots or storage areas are on. But if you look on the next page, they are on our warranty deeds. How many how many storage units and how many parking places we have. So I've been told stories by equalization. I feel like I have.
Thank you,
But
Kay.
that,
This is very well put. So you're asking that
well,
we follow the city assessment, the city's board, which was 234.6, is that what the city did?
well, if that's what the ones are for the lowest ones, I would agree with that. But Mr. Rittberger never told me which ones or what the city's recommendations was. I didn't find that until, we'll look at on page,
You weren't present at the city one?
what, pardon me?
You wasn't present at the city?
I was president at the city and I gave all this information out and they recommended that they reduce mine to the lower one. And if you look on page 7, this was the letter I got from the city. And I got it on 3/31/23. And there's nothing that said it was accepted or rejected. So in order to protest that or appeal that, I took up the package I have here and told Mr. Rittenberg on Monday, because everybody's closed on Friday, which is really hard to do business with any of the county offices by being closed on Friday. It's very frustrating. So I had already put together a package for Mr. Ritberger, and he accepted it. And I didn't find out until the 18th, when I had brought some stuff down here to the county commissioner's office, that I couldn't put all this stuff in it. Like, he didn't want me to put I used the telephone book for the people in Sandstone Ridge, and he didn't want me to put those in there. So I still put it in here, but I took out all the telephone numbers because I thought maybe somebody would object to that. But it isn't anything that says don't tell anybody our telephone numbers or anything on it.
Kay, I can't read,
I can't read I can't read that
I
thing.
can't read the amount that the.
I can't even
city-
read, I can't read it either.
Shannon, do you happen to know what the city's
You were
local,
correct.
the local board was?
You were
so they-
correct. 234,600.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
that's what I
it is.
see I see that on.
Anyway, that's the only thing, and if it would have been accepted, but I didn't find out until the 18th that Mr. Rittberger told me that he didn't accept that, okay? That's why I'm here appealing, because I didn't know it was accepted or not accepted, and he said it wasn't accepted.
So Kay, are you?
I would be happy with that.
Okay, so.
But there's also a couple of other things, because Ms. Puckett told me that a lady told her that the reason that mine in the past had been higher is somebody told her that my unit was very good instead of good. But that doesn't go along with what's on page 22, because Mr. Rittberger sent me the last four pieces of paper like this, and they all said good. So then that told me that there must be some other reason that something is very good instead of good that's not on paper, and he would give it to me. I went through the FOIA and asked for all that information, but he wouldn't give it to me. And so that's why I'm here. But if they're being assessed as a townhouse, that could be, instead of condominiums, like it says on the second part of that page 22, there's like apples and oranges that we're dealing with here, and so we aren't being told the true story. And with that, though, I would like to go through and show you why. And so if we go to, let's see, I had it all written out here, and then we can go on a little bit different.
I'm trying to present an option for the commission. And right now, I think we're getting kind of diluted, but I mean,
Right, well, if you look at page 12, start at page 12, And this breaks them down. We have 102 two-bedroom, two-bath condominiums. We have on one, let's see, I think that's on page 11. Okay, we have 12 end units. So they have windows on both sides, and they have a fireplace, and they have a larger square footage. If you look through we have four of them on each floor, two on each end, and first floor are all lower assessed than second floor and third floor. They all have the same square footage, but the assessments are different. Everything's lower on the first floor. And that goes with, there's a lot of other information in here.
Okay, you're saying that yours is lesser quality, you have older cabinets, and so that all these other ones, even the ones you presented, you're saying your unit's less quality?
Most of the units are all the same quality, whether they're on first, second, or third floor.
Okay, so
They're all equal, and all we own are the inside of the walls. So it kind of I don't know how they can get into some units and then, like this one lady okay, let's go on then.
I'm trying to narrow down where your concern is, because you got some that are high and some that are lower.
But and that's why, and I don't know how she comes up with these. She told me that a woman, and I assume that it might be her
I
aunt.
consider that hearsay, so I mean, that's kind of tough.
I got that from Miss Puckett.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
I have a couple of questions. Did someone get a chance to review your property just to verify, make sure you didn't have anything inside your property like bad cabinets
No,
and things of
because
that nature?
no, they haven't. But they're all the same.
Have you been offered that?
Miss Puckett, I was going to have her come and look at them.
I was gonna say, so have you been
But
offered?
then after I heard that, that's when she told me, and, Sharon Reed in 124 told me that she had her come, and she decided that she had that new cabinets, and she put another plastic counter, and she raised her assessment by $38,000.
So you
For
chose
a
not to have
condo.
someone come look in?
No, I said, I don't have anything like that. Mine's like all the rest. But why did she take somebody's word that mine was very good and she raised it? When she's been, if she goes into somebody's and they look at it, she raises it.
Well, if she goes in someone's and she sees that there's any discrepancies, she may lower it. We've seen that happen on other properties. Whenever they get a chance to go in and look at it, we've seen property values come down whenever there's mitigating circumstances. So that's the reason why I asked that question.
Yeah.
But, Mr.
Right.
Chair, I have a follow-up for Shannon, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Shannon, I know she presented all these other properties within that condo unit with different tax payouts. I'm going to assume, especially seeing some of them where they're at, some of those could be impacted by property value freeze, right? Or no?
Yes.
Some of them could be, so they could be paying less because they had property tax freeze on those pieces of properties that they own. Some of them could be because that particular unit is valued less than her unit. Right? Okay. So looking at that, that doesn't tell me the state of your unit. Does that make sense? Just because they're paying less taxes
That's
doesn't
fine,
mean.
but they won't. All right, let me tell you something here. Let's look at 121, Unit 121. Now, you can find that that's on page 13 also. He's got a low assessment. He's got 234,800, and that's what I feel mine should be. But let me tell you, he has totally remodeled his unit. He's lowered the ceiling, everything else. But the reason Ms. Puckett tells me that she can't put it at a good value is because he won't let her in there to see that, and he didn't get a building permit. And because he didn't get a building permit, but they were allowed to change them, she just leaves it what it is, which isn't right.
If you can't get in to look at it, ma'am, you can't,
Okay, then,
We
then
can't verify.
how come he can be left at a lower rate? Like everybody on first floor, her aunt and everybody else's, everybody knows what they're like. How come first floor is all lower than all the other floors?
Chairman,
I'm gonna let Shannon answer that real quick.
I have
Can I-
something to say.
Can I respond to a lot?
Yes, please. Just so we can get some clarification, then I'll come back to you, Deb, please.
Okay, so specific question, why are some condos assessed less? Even though they're condos in the same building, they're very similar homes, but there's still differences, okay? The end units are a little bit bigger. There's some of them that have been remodeled, and every one that we've been in, we've accounted for the condition in the remodel or lack of remodel. We can't take somebody's word for this guy remodeled his and his value should be higher. We'd like to get inside it, and we all offered to look at every condo in this building, including Miss Rogerson's. But then there are other differences too. There's decks and patios. The first floor especially has different decks and patios than the upper floors. So there is different assessments in this building. I can't speak to the taxes because there's a freeze, there's owner occupied, and then there's the difference in the assessment. So there's definitely going to be different taxes. Personally, I've reviewed all of the assessments in the sandstone condos. I think they're accurate, I think they're uniform, and there is absolutely no evidence of preferential assessments to any relative of Dawn on this property or anywhere else. And I wouldn't expect there would be, but I did look at these, and various staff with my office have spent approximately 5 hours of time with Miss Rogerson, listening to her complaints. I don't think there's any problem with the assessments in sandstone. They're more equal than most properties because they just happen to be more similar. I haven't seen, or I don't have the information that she's presenting here, and I gotta say that I did not tell her I didn't want something in this. She presented probably the same information to me a couple of days ago and then came and took it back because she's got some personal information that she doesn't want shared publicly, and this is a public forum, so she brought it today. So I can't speak to specific numbers in there. I don't have it.
Okay, thank you, Shannon.
Hey, I'm gonna,
Just one second. Okay, I got Ms. Hadcock who's got a comment or question.
Couple of things. Dawn is a very good assessor, and she's been fair and just to many people, whether it be lowering or even if we had to have her go back because she didn't see something or maybe didn't, recognize something in someone's property. So Travis is exactly right. Her integrity, since I've been here, and it's been a while, over this 9 years, has always been spot on. The preference, I'm going to tell you, from Shannon, as much as he might be straightforward and make people not feel special, I'll just tell you that. His integrity, for me, because I've heard complaints, his integrity has always been spot on as well. As much as I don't like some of the directness, because it sounds like me sometimes, his integrity has never been compromised by trying to misinform or do something bad to you, ma'am. Because the process is a hard process to understand, it sucks. I've been here a while too, and this process is very hard to understand. But it's also for me to be able to understand you, I need to know about your unit. I need to know that Don went in there and looked at your unit because you're not afraid because of that, because you do have something to argue at that point. She didn't see it, right?
I didn't argue, I wasn't,
Let her in.
I was going to let her in, but this was after we discussed Sharon Reed, and I asked her what why Sharon Reed's went up $38,000. And after Sharon told me what she had done and what Dawn had done, you can believe what you want. I'm just telling you what happened to me.
I'm just saying, Ms. Puckett,
And I asked for the information.
Ms. Kay, let me
Okay.
finish.
Yeah,
Let me finish, Ms. Kay. What I'm saying is, you're basing it on because he said, she said, that Dawn
Oh,
did. Because
no.
you said your lady said, but you didn't let Dawn in your property
Wait a
because of
second.
that.
Wait a second.
Because you said your property, this lady said her assessment went up. So you got afraid, which is totally reasonable,
No, and
that
Dawn,
she might come in her because you think Dawn might not assess yours right, or it might have went up. That's the bottom line.
I'm saying that Dawn said she assessed mine because somebody told her. So
But that's
she,
hearsay.
no, well, you can ask Dawn. That's what she told me.
But that's hearsay. Let Dawn or Shannon went through the same thing and got the same numbers. So it wasn't just Dawn. He has experience. He has integrity. I've seen what she's done. I've seen that Dawn's integrity in what she does, they do their job. It might not be make you happy at those assessments, and I just said that before. It makes you mad about what's happening.
I'm just telling you, if you look at the data,
okay,
first floor
okay,
is
we're gonna,
less.
The bottom line is,
I'm gonna let Ms. Hadcock finish, and then I'd like the commission to make a motion.
the bottom line is, I think some of the process is, number one, the city, I was on the city council. When it comes to assessments, they'll approve everybody and they thought it was funny. Okay, they told me that. Because they have to come to us and appeal it because they aren't gonna sit here, we are. We're gonna listen to it, and if they lower it, they look good, and I'm gonna be straight up, we were on the city, and it would make a difference because you'd come to the county and they know the process. I'll tell you, city council people didn't know the process. Most
That's
of us
right.
didn't. So that's why they did it. Not because they knew that Dawn didn't do her job or Shannon didn't do her job. At first, when I was on the city, I was like, what the heck, Shannon? Why aren't you listening? And then it was like, okay, I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening because I truly didn't know the process. So bottom line is, on this for me, you have two different appraisers that have lots of experience, not because he took his lady's word for it, Miss Dawn's. I honestly could say that because I've seen him do it before. Shannon. He's straight up. When he says, he'll go back and say to Dawn, he'll go back and say to his appraisers, ask his appraisers, because of his straight upness and the way he says stuff, he will, if he has a problem or he thinks that there's a discrepancy with Irene's,
Can I get a word in edgewise?
you just did, so I am. So I'm not trying to be rude. I'm
I'm not
protecting
trying
the
to be
staff
rude
that I
either,
know.
but she,
Ma'am, I'm gonna give
And,
you,
and after I've read this, the integrity of these people that you are talking about, and you didn't let in your unit, I would believe you more, Miss Kay, to be honestly and straight up with you. If she went in your unit and assessed it based on what she saw, and then you came back and said, okay, Don, you're wrong. She didn't see it. So what she did is use the best of her knowledge, what she knew, in order to assess your property. And that's what they have to do. So who's being honest with the situation here and trying to get the right answers and do it so it's done right? Because you didn't know all that process, I respect that. But I also have to respect that you didn't let someone in your property in order for them to make a good assessment of what we're talking about today.
okay, thank you, Ms. Hadcock. I'm gonna give you one, opportunity to respond, and then we're gonna go to the commission for
Before
a
you do
vote.
that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak.
Mr. Roskinet.
Just a couple of questions. When you went to the city and they suggested that reduction, what evidence did you give them to make them?
about the same thing that you have
Okay,
here.
okay, that was one question. And then on this one document that you gave us, you said when you were at the city, this would be on the,
Right.
it says, the city suggested my taxes be lowered to 2022's tax amount. I think you meant assessed value because we weren't even talking about taxes, so there's a little confusion there. You meant assessed
And
values,
that's
not tax.
and that's a good, I picked up on that, and so did you, but I went there, and that's what the assessed value was, and that's
Okay.
fine with me. And I would have accepted that, but I didn't, apparently, the equalization didn't tell me that until the 18th, which was after I'd already appealed to your office.
And that's
Now,
incorrect.
also, what Deb said to me was that the city doesn't know anything about assessed values, and they just they tell everybody, they recommend whatever their outcome is, and like, they recommend lowering mine. So what good do we even go, why do we go to the city anyway?
a good question.
It's like,
Well, yeah,
this
that,
whole process is ridiculous.
I'll just
Okay,
move on
just-
to my
yeah,
my
let
next
Ron finish here.
my next
Okay.
question. It's, it states that there's 8 sales that they really relied on. Now, we know that there must be some variations in those units because the lowest one sold for 210, the highest for 315. So obviously, it's supply and demand, or there's some physical changes that create that. But my question is, of the 8 sales, how many of those sold through MLS? Because if they sold through MLS, you can get more detailed information on each one of those. If you talk to the buyer, seller, or the
Which
realtor.
8 sellers are you talking about? Those ones that,
I
that
believe-
sold, that he gave me?
I
that they
believe
sold?
this sheet that was provided by the Director of Equalization's office, they said there were 8 sales last year in Sandstone. So my question is, are those 8 sales individually verified with the buyer, the seller, and a realtor?
All I know about those 8 sales
We
is
know
they're
that-
on page 8.
Right, I don't know, that's my question, is how much do we know about those 8 sales?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, can I answer that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we do verify every sale, and all of those 8 sales are open market transactions. Our office at the end of the year, after we have acquired all of the sales information, go through a several-week process to verify every sale. Of course, we got the certificate of real estate value that is the actual verification, but then we make phone calls to buyer or seller, whoever we can get a hold of, and even occasionally a realtor.
You know, on the residence, sometimes the value is so much per square foot. Are these done that way, or is it just totally different?
It's price per unit.
Okay.
Sale price
That's
per
the
unit.
unit of
Okay,
measure,
but-
price per unit,
Yeah.
okay.
If you look,
Okay.
you see those numbers on
Kay,
there?
I'm going to let you make a final comment before we go to the board, please.
Well, I'm going to say, I'm going to follow up what they were just talking about. There's a number by those 106, 114, it's on page 8. So all you have to do is look under how I have it divided, and some of those might be end units, some of them might be
Yeah.
2-bedroom, 2-bath units, and some of it might be 1-bedroom units. And I put those in the kind of units they are, and they're on these graphs. So if you want to see what, for instance, that first one, 106, if you go on to page 13, you can see that 106 is renter-occupied unit, and the assessed value on that one is 256,700.
So, Kay,
So does that answer your question?
so what I have before me, and what I think what's before this board is the city local board came back at, the county assessor assesses your property at 262,200, and you provided us your information. The city board reassessed it to 234,600, and we don't know the reasons why, and apparently you don't know either. So the options that are before this commission is to either accept the city's reassessment at 234,600, or our assessors at 262,200. Am I correct? Because you're okay with the 234,600.
I'm okay with the 240,
Okay, I'm gonna
234,600, because
I'm gonna-
that's what all the first
I'm going to
floors are.
present that to the board, so
Mr. Chair,
that's what we have in front of this board. Mr. Roskinek.
my motion would be 248.4, which is a compromise between the county assessor's estimate of market value and the city's presentation.
I have a motion of 248.4, and the reasoning is for compromise.
Right, I mean, both have compelling arguments, so, I'm
Okay.
caught, so that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Motion was seconded for discussion by Mr. Drews. Any discussion from, I'm
Mr.
going to
Chair.
I'm going to stick with the board here, ma'am. So, Mr. Laster.
You know, the purpose of equalization is to make sure everyone's paying a fair and equal value. And if people don't let someone in the property to verify what's going on with that property, I can't support something like that. Because then what we're doing is we're shifting a $20,000 tax burden off of her, but onto the rest of the taxpayers in that particular tax-paying district. That impacts the school, it impacts fire district, road districts, whatever else is in those taxing entities of that district. And so that value of taxation from the budget is going to be shifted to all those other property owners. I cannot support that.
Thank you, Mr. Laster.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
but ditto, and here's the problem with compromise, and I respect that of Commissioner Ross Connect. But I also understand an equalization, or as appraisers, it's about equalizing property across the board. It's not about, well, then you'd be doing the same thing that Irene said that, or Miss Kay said that she thought Irene did, that Kay did for, Miss Puckett did for Irene. There was a compromise there because she knew him. Well, there's a compromise here because, not for any other reason, because we didn't see your property. I would be more apt if I saw the property and you had an argument with Miss Puckett about that she was wrong because she went inside and you went, no, those aren't new cabinets. No, I haven't done anything. The compromise for me is through seeing something and working with somebody in order to get that compromise. As an equalization officer or a appraiser, it's hard for me to feel that someone could compromise anything when you haven't seen the property.
Wait a second.
This
I
is on
asked her.
hearsay.
No, ma'am, she's speaking.
This is on hearsay. So I would be more apt to see with the compromise if the equalization officer was in there, if I knew all the information. To just do it because of hearsay, I think is not something I could do as a commissioner and shouldn't have to do and Don shouldn't have it done as a, appraiser.
Okay,
Thank
we do have a motion on the floor of 248-4.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
I'd make a substitute motion to accept staff's recommendation of 262-200.
Second.
Okay, we do have a substitute motion of 262-200 with a second from Hadcock, and that's with staff's recommendation. Any further comment from the board? We are going to vote on the motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries with 1 no. Thank you, Kay.
The next process then is to go to the state, right?
Yep, next process goes to the state.
I don't want any more display.
Rushmore Plaza Holiday Inn is the next one on the schedule. There's an attorney here representing the hotel, and Trevor from my office.
Doesn't matter to me. All right, Trevor Abernathy with Pennington County Equalization. And I'll just explain what the property is and my side of it here, and then I'll let John present here. Do you want me to wait till everyone's back, or?
I think they've read through this and know enough, so I think we'll go ahead and start.
Okay. All right. The property we're discussing is owned by Rushmore Plaza LLC. The tax ID is 44118 with an address of 505 North 5th Street. The Rushmore Plaza Holiday Inn is a full-service hotel and convention center that is located on ground leased from the city next to Monument Civic Center. There is no land value included in the assessment for this reason, since they do lease that ground. Now, the assessment for this property is $20,735,100. After performing an exterior inspection and reviewing information from the appellant, I am recommending a value of $20,081,800, and that is a $653,300 reduction.
That was 600?
$653,300 reduction. And I do appreciate John working with me and getting me an appointment to get in and see the property. Very helpful. I do appreciate that. So,
Okay, so you've been in to mute it?
yeah.
Okay.
So I went through with the property manager and toured the facility, the rooms, the boiler room, the whole gamut there. So the hotel was built in 1989 and consists of a total of approximately 176,000 square feet. There are 205 hotel rooms, a lounge, a full-service restaurant, a conference center, and a pool fitness area. This property was appealed last year at $18,689,900, a value which was upheld by this board. At that time, we had an adjustment on the building due to exterior repair that was ongoing. This included a new roof, new siding, and new windows. The construction blocked approximately a quarter of the rooms from being rented as they worked around the building, so that's why that adjustment was on there. This work is now complete, and the property is able to be rented in full and is also now in better condition. The Monument Civic Center, which is right next door, is complete, and generally speaking, hotels are in a better position this year as their incomes are approaching pre-pandemic levels. All of these situations point to the property being worth more on November 1st, 2022 than it was in 2021. One of the hotel's direct competitors sold in March of 2022 for $21 million. This is the Rushmore Hotel on Mount Rushmore Road. When this sale is adjusted for FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment, basically all the personal property in the rooms, beds, TVs, and such. This equates to a sale price of $106,200 per key. When looking at the improvements only and removing the value from the land because we're making it more comparable to the subject property, there's an indicated sale price of $96,010 per key. This hotel is 8 years older than the subject property, has 28 fewer rooms than the subject property, and is approximately 70,000 square feet smaller than the subject property. That's what I gave them as well, so sorry, I forgot to give that to you. It is also in an inferior location than the subject. So we have a subject property that is larger, newer, has an exterior where, a newer exterior where the comparable property does not, in a better location than the comparable sale, with a recommended value of $20,081,800, which is approximately $97,960 per key. This is within 2% of what the comparable property sold for, with no adjustment for the better location. I also calculated an income approach for the subject property. That value was an indicated value of $21,600,000. We have an improved property, overall increased hotel performance in the economy, supporting sale information and supporting income information, which all indicate that our assessed value is not above market value.
If you would like, you have.
Oops, sorry, I was doing some math. John, please recognize.
Thank you. I'm John Nooney. I'm an attorney in Rapid. I represent the family that owns the hotel. I want to thank Trevor and his folks that have worked real closely with us. I have given to you, through Trevor's office, the appraisal that Mr. Simpson did on this is about a 97-page appraisal, which Mr. Roskinek can appreciate. That's the nature of an appraisal.
Read every page.
I know you did. I have taken that appraisal process and I have put in some bullet points on a 2-page document I like to give to you, just kind of walk you through it. And here's, I should have got this to you earlier, Trevor, I apologize. If I can approach, I'll give everybody a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I'm going to be as efficient as I can be today because I think the questions at hand are pretty simple, okay? First and foremost, when a client like this comes to me, I always tell them the following. If you don't have an appraisal, I'm not going to represent you because I don't care how you feel, what you think, or anything. I want to look at the numbers, okay? This process comes down to a couple of real simple realities, okay? Mr. Ken Simpson is a well-respected appraiser. This got done sitting on the National Board of Appraisers. Ken is well-respected. I've worked with Ken, I've worked against Ken, so we have a love-hate relationship, we'll call it that, okay? But that aside, the obligation that you folks have, you know what it is. What was the fair market value of this property? I've given you the statute that identifies what a willing buyer and a willing seller would pay for the property. That's how we need to appraise this property, okay? I visited with Trevor, and one thing I appreciate about working with the Department of Equalization people here, they're candid. They don't pull any punches, okay? They tell me what they think, I tell them what I think, and we agree to disagree, and that's fine. That's what this process is all about. The reality in this situation is this. Nobody, and I mean nobody, would buy this property on any valuation approach other than an income approach. Mr. Roskinick knows very well there's three ways you can value a property: the cost approach, the sales approach, or the income approach. Mr. Simpson says it best in his appraisal. Nobody would buy a property on a cost approach. I don't care what it costs to build. What is it going to make for me, okay? No one's going to buy it on a sales approach. No one cares what the Rushmore Hotel sold for. They don't care. If I can't make money on this property, that's all that really matters. Mr. Simpson looked at and prepared an income approach for this property. And to get to an income approach, there's really only two things we need to know. What's the net operating income of the property? What's the proper cap rate? So once you get past those two, you got the property figured out, okay? The disconnect we had with the Department of Equalization was, and Trevor and I had this conversation, they primarily looked at a cost approach. They looked at a cost approach for this, and Simpson said it best. Nooney, I can't do that. I can't go through and try to figure out the life of the depreciated assets and all this type of stuff. So Ken went through, and at the bottom of page 1, he identified the historical income and expenses of the property. And I know, and I don't want to speak for Trevor because he can correct me if I'm wrong, okay? We gave them our actual historical income and expense information, and we gave him what Mr. Simpson constructed to be the reconstructed income and expenses, because Ken's looking forward as to what this property is going to produce. There's one reality of this property that we can't escape, okay? It's called a PIP, Project Improvement Plan. Any hotel that flies a flag, be it Holiday Inn, Ramada, Marriott, whatever you want to call it, okay? They all have PIPs. A PIP is what I say, remember when your parents said to you, I said, Mom, why do I have to do this? My mom wasn't she's pretty blunt. Shut up and do it because I told you to, okay? A PIP is kind of the same thing, okay? The Lester family owns this hotel and they fly the IHG flag, the Holiday Inn flag. Holiday Inn every 10 years says to their people, guys, you got to fix up your property because we don't like the way it looks anymore. And the sad reality of this, because I had a client down in Custer that went through this not that long ago. 10 years ago, they loved granite. Guess what they don't love anymore? We don't like that granite anymore because it's too cold. The Lester family has the same reality here, okay? They're going to have to go in starting in August of 2024, and they're going to have to spend their estimate $5 million on the property, okay? When Cream sold the Rushmore Holiday property down here, he didn't have to do that. That wasn't a condition of that sale at all, okay? So dumb lawyer guy, that's me. I go to Simpson and I said, well, Ken, figure out what it's worth, deduct $5 million. He says, Nooney, you don't know a damn thing about appraisal process, obviously. That's not how it works, John. We have to look at the cap rate to figure out what the proper cap rate is to tell us what the property's worth. On the third page of what I've given you an estimate for the PIP, okay? The Lester family owns a Holiday Inn in Sioux Falls. They have one down in Arizona. I can't tell you. It's not in Mesa, but they have one down there as well, okay? So they are unfortunately becoming real good at understanding what this stuff costs, and I had Luke provide to me an estimate from the person that does this work for them, and he put it at about $25,000 a key to get this hotel back up to what IHG is going to require of them, okay? So Mr. Simpson went through and looked at the historical cost information, and I know that when I talked to Trevor, that they think their costs are too high. Well, the reality is this. The costs are what the costs are. Trevor also said to me, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, John, we don't have a model for what cost should be for hotels because people don't typically give you that. If somebody won't give you a walk through their condo at Sandstone, you sure the heck bet they're not going to give you their income statement every year. But we did that. We gave to Mr. Simpson our income information. We gave it to the county. And we also gave them our reconstructed cost information. And I think it's important when you look at Ken's work product here. Ken says, if we go in and do some improvements to this hotel, they need to fix the chillers. For instance, the pool area is always too steamy, their chillers aren't working. If we go do a bunch of stuff, our costs are going to come down because as the world's changed, as you put new light bulbs and all that kind of stuff, your electrical bills start to come down. So Ken has modeled in the efficiencies that they're going to get, and overall their cost, he expects their cost to go down about $250,000, and he's built that into the model. He's also built in the model that he thinks the revenue is going to be about what the revenue is going to be. There's two components when you value a hotel. What's your occupancy rate? What's your average daily rate? Ken used that information, which is now higher than it was in 2020 during the pandemic. He's used the 2022 fiscal year numbers. He's kind of carried those forward a little bit to increase in the average daily rate once you kind of spruce the property up a little bit. So Ken's gone through all of this, and he's found on his model that he has a net income of about $1.7 million for this property, okay? Historically, if you add back in the property taxes, because Ken takes that out because he uses that number in the cap rate, Ken does have the income of this property about $250,000 higher than it has historically been. So we know what that's going to do. Higher income, property is going to be worth more. So then the question comes down to this. What should the capitalization rate be? Ken has all types of information in there. He's gone to all kinds of surveys. There's people that survey this stuff out there. There's national hotel groups. And the average rate that he came up with was about 9.25% for a cap rate, okay? It's important to remember we're going to have a cap rate and then we're going to have an effective tax rate. I don't think there's any dispute about that because taxes are going to also affect what the property's worth. Ken uses a cap rate of 99 basis points, or about 1% higher than the average of 9.25, because if someone's going to buy this property today, if John Mooney was going to go buy this property today, I'd ask myself the following: what do I have to do to this property to make this thing fly the flag in the future? I'm going to have to spend about $5 million to make that flag fly. I have to go in and refurbish the rooms. They'll tear carpet out, cabinets out, all that kind of stuff has to be replaced. So Mr. Simpson uses a cap rate of 10.25, which is within 100 basis points of what the average would be with a hotel that didn't have to have this type of work done. When Ken works his way through that process, a cap rate of 10.25 and an effective tax rate is what's the property taxes going to affect the property, gets us to an effective rate of 11.77. You do the math on that, that makes a value of about $14.5 million for the hotel. But there's two things we have to consider then. You have to back out the FF&E. There's no question the FF&E has to be backed out. So Ken Simpson looked at what the average FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment would be for a property like this. He said about $42,000 per room. But he depreciated it 80% because we know within the next 2 years we're going to have to go in and redo all the FF&E, carpeting, beds, mattresses, pillows, all that kind of garbage. So Ken says that you have to take that off. I don't think there's any dispute you have to take that off. So Ken took the $42,000 a room. He depreciated it out 80% because and within 2 years we're going to be replacing all this stuff. So that's a deduction from the $14.5 million. And then there's a cost to cure. One thing that the county and my clients and I do agree upon is this. This property, Mr. Simpson identified that since the assessed time period, there was about $653,000 of things that had to be cured. I mean, the rooftop units are shot. The chillers aren't working. There's all kinds of plumbing stuff that has to be replaced. They had to put a new elevator in, and that was about $653,000. And anyone that was going to buy that property would say, if I have to put $653,000 in the property, that's going to come off, as well as a consideration for the PIP. So when Ken did his math with the cap rate that he used of 10.25, he backed out the cost to cure and the FF&E. He gets to a value of $12,130,000. And you're saying, man, that's a big change from $20 million. I know that's a big change. But the reality, folks, is this. And I don't know what numbers Mr. Abernathy used, because he said, he told me, and I know that he'd be a straightforward kind of guy, John, we valued it on a cost approach. I know they also did an income approach. I've gone through, and I haven't put this in my handout to you folks. If you use a cap rate of 10.25 like Simpson used, the value is $14.5 million. If you take your cap rate down to 9%, it's still only $16 million, okay? So I guess the message is here, we can agree to disagree on the cap rate a little bit, but there's no way in the world, based upon the actual expenses of this property and the cost to cure this property, you could ever get to an income approach of $20 million for this property. You can't get there. It doesn't work. I mean, you'd have to have a cap rate of 6 or something so ridiculously low that wouldn't make any sense. Because nobody, when you look at the definition of fair market value, would ever say to you the following: I'm going to go give you $20 million for this property. Then in the next 18 months, I'm going to spend $5 million to get it up to standards. I'm going to spend $653,000 to cure it. And there's one thing we can't forget, folks, is that when the Lester family undertakes this PIP, that's going to drastically affect the availability of rooms, because you have to go in and you got to tear these rooms out. You got to start from scratch. And what they did on the outside was hail damage stuff. That was all fixed by hail. That wasn't like they were classing the place up. They had to do that because they had all kinds of hail damage. We're here telling you that based upon what Mr. Simpson uses for the actual income of this property and an appropriate cap rate, it's worth a little over $12 million. And I'd answer any questions you have.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Trevor, do you have anything you want?
Yeah, I can go over some concerns that I had with some of the numbers used and why I came to a different number with my income approach.
I appreciate that.
So,
Yeah.
okay,
Go ahead, Trevor.
so my major concern is with just some of the components of the income approach to value. The expense ratio that was ultimately used when calculating that is significantly higher than what we typically see. On page 80 of the appraisal, you can see that there are 30 sales of, I'm going to say comparable sales, but there are some differences in these sales. But basically, the goal was to get an approximate of what the overall expense ratio would be for this type of property. If you look at the best comparable that's in this list, which is the Rushmore Hotel that sold for the 21 million, that is also a full-service hotel. It does have a convention center, although it's quite a smaller convention center. I'll give it that. The expense ratio for them was 69.73%. The expense ratio for the median of all 30 was 69.21. The maximum was 81.86, and that was a days in over off of East North Street. That was at the 81%. So we typically see 70 to 75% used. I used 75% expense ratio for my income approach. And just to note, if you use 75% versus 83.16, that's equivalent to over $7 million in value, just making that one change. So one thing to note is when we're working on an income approach to value, we're supposed to use market income, market expenses, market vacancy, not actual expenses and actual income, because there could be differences in how a business is run, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's different. It may be different than what is typical in the market. And I felt that the 83.16%, even using the data that was found on page 80, was excessive. That's my major concern. The other concern I have is the capitalization rate. Our office has determined that it would be closer to 9%, not the 10.25% that was used. As mentioned earlier in this report on page 41, the hotel is heavily influenced by and functions in synergy with the monument. So this hotel has one of the best, if not the best, locations in Rapid City for a hotel. It has business funneled to it with events that happen at the monument. In that regard, when you look at capitalization rates, they're very heavily dependent on risk involved. And there would be less risk involved in this location for this hotel. And I felt the 10.25 was higher than what it should have been. Another concern I have is with the FF&E calculation and deduction. So yes, we are supposed to value just the real estate. We're not looking at business, we're not looking at personal property. We want to make sure that's out of the equation. But my concern is when we're valuing the $42,000 per key being kind of the starting value that they used in the appraisal here for calculating what it could be worth and then depreciation for those items of personal property, and saying that it's worth 1.722 million, while on the other hand saying it's not worth anything because it needs to be replaced to the tune of 5 million next year. There's a bit of a disconnect for me there. And I'd also just point out that with the PIPs, the improvement plans, every hotel will have this. That's a name brand hotel. It's a standard expense. Hotels, when they sell, will not always be perfectly ready to go. Brand new PIP done, all ready to go, and then sell it. It's going to be somewhere in that life cycle of, is it next year? Is it 5 years? It's a typical expense that a buyer is going to be expecting.
Okay. Thank you, Trevor. I'm going to go to Mr. Roskinet.
Mr. Chair, so, when I looked at this per unit, so if we take 205 units and divide that into Ken's suggested value, we're in that, 60,000 a unit?
I think that'd be about right, because they're gonna put about 25,000, yeah, that's pretty close to right, 60,000
And-
bucks a unit.
I guess I've appraised enough hotels that it gets kind of scary when you get the 60,000 a unit for that motel and its location. Well, then somebody's going to buy it on the upside. When you buy something on the upside, you know the thing's underachieving. If it's underachieving, then you got to assume it's got proper management. I've seen restaurants successful. Nothing changes. You get all the same physical components. You get a different manager, the thing doesn't make it 2 years. How do we know this thing is being run at 100% capacity? We're just assuming that there's proper management. One of the things that I look at Ken's, and you're right, John, ADR and occupancy. Ken mentioned 4 competitive sets. The Alex Johnson is a competitive set.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when I look at management, their occupancy is 63.5. And I asked myself, that just seemed low to me. So I reached out to the owners of the Alex Johnson. I said, what is your occupancy? 85%. That's a big, that's where I'm kind of questioning. I'm not saying I respect Ken very much. I just don't know. A lot of throughout Ken's report, I read unaudited information and a lot of assumptions and projections. So I'm just kind of torn on this income approach. And if you look at comparable sales 6, I gave that sale to Ken a couple months ago. I appraised that property and the end of the 2000.
The Hill City one, Ron, is that the Hill City?
Yeah,
I'm trying to
and
read
so
it.
that cap rate was 8.22. When I look at Ken's 10.25, it's just, normally that's just based on our years of experience. It could be, it's reconciled at 10.25, but, could it be, like Trevor said, 9? Everybody's going to interpret that just a little bit different. And then on the FF&E, 1,700,000, if you put that per room, it's like 9,000, 10,000 room. But in 1 year, in his report, it says that PIP is going to be 2 million to 4 million. It doesn't say 5 million. If you do the 10 or the 2 million, and that would be for all the rooms and other interior finishes, I don't understand how that furniture can have a value of 1,722,000 if it's going to be replaced in a year in 2024. And you're essentially doing a cost approach when you do the cost to cure. So there is a cost approach component to this. And there again, straight line depreciation, and I think that's how Ken got the 80%. But my question is, if it's going to be, what happens to motel furniture, when you do a PIP? So I'm just saying,
Give it to us.
so November 1st, was it worth 1,722,000? if they're gonna have to find a place for it in 2024. So those are some of the things that my concerns.
I understand.
Mr. Noon, would you like to follow up?
I would. I want to follow up on a couple of things. And I'm doing the back of the envelope math, Trevor. So Trevor says that he has basically put another $700,000, $800,000 of income into this property. You think the expenses are too high, you think they should be 75%. So if you take a expense ratio of 75% versus the 83% that we use, that would basically mean that the income of this property is going to go from 1.7 million to 2.5 million, okay? That's simple math, and I think Trevor, you and I could agree to that, okay? If you do that and use his cap rate of 9%, which I think is what you said you'd use, that means his property is worth $27,750,000, okay? That's what the property would be worth then, okay?
Is that
So-
what we want to assess it today?
What's that? No, I'm just trying to get there, Deb. I'm trying to understand
I'm
his
teasing
use
you,
of
John.
9%.
I'm teasing
Because
you, John.
you can't reconcile, the income should be $800,000 higher, and the cap rate should be 9%, because once you do that, that means the property's worth about $28 million. There's a little cost to cure to back out of that. Because you use PGI, what's that?
Potential gross income. So I was trying to answer your question a little bit as far as how I got to the 21.6. I created my own income approach. I didn't necessarily just change the expense ratio on the recreated income and expense and the cap rate on that. I used a different,
Okay.
average daily rate of the vacancy, and then used the 75% off
But
of those numbers.
But I'm working off of actual income. We know this property has produced, just say for round numbers, about $10 million last year. That's what Simpson said the hotel's gonna produce again, okay? But if you change that expense ratio the way they've suggested to change it, that means we are underperforming by, well, our income is gonna go up 50%. Of these 30 hotels here, there's 30 hotels that Simpson used, okay? When Ken and I chatted, he said, John, the problem is, most of them are all limited service hotels. Now, I acknowledge that the other hotel, the Rushmore Hotel, is a more full-service hotel, but it's true and it's not true, because Trevor even acknowledges their expense ratio is 70%, okay? Ours is 83%. If you look at our historical expense ratio, it has been as high as 87%. I can't help the fact that my clients run an old hotel, okay, that hasn't really been upgraded, okay? There's a lot of convention space there that takes a lot of money to keep operating. I mean, we're not operating a Holiday Inn up by the hospital up here, up by the surgery center. We're not. And those are the type of properties that most of these are, okay? Our expense ratios are what they are. We get back to what would a reasonable buyer and a reasonable seller be willing to pay for this hotel? That's the model that we've used. We haven't hit anything. You can tell us we don't like your numbers. We may not like them either, but that's the price to tea in China, folks, if you have a full-service hotel in Rapid City, South Dakota. We're not in Denver. We're not in Denver where there's 25 of these darn things. There's one really full-service hotel here. It's my client's hotel, okay? Good, bad, or ugly, that's what we got. If we were going to sell it, someone's going to come in and say, what should the cap rate be? What has your income been? We have opened up the kimono, pardon my expression. That's what we've done. We've given you everything we have. And I appreciate that you could say, well, maybe this furniture has some value. Ken Simpson said, Nooney, it has to all be replaced. Simpson was given $2 to $4 million. What does a good lawyer like John Nooney do? I think I'm a pretty good lawyer. Guys, I don't care what you think it's gonna cost. You guys have done this twice in the last year. What the heck did it cost you? Give me some darn numbers. I'm not gonna go in there and guess, because guessing people look stupid, okay? Give me some numbers. In Chandler, Arizona, that's the place the other one is. In Sioux Falls, it's cost them about $25,000 the key to replace those. And those are both also full-service hotels, because one in Sioux Falls has the convention center downtown, that Holiday Inn. So these numbers are good. I mean, we're not just pulling this out of the air, folks. It's about $25,000, about $5 million to spruce this thing up. Well, your people were there, and I mean, I'm not being disrespectful of my client's property. It needs a facelift inside. I mean, it's wore out. It's 8.5 years into a 10-year PIP. I mean, 10-year current PIP. It needs to be redone. Those rooms are all going to be redone, and that costs a lot of coin. It's not cheap. So I think the cap rates, the income is what it is. The cap rate is, we could agree to disagree on that, but you can change that cap rate by 50 basis points or 60 basis points, whatever you want to do. it changes the value of that hotel from 14.5 million to maybe 15.5 million. It sure doesn't get it to $20 million, guys, at least under the models of the actual numbers. Because I know you guys don't have a database for this. I appreciate that. But the database is our reality. We aren't operating a hotel in Gillette, Wyoming, or Sioux Falls, or Denver, or New York City. We're operating one here. This is what it costs us to operate this thing. And you can say we don't do a good job. I don't know. I've never had anyone complain about it. It's just, it is what it is. It's an older property. It needs a lot of work.
Thank you, Mr. Nooney. So what's presented to this board is Trevor's already made a reduction from his original assessment of 20,735,100. His recommendation is 20,081,800. And Mr. Nooney, what I'm gathering from your appraisal is you guys are suggesting that it's worth 12,130.
That's correct.
So we're quite a ways off.
Yeah, because
So I'm going to go to the board
Okay.
now.
Mr.
I think
Chair.
we've heard enough from.
I'm sure you have.
So if we went with Ken's recommendation or his estimate of market value, that'd be less than 60,000 a room.
Yep.
Okay, now we go to the competitive set. So we got the Hilton Garden Inn, we got the Rushmore, we got Alex Johnson, and there's one more in that set.
And there was,
So I'm looking at what they're being assessed at per room. And so the Alex Johnson is 87,000 per room. The Rushmore's, I think that's 87,000 per room. The Hilton Garden Inn is over 100,000 per room.
Ron, Chairman, can I ask Ron a question? Sorry to
He's right in
interrupt
the
you.
middle of something.
I know, but that's why I want to ask
Yeah.
him, because he knows. So you mean 87,000 a year they make on each room, or
No,
how do you
cost.
mean by?
No, I mean, if
Cost
you
to
look at
fix
their
it up and
assessment
keep
and
it-
divide the number of rooms into their assessed value, what are they paying for, what is their room assessed at per room? That's how I'm doing it.
Is 87,000 a year is what each room will make?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
No,
what,
they don't make that. It's just what if you look at their total property assessment, you divide it by the number of rooms. So the total assessment could be 10 million, but if you look at it per room, it'd be 87,000
So-
per room.
okay, so you put that amount of whatever,
I'm just, yeah,
into-
it's like your equity comparing how much per room
okay,
do they think it's worth.
that's why I had to ask,
So the Alex
because I wasn't
Johnson-
understanding
yeah.
all you guys. So
Alex
thank you.
Johnson is 87,000 and change. The Rushmore, which is across from Bob's Shoe Repair, is 87,000 and change. The Hilton Garden Inn, I think, is over 100,000. Then the Ramcota is one of the competitive set. And it's around 50,000, 60,000 a room, but that's an old, to me, it's an old, tired, and not the best utility. So if we went to less than 59,000 a room, do you think there'd be some inequity when you got when you got a motel next to the monument? I mean, that just don't look right.
I think the difference, though, Mr. Ross Connect, is this, and I appreciate, there's 100 ways to skin this kitty cat, okay? If you look at the Alex and the Rushmore Hotel at $87,000 a room, I think you've answered your question, and that's the reason why Simpson's right about this. The Rushmore Hotel, when Cream owned that hotel, he was always gussing that thing up. He was always redoing the rooms, etc. Holiday Inn, I have clients that stay there all the time. Those rooms have been redone because they fly the Hilton flag when they went into the Curio collection, okay? At $87,000 a room and $25,000 a room to redo them, we're at $62,000 a room. About where Simpson's at. I mean, that's about Ken's number. I mean, it's an odd way to get there. But the Hilton, pardon me, the Alex and the Rushmore Hotel, neither one of those hotels are gonna go spend $25,000 in the next 18 months to redo their rooms. We are. So really, we're at the same number. $60,000 a room per Simpson, plus the $25,000 gets us to $85,000. That's within a whisker of the $87,000 that the Alex is at and the Rushmore Hotel is at. So, I mean, it's another way to get there. I don't know that that's I don't know that the appraisal people say it's the right way to get there, but it certainly it kind of justifies how we got there, I think.
But Ron is right, because cost of doing business is you knew ahead of time, if you were a chain, that you will do and change things every 6 to 10 years. So you're still making that income, and then if you're good at budgeting, then you're putting that, so you're still making that income, because you still have to make the same amount to pay your bills.
I think the only
So-
difference, Deb, is this, is I agree with you. But the people that just bought the Rushmore Hotel, they knew the following. they don't have any expenditures for 10 years. They don't, it's already done, okay? They've already redone those rooms. If those rooms were through 9 years, 8.5 years through that life cycle, somebody would say, wow, they haven't accrued the money to do this, now I have to go spend it. So I think I know what you're saying, but I think it's just a reality that when you go to buy the hotel, the people from Florida that bought the hotel, they said, well, we don't have to spend any money in this hotel for the next foreseeable future because it's already been up to Best Western standards, so.
But that motel is a lot different than what Ron's talking about, and the Alex Johnson, for comparables, compared to that, I'm gonna tell you, his ratios and stuff are a lot higher, and I believe Trevor in what he's saying on some of this. We don't have, big hotel chains like this, but I've worked with them because I'm the one that usually buys their property out of their motels for our weekly motels. So, all those income expenses and all those things that you're talking about, I totally understand. But was it audited or was it said by the owner? Is it on the audit sheet? Does it show on income expense on what it costs and stuff? Or is it because the owner said so?
We gave, when Trevor asked the question, because he thought there was some duplicity of some expenses, we don't have, these aren't, well, I don't know, I don't think Cadle audits them. But my point is, these are their actual expenditures. Remember, we have to give these to IHG every year because our monies we pay IHG Holiday Inn is based off of financials. So as you have to trust the people that represent the county, I have to trust my client too. I don't think they're
And I appreciate that. But we also, when we're doing those expenses and the things that we're doing, that's a little bit different than what we're making for income. So I'm going to be up straight with that from just even the lower end of the hotel business. So what, and I respect what Ron said and what he was saying with Trevor's to say not that Simpson is wrong in one sense, but the other, some of the stuff isn't making sense. At 62 or whatever you said at the bottom line, that's pretty low. So that's your job. And I don't believe you're dishonest or anything, sir. I'm just saying that's your job to fight for that. But for me, I believe the assessment is correct.
Mr. Chair,
I got one question before I go back to you, Ron. What's the cost approach? A lot of times I hear, since I'm in the construction industry, the cost to build a facility like this. Do you happen to know, Trevor, is it 120,000 nowadays per room? Do you know, Ron?
some of the
somebody?
newer motels in Rapid City are in 150 to 175,000 a room.
Okay, okay, that's what I was thinking, because we were talking about some other stuff. So I just wanted to kind of bring that in, the comparisons to build new would be is more expensive than, okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go back to Ron.
So, John, you're familiar with reserves for replacements.
I sure am, yep.
So when I do an appraisal, Ken does an appraisal, and we do a hotel, and it's for a financial lending institution, we have to allocate reserves for replacements. So under best management practices, I would assume that the lessors have reserves for replacements. So this shouldn't be a downfall. There should be a reserve out there if they were putting 4 or 5, 6% away annually to cover these pips that come up every so often.
I think the only difference, Ron, I think you're right. I mean, I think, in fact, when Simpson and I have talked about this, some new motels, hotels that are being financed, they actually require them to keep a reserve at the bank for the cover, I don't know if it's 3 or 4%, whatever the sales are. But remember, if we're not selling that reserve is our money, and we're gonna go spend that money. So I mean, if we had that reserve, yes, if Mr. Abernathy was gonna come buy the hotel today, he's gonna say, well, I'm gonna buy the hotel and please give me your reserve. We're not giving him the reserve, that's our money. So that's still our money, but I still think that money has to be taken off I mean, I think what my simple approach is that money has to come off the value of the property, but Simpson tells me that's not the way UPAPS works, but that's what, I mean, you're right, Ron, there would be, and there probably is a reserve sitting out there, but when someone goes to buy that hotel, you guys aren't valuing the reserve, you're appraising the hotel, you're assessing the hotel, you're not assessing the reserve, because that's a separate item that's not, like the FF&E, we don't value it.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Newman.
relative to the income and expenses, you got variable and you got fixed. No, it fixes your taxes and real estate, insurance, those are fixed. But your variable, if somebody come to the county and said, you know, you guys are spending too much money, which we probably do, we have to, where can we cut the waste? Well, to me, it's, I'm looking at, administration in general. I'm looking at sales and marketing. I mean, those are big items. So my question is, what is the franchise fee for a Holiday Inn? What percent of gross?
I
And
don't
where
know.
would that be in this, expense?
I'm pretty
increment?
sure that would be, well, I'm gonna be wrong. I think it might be in the sales and marketing side of it. I think it's a fixed variable expense because the percentage is fixed. You understand that with, you do hotels all the time. But that's where that sits at. So although it shows us as, I just think that's where it sits at, but I don't know what the percentage is.
So then you got management, you got salaries, and then you got, sometimes, I'm not saying that's the case, but some, you know, the owner wants something, other, it can be a legal expense, but it might not be a typical operating expense. And that's why these large expense items, and then in Ken's report, he actually says unaudited, you know, it's just, concerning, that's all I'm gonna say.
I'm going to go back to what we discussed. We have two options, because Mr. Nooney hasn't had a different approach besides what he's presented, the 12,130,000. He's explained avidly where he got that number. And I believe Trevor's done a good job of presenting what he needs to present for his side too. So I would look at the commission for a motion on this item.
No change.
So I have a motion for no change. Well, the recommended value,
Trevor's,
the 20,081,800, that's his,
yes, sir.
reduced from his original. So we have a motion.
Thank you for coming, John.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Laster. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, John.
Thanks for your time, guys. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hey, John.
Did a good job, both of you guys.
I had to stop because I would have forgotten.
About 30 years of appraisal comes in handy sometimes.
Shannon.
I don't agree.
Mr. Dial is the next on the schedule. With Bree from my office.
Okay. Brian, so what I'll do is we'll let Bree present, and then I'll let you have your say and we'll answer any questions.
Okay, and I just want to say I apologize for not getting you any written comments previously. I do have some comments. If you're interested, I can hand them out to you at this time for you to review at your leisure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Apologize, I'm one copy short here.
Okay, sure.
Bree.
Hello, Bree Davis, Enterprise Pennington County Equalization. The property being appealed is tax ID 45882, owned by Brian Dow. The parcel is being assessed at $673,600. The address is 7747 Croyle Avenue, Rapid City. This parcel is on 2.23 acres with a single-family residence built in 1976 with 2,296 square feet above grade with a finished basement. After speaking with Brian, he states the information we have on his home is correct. There have been no updates, just general maintenance. Some of the comparables in your packet that I've given you, there are older homes around the same square footage, less basement finish. Comparables 1 and 2 are newer, have more acres, less living square footage, and have had little to no updates. The extracted land sales from 2022 with a median acreage of .25 have a median value price of $159,300. His current land schedule is 2 acres, valuing at about 140,000, which is under the supported sales. I would like to recommend a no change at 673,600, with the land being at 141,600 and the improvements at 532,000.
Okay, Bree,
Excuse me.
structure was 532
Yes,
and land was,
141,600.
okay. Brian, I'll let you speak. Just for a little information, I don't know if you were here earlier this morning. I was just kind of glancing through your letter. We had something typical to this same thing this morning, so I just wanted to share that with you, Brian, but.
Okay, well, I guess my contention is on a couple grounds. One is I've lived in that house for 24 years now, and I keep looking at the increases and saying, how long can I live in this house? I'm retired, I have Social Security income, and I have a veteran's disability income for service-connected injuries. And I look at an increase and say, I can't go back to the Veterans Administration and say, you raised my taxes this much, I need this much more. I am fixed at where I'm at. I look at my neighborhood. According to Zillow, my neighborhood value is $541,337. Why is my property assessed at the $672,000? The neighborhood all has similar properties, similar house sizes. The difference is mine is probably the oldest house in that development. And if you're talking a comparable, it's kind of a misnomer because you'd have to compare a house that is 47 years old. I have 2.23 acres, of which, excuse me, 0.23, probably a quarter to half is unusable because of terrain, steep hillside, slope, and so forth. I have no air conditioning. I have no gas. I have a substation on the south of my property, which in many cases people would look at as a devaluation of that property. And then I look at the concept of fair and true value. Now, I understand that some of this is dictated by state law, and unfortunately, you people are probably the whipping boy for everybody's frustration. And I am sympathetic to that, and I'm not trying to beat you up for that because you're in a position that you were in. But if I look at fair and true value, I say, what is that? It's an arbitrary and capricious value. And it only exists on 3 occasions. When you buy a house, when you sell a house, or build a house. That establishes a true and fair value. Beyond that, the value of that house is dictated by the rate of inflation. Now, if you look at inflation, my value of that house based on inflation, which is a factual and supported by empirical data, would be far less than the 662,000, or 672,000. And I guess my contention is I should be valued at no more than my neighborhood. If you're looking for a comparable, that is a comparable, the neighborhood of which my house is in. So I guess I might have rambled on somewhat in my comments to you, but and I guess my contention is my value should be that of the neighborhood and not some extrapolated value that has no relationship to the house I live in.
Brian, did Bree do an inside inspection?
No, there has been no outside inspection, and other than routine maintenance of, say, changing floor coverings or replacing a defaulty bathroom fixture, the house is essentially the same house it was in 1976, with the exception of a shed that was put at some point prior to my ownership in 1999.
Okay. Bree, did you have a chance to go in and look, or
No.
did you ask?
I offered yes, and I was told no. I was denied.
Okay. Is that true, Brian? You said no?
I'm sorry?
You said no to interior
Well,
inspection?
I will say no, and I'll preface that by, I'm looking at what they did without even and you change the exterior of the house and be scared the hell out of me to say, come in my house. Because, good God, it's almost gone up this much and nothing exterior wise has changed in the house. So yes, I did not say they could come in based on, I
Okay.
guess, my fear of,
I'm-
good God, what happens
Brian,
next?
I'm going to repeat what some of the commissioners have said today, you know, that's one way to bring it back down to where it should be. I mean, you tell me that it's 1976, except for maybe carpeting and some fixtures that have to be replaced, but they see that Bree would have taken that into consideration. And so that's one of the best ways to get the most accurate assessment.
I understand that. I mean, the square footage is absolutely the same.
Yeah.
Kitchen cabinets the same. So there's really not been, like say, other than replacing a leaking toilet and faucets and stuff like that, there has been no change.
So
And so I
Bree.
find no compelling case as to why I am 134,000 appraised value above my neighbors.
So Bree, I was looking at some of these comparables and I thought two, just from the visual, seemed like it was the most comparable, and that's two, that was, the sale price on that was 710, am I correct?
Yes.
And the one that you got highlighted here was comparable number one was 550, it sold for 550.
Which comparable are you
Comp
looking
one,
at?
Yep.
Oh, okay,
yeah, for comp one sold for 550.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Okay, relative to the house, I think, there is the substation that's next door to it, which I don't think, adds anything to the value and probably lessens a little bit of the value. House, I know, from talking to Mr. Dale, does not have, air conditioning, in the house, but I think the land, in my opinion, is maybe valued at higher than what it should be. It's valued at $141,600. I would suggest that's maybe about $40,000 more than what it should be. That's my comments.
Okay.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
Mr. Drews, the substation, can you tell me what substation,
It's an electric substation, that's
like right by
Right.
his property?
right.
That borders my south property as a neighbor, yes.
Okay. And I
Mr.
agree with that, just from being around substations and people not wanting to live if they know the information around substations. So I agree with Mr. Drews on that. Brian, without him being able to look at your property, Brian, it's hard for me to, thank you for your service, by the way, as a veteran. And
It was my
people already
honor and
know with
privilege to have
veterans,
served.
and I work with veterans, that that's hard for me, to say and do something with, but, Brian, she needs to go in and see your property. And maybe there's some discrepancies that you haven't fixed anything, you haven't done anything. And I have seen, people go in, our appraisers, go in and come and go, okay, there hasn't been anything done with this, it's probably less than that property, because that comparable, that one had a brand-new bathroom, that had something else. So people understand the first, it's kind of scary, because I had Shannon go in mine. So I'm like, go ahead, Shannon, that way nobody can say anything, because that's why I just said. His integrity of what he does, he's not gonna just make it up that, okay, this, and this. I showed him that the basement wasn't done. I showed him so people couldn't come in and say, you guys get this preference because you are commissioners or you're something else. Take my word for it. My other properties went up just as high as yours. But bottom line is, they have to come in and see, because if the appraiser didn't come in, she would think maybe I had a basement that was usable, that I had something that I didn't have, so she had to come in and see. So bottom line is, for me, and at this point, would you let her go in and look at it so we can do a fair and just appraisal on this?
I guess with some degree of trepidation, I would agree to that. But,
Okay,
Next year.
and let me ask the commission perhaps a theoretical question.
yes.
They're evaluating my house at $672,000. Now, what happens if I sell my house for the average value of Colonial Pine Hills Estate, which is $134,000 less?
Right.
Am I due a refund for being overtaxed plus interest?
Well, you might have sold it too low, and that sometimes that might not be if you had the appraisal done. Did you have you had
I
appraisal
had an
done?
appraisal done in 2020 when I refinanced it, and it was appraised, under the figure shown for 2021
Yes, sir.
as a value.
What is that appraisal?
I believe the appraisal in 2020 was somewhere around 358,000 at that time.
In 2020?
Yes. And so I've seen a $300,000 increase in my assessed value in 3 years.
So we've done this before, and I think it's, if you would let her go in there, they could schedule a different day tomorrow. If you let her go in there and look at this property and then show her that appraisal and what they came up with, you might come back with a whole different ballgame here, sir.
Yeah, well, like I say, my shock is I've increased my valuation or assessed valuation over $300,000 in 3 years.
Well, are you willing to have her go in there tomorrow
I'd say
morning?
with a certain degree of trepidation, yes, I would agree to that.
So board,
There's-
if he would let them go in there, I think it's only fair that we continue this and let Bree have that choice, because I think there'll be maybe some discrepancies on what we're talking about today, and he can actually prove it with Bree on what he's talking about. That's my opinion.
Mr. Chair,
Well, I'd make one comment first before we start doing these continuance. We did that yesterday. They're given the opportunity plenty in advance to do it. And we got a full schedule, and Bree's probably got other ones on our agenda for tomorrow as also. So trying to get this squeezed in before all this and travel time, it makes it very difficult. Those are my comments. I think it should have been done way beforehand, and I think from what I've talked, there's a little bit of compromise on this, and I think in the future, next year, he could do that.
Well, I think this year is not a bad deal. He's a veteran. He's a man that served our country that also might have some trepidation on some of that stuff with government and things. That might have something into play if some of this is not Bree personally or your equalization. But he also hasn't been up here to know before that that makes a huge difference. That he could argue his case if someone saw it, just like the other lady, and she didn't even want him to go in there at that point. And Mr. Bryan is not cutting down or saying Bree is wrong at this point. So I think to give him a fair and just chance is not a bad thing if Bree has the time to visit and see Mr. Bryan's property.
Mr. Laster.
Mr. Chair, if it would please the board, or if it would be appeasable to the board, I would make a motion to continue until 1:20 tomorrow to give Bree an opportunity to go out there, because it may give us better information so that we have a more accurate assessment value on this. I believe when we're making some assumptions without ourselves going out there, whenever he's giving us the opportunity, I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
Second.
That. Mr. Chair, to follow up with that one, I believe if we adjust the value without ourselves looking at that, then we might be arbitrary and capriciously adjusting it if he's giving us the opportunity to go in there and take a look. One of our equalization board did their due diligence on that property and evaluating it.
And we've done
Okay.
this before.
So there's a motion to continue till 1:20 tomorrow, seconded by Hadcock.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak
Hold
before.
on. Okay. And Bree, is your schedule,
I believe,
Shannon?
I believe I have 5 meetings with you guys today, and I have one at 8 o'clock tomorrow and one in the afternoon, so.
Bree is scheduled through today and tomorrow. We can find another appraiser to go out and then come back to her.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask the applicant, is that something you want?
I have a commitment from 12 to 1 tomorrow. And other than that, I'm fairly available.
So if your appointment's from 12 to 1, there's, the schedule that's open is 1:20. That'd give you 20 minutes to get here for that hearing. Of course, we're running an hour and a half behind now. and I presume with the conversations that this board has, it's going to be same tomorrow. But there was one other option that I heard on this dais that I want to present to you before we do this. I heard of a $40,000 reduction because of the power plant, which I think is probably acceptable on the land part. Is that something you're acceptable to today instead of doing continuous to tomorrow? Or what you want to do, have them come do the site visit and look at all that tomorrow?
Yes, I would certainly entertain the reduction on land value based on the substation and the unusable terrain parts of my land. There again, I guess I would say I'm not opposed to them coming in, looking in the inside of the house. What I'd like to do, and I'm sure you would like to do also, is to resolve this in an expeditious manner and get it off the table so both parties can move on to the future.
Mr. Chair.
And I would say I've probably been remiss. I should have been paying closer attention to these things in the past, but I think as typical with most people, you don't pay attention until it becomes egregious, and you say, good God, I got to do something here.
Okay. So, and bottom line is you want to wait till tomorrow and not deal with it today?
Correct.
Okay. Mr.
So my question, Bree, what is on this page here, recommended assessed value is 673.6. Then if I go on this page here, I'm trying to figure out what the land value is.
141,600.
Okay, so then on this page where it says subject,
Okay,
so it says land value 141.6,
okay.
building cost value 479.6, for a total of 621.2. So would that be the total assessed value, or are we going down to this market average?
The market average.
That's the same as my question yesterday. We're not getting the true numbers for the land or the.
Well, okay, so if we go out and look at this gentleman's property tomorrow, I would appreciate a GIS map so we can see the location of that substation. I would appreciate a photo of the substation itself.
Okay.
Good, Bree. We appreciate that. Thank you, Bree.
Okay, we have a motion to continue this to tomorrow at 1:20, Brian. And you need to set up a time that's going to work for them to get in either today or tomorrow.
How about we do that right now?
You set up that time with them, and then we'll see you tomorrow, 1:20.
Okay. And I will note on your picture there, you can see the substation just to the south of the house there. But if you look on the west side, beyond that substation and down below, that is all steep terrain, slope, cliff. And essentially, you would take a straight line from that substation to the north boundary, and that would be the section to the east, the usable land, and the section to the west, the partial of the land that is not usable because of terrain.
Okay, thank you, Brian. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. So we'll see you tomorrow at 1:20.
Thank you, Bree.
You do this afternoon? Okay, I'll have somebody out there at 2. Bree won't be there, she's busy here. We'll have somebody else out there at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
And thank you for your time.
Brian,
Thanks, Brian.
thank you for your service, sir.
Next on the schedule is John Kaler.
John, we'll let Bree present, and then I'll go to you, John.
Yes, sir.
And thanks for your patience. So you've been here, what, an hour and a half early?
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Hello, again. The property being appealed is tax ID 68388, owned by John Kaler. The address is 5408 Timberline Trail, Rapid City. The property is being assessed at $496,700. The property was sold in 2017 before the rise in the market. This is a single-family residence that was built in 1968 with 2,085 square foot of living with a finished basement. I was given the opportunity to do inspection. The inspection of the property resulted in reducing the condition of the interior, which is dated and original, with exterior deferred maintenance. Half of the basement is 6 feet high and the other half is 8. The market in the neighborhood and others around it have gone up since the property has been purchased. Some comparables, such as 2 and 4, are older homes, slightly more acreage, and have had no updates on the inside. Some of the others were found to be newer, little to no updates, slightly more acreage. I would like to recommend the assessment at $413,900, with the land at $53,500, and the improvements at $360,400.
Ray,
Thank
can
you.
you give us those numbers again?
Yep. Total is $413,900. Land at $53,500, and the improvements at $360,400.
Okay, thank you.
John,
Sir.
are you aware of the changes? Did you appeal before the original changes and the site visit, or,
Yes.
and so you still disagree with the 413.9?
Yes, I have
Okay.
a CMA from a local realtor from Black Hills Realty, and they put the value at 373.80 was the suggested list price. I think that's something that's more fair.
So you believe it should be 373?
380.
And then because you had a CMA presentation you had somebody do a assessment of the properties, of what they thought they could sell for.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any questions for the board for John or Bree?
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock?
So John, that was an appraiser, that was a realtor?
That was a realtor, yes.
Without sounding mean.
What's that?
I said, without sounding mean, a realtor is gonna have a whole different opinion than the appraised value. I mean, they're gonna,
And I can understand
and I
that.
don't mean that rude, John, but because I have a lot of realtor friends, but their opinion and their appraised opinion of what they can sell something is either sometimes higher or sometimes lower. A lot of times, which I found lately, is a lot higher, of course, because of the market. But for me, it's more of that appraised value. They appraise certain specifics, things that make that property worth more, and it's based on information that actually is used in the market value, where sometimes the realtor will inflate some of that, or, you know what I'm saying, or basically deflate some of
And I
that.
understand that. I do have, I mean, I put some credence behind that though, because they're the ones who are working in the market. They know what homes are valued at and they know what they can sell them at. So that's why I do put some credence behind that. Another thing is the original loan that I got, the CMG Financial, they put a value of 270, or I'm sorry, 272 is what they're valuing it at.
With the land, John?
That's for everything, CMG,
The land in the house?
yes.
272. And when was that done?
That's actually an updated email that I just got. Within the last week.
And that was from the previous, probably, appraisal from, you had a previous appraisal to do a home line of credit or something along that for your loan?
I'm sorry, I'm having the hardest time
You had
hearing you.
You had a appraisal done to get, for your line of credit, or was this your
No,
original line?
I get automatic updates from that lender.
Okay, so,
So it's not been appraised at this, it's just what the lender has told you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
And you
So
bought
those
it,
are,
and you bought it when? John?
In December 2017.
Okay.
I do want to, well, I don't mean to interrupt. I do want to report that I noticed on your CMA summary report, high price is 490, average is 404, and low is 345. And that's shown on your CMA summary. So, I mean, she's recommending 413, which would be under, a little above average, but quite a bit low from high. So it's, medium's 389. I just wanted to point those out. Lasker, did you have a comment? Okay. So I guess I'd look to the board for their considerations. He's provided this. I looked at this last night. I do agree with Bree with the 413,900. Any further questions from the board?
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock?
John, that's pretty considerable amount of decrease, and it's their 2022 assessment. Out of all the ones I've seen this year, it's the first one I've seen decrease that much, let alone based on when people say that our appraisers are, you know what I mean? They just want to make everything high and not go into the house and look at, what it should be and why it should be. I think that was pretty fair and just from her calculations, from seeing just the house and the appraised value and what I've just heard from our commissioners as well, sir.
Okay.
With that being said, I would offer the motion of the 413,900, and that'd be 364,100 for the structure and 53,500 for the land.
Second.
Moved by LaCroix, seconded by Hadcock. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thanks, John.
Thank you for coming in today, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
can I have those numbers again, please?
Oh, sorry.
3634, sorry.
360,400.
Yes, and 53.5.
I hope that adds up to 413,900.
That's
Okay.
90, yep, 0.
Okay, we got one more before I offer a break. I thank you folks for hanging out with us all morning. I know you're about 2 hours behind.
All I know is I'm glad that you guys are doing this and not over here.
Well, at least you got to kind of
Lots of
see
work.
what
Lots of
we
work.
go through.
Lots of work.
I'll let Trevor present and then I'll come to you guys.
That's good.
All right, this is going to be Patricia and Peter Kopel. We've got tax ID 9171. Again, for the record, my name's Trevor Abernathy with Pennington County. Property we're discussing here is valued at $231,800 on the land and $542,100 on the structure for a total of $773,900. I'm recommending no change to this assessment. This property is located in Spring Canyon Estates, which is located off Sheridan Lake Road and accessed off Bighorn Road. The land consists of 6.2 acres. The residence is a two-story home built in 1993 with 1,740 square feet above grade and fully finished 1,012 square foot basement. It has 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, a 2-car, 500 square foot attached garage, and is in average condition, typical condition for a home of that age. It's been well maintained inside and out, but there's nothing that's significantly updated. The property also has 2 detached garages. One was built in 2004. It is a 4-car, 30 by 40 garage, 1,200 square feet. And then the other was built in 1994 and is a 16 by 22 square foot at 352 square feet. We last completed a reappraisal in this neighborhood in 2021 where we went door to door to verify. The last time I did personally inspect this property was in 2019. I discussed this with Patty and offered to, but also offered my opinion that I don't know that it would be beneficial to either of us since I have been inside and out and nothing has significantly changed. I did drive by it yesterday, updated some photos that we had. I just wanted to make sure that nothing significant looked different to me. So I do have some comparable sales that I've given you there, and this is what I gave the board as well. So feel free to. It's the same stuff I gave you.
Okay.
But So I have 4 comparable sales here. All 4 of these do support the value. I do have some that are, that hold a little bit more weight than the others. If you look at comp number 2, on that first sheet, which is the most current, the 2023 sheet that I gave you there, this sale was also used in the value of the subject property in defense of the value in 2019. So I gave you a kind of historical comparable sales sheet as well. And this sale was used back then as well and has resold since. In 2019, that sale was used at a sale price of $377,500. At the time, we were supporting a value of $396,200 for the subject property. And yes, that is a lot different than where we're at here, but that same comparable property sold in October of 2022 for $715,000, indicating significant market appreciation. It was built the same year as the subject property. It's a 2-story home with an attached garage and a detached garage, but it does just have one smaller detached garage, so we're missing that 1,200 square foot garage that the subject has, and the subject has 3.48 more acres. This comparable property sold in the current market for $715,000. With adjustments, this sale would indicate that the subject property would most likely sell for around $848,000. Comparable sale 1 and 4 bracket the subject property. So we've got comparable sale 1 that was on Clarkson Road. It's in similar location, but is inferior as far as the house. It sold for $710,000 in August of 2022. It's older than the subject property, smaller on the main level. It does have an attached and a detached garage. However, they're both smaller. There's about 850 square foot difference in garage size with that one. Comparable number 4 is superior to the subject property. It sold for $950,000 in January of 22. It's about 820 square foot larger on the main level and has a little more land at 10 acres. It has a larger attached garage, but has similar outbuildings. Comp number 3 does show a sale in the general area of the subject property, and I kind of wanted to, it was a very comparable house, but it has a lot of differences in it, so I didn't put as much weight on it. But it's similar location, very similar house, but the land is a lot smaller and it doesn't have any outbuildings, so it would need a lot of adjustment on it. After reviewing the subject property, reviewing the comparable sales, and seeing no evidence given that supports lower value, I'm recommending no change to the current assessment. Again, that's the 231.8 on the land, 542.1 on the house, for a total of 773.9.
Thank you, Trevor. So you did present to us a little historical on the 8001 Bighorn Road on your, from 2019 to 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was looking at. Now, did this Bighorn actually sell this year, or?
The Bighorn is the subject property. The 8001 Bighorn is the subject. So part of the reason I wanted to share that historical was just comp number 1 on the historical is the same as comp number 2 on the current. And at the time in 2019, that comparable property had sold for $377,500. It resold in October for $715,000.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Couple of questions, Trevor.
Sure.
So this home has a attached garage plus 2 detached garages. So do those properties all qualify under the owner occupied?
Now they will, yes.
Did they on here then?
On the assessment for this year, yes.
Okay. Then my next question is, tell me how you get when you, on the comparable sales report then, so you have the land value, and this was my question yesterday too.
Sure.
So you have the land value at 231.8, which I understand. Then you have the building cost value at 518.8, and the two of those total 756. But what you're suggesting is 773.9. So how do you get from the 756 to the 773.9? How do you come up with that figure, that
So there are
additional 23.3?
there's a couple different approaches to value that we look at. So we do run a cost approach on all property, and that's just the replacement cost new of a structure, less any depreciation, and then we add in the land value. That's the cost approach. And then we do a market approach, which looks at all of the sales in the market area to determine the value of a property based on sales. So that 773 is based on the sales comparison approach to value.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, and a combination of the cost approach too, that the final,
No, this would just be all sales comparison approach.
okay, so pure sales and no cost involved then?
That is correct. Yes. Now, the 750 number, that was cost, but the 773 is purely market.
And then my next question would be, and I think Gary mentioned that the land is assessed at 231.8. So I guess my question is it, Peter?
Yep.
So they've got, this is what they think the land's worth, this is what they think the building worth, then the total, this is their estimated assessed value. Is there more concern with the land or the building, or is it, if you had to take one and say, this is where I think we might have a problem?
I think that was going to be my question to Trevor is does it make a difference what the land is? I think the gentleman before said that part of his is, not is
Unusable.
rolling or unusable or whatever, because it's our 6 acres and we're on top of a hill on a ridge on a public road that the county doesn't maintain. And so my question is that how do you come up with that? I mean, that's over $120,000 difference this year. So how does that happen?
And I can answer that if the board's, okay. So we look at sales of land in the market area. I do have a couple sales here. We're generally looking at a build site. All right, so we've got 6.2 acres, and I'm not saying that you're going to split it up and sell one here or there, but it is to build this home. That was the purpose of this lot, and you said it as well. It's on top of a hill on a ridge. The reason for that is the view. It's the location. That is the value in that lot. So I have, first of all, I have a listing that's right across the street from the subject property. Granted, this is a listing. I didn't use this to set values, but 16.1 acres, $949,900 is what it's listed at. That's about $59,000 an acre. That's right across the street. I've got a 1.77 acre piece that sold 9790 Sheridan Lake Road. $232,000 that sold for, that was back in November of 21. I have a 4.44 acre piece also on Sheridan Lake Road. We can pull it up on the map if you'd like to see it. But that was 4.44 acres. It sold for $230,000 with a garage on it. All it had was a garage. So if you remove the value of the garage, it was showing about $209,000 for 4.4 acres. And then I've got older sales that were showing, about 190,000 for 4.77 acres back in 2018.
Mr. Chair, my last question. So you're in that Clarkson Road kind of area.
Mm-hmm.
Just out of curiosity, do you have any vacation home rentals in the vicinity?
On Clarkson, do we have any?
I mean, any in your immediate area?
Yeah.
We have Airbnbs.
Airbnbs.
Mm-hmm.
That have gone in.
That are built
Yeah.
just for
Dr.
that.
Tubers put in.
Yeah, is that?
3 or 4 of them.
I'm just curious, is that a problem in your neighborhood?
As far as what? Problem as far as what?
I mean, just a lot of people complain about having these in their neighborhood, and I know there's a lot in that neighborhood, so I just wondered
Yeah.
if you feel it has an impact on your property value.
I guess.
I don't think so
Where
myself.
we live?
Not
Probably
where we live.
Okay,
Well,
that was just,
We're
where we
above
live
that.
up there?
We're above that
Yeah.
for our road.
okay, just trying to look at all the different
Yeah,
dots and lines.
there's a few.
So Pete and Patricia, thanks for your patience. What would you like to present? You hear what Trevor's recommendations and you even said, what's across the street. What are your concerns with the assessment, and what do you believe they should be? And why?
Okay,
For me, for the area across our street that he brought up, the geography of that land is totally different than ours. There's a lot of flat land there. It's bigger, it's more open. A lot of the trees were taken off years ago when the owner first bought it. And it's been for sale for a year and it hasn't sold. So it hasn't sold. So you can put any number on it you want, it still hasn't sold. So I don't know if I would take that into consideration. I mean, it's more land than we have also. And ours is, it's all on a hill. The flattest part of our land is where our house is.
Yeah.
And we can't divide up the land, and we only have one water right, and that's our house. There isn't anything else you can add on to that extra, the part that is not built on. It's just trees so it's more the land that all of a sudden that went up over $100,000 in 1 year. I mean, our assessments have gone up in 3 years, 72%. It's like, we haven't done any updating. So
And-
72% is a lot in 3
Yeah.
years.
And each one of us commissioners, the same.
you know.
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, I mean, I just had to come and say my piece.
So one of the things I noticed, I kind of did the math. So for the 6 acres, it comes up to 38.6. My
think I was at-
math may be a little bit
I was at
off.
37.4 roughly, is where I was
37.4.
at, but I could double check.
But, one of the things I've been telling people that have come forward and said, well, I can't build on this. And, well, you're buying for the view and you're buying it because you don't want someone developing right next to you or you're buying that piece. So that does not happen also. So it not being able to build on is a plus for many too. Just as much as they say I can't do anything with the land, So I just wanted to express that too. We get a lot of that.
Yeah.
So,
The other thing that I think makes it a difference is the access that we have. Pioneer Circle is a paved road. Bighorn Road is gravel. Like I said, the county won't maintain it. And so I really do believe that makes a difference when people come up about a half a mile and switch back twice. And I think that really does make a difference as far as, their access, especially for people with families too. So,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
So when you say the county doesn't come up and maintain that road, is that road a road district? That's why the county doesn't maintain it.
But we did it after that.
but we did it after.
You did it at, huh?
It's never been maintained.
It's never been maintained, as far as I know.
Right, but it's a road district, right?
Yeah.
We did that, I don't know, how long, 5 years after we moved there?
Yeah,
10
probably
maybe.
20 years ago. But we did that after the fact. I mean, we didn't do it before. I mean, the county said, no, we won't take care of it. And so then
Right.
we formed a road district.
formed a
so we
road
could
district.
use
So that we could use
our
that.
taxes
our
for
taxes
ours.
to-
But previous to you forming a road district, it wasn't county maintained either.
No.
Was it a previous road district that someone just let go? Because that's what happens oftentimes. Road districts will be formed for the tax break and then no one ever institutes them.
We just, neighbors pitched in money
Yeah,
and
not that I know
had
of.
it plowed or
Yeah.
whatever.
No, I don't think there ever was one before us. Yeah.
So your biggest concern is the land. You don't argue the structure value at all at 554.
I
He's
think,
seen it, you guys are agreeable, but your discretion is you feel the land value at 37,400 per acre is too high.
well, Commissioner Laster said earlier today, it's what the fair value is in assessing and what it's worth. And I mean, 675, maybe probably. I think at 25,000 less than 800, I think is a stretch.
I didn't follow that.
Well, something you said earlier is what I guess.
Said earlier, earlier when we were here, is that the idea is to get it right for everybody.
To equalize it, so no one property is seeing a significant reduction in taxes because it's called equalization, making sure we're looking at everything and trying to make sure that everyone's paying the right.
Right. And you asked, what are we trying to?
Yeah.
I think we're way closer at 675, let's say, than 770.
Yeah, I think what this board has done is they've taken a look at some of the land values, and that's what they're doing. That's why I asked you, you're agreeable on the structure value, you think that's fair?
I think that's reasonable.
And I see some people punching numbers, so I'm gonna wait and see if there's something,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
could we put a GIS map? I'd like to see this piece of property on a GIS map, and then my question would be, your land's assessed at 231.8, so I'd just be, and so we're saying at 231.8, it's 37,400 an acre. So if I went to any one of those neighboring properties and they were assessed at about 37,400 an acre, then I'd say we're equalized.
Yep.
If they were above or low, then I would say a little more investigating needs to be done, but I'd just be curious to see any one of those, how much per acre they're being assessed at.
Just want to go to the one to the north, probably. Unless there's agricultural status for some
No, I
reason.
mean, I understand that.
I don't think there is.
Probably one the same size because.
Yeah, actually, that one that's for sale right there, one of those is about 6 acres.
So that parcel, it looks like it's an island, so is it elevated then and has the view? Okay.
It does, yeah. No, it does.
Yeah, it's on the hillside.
Because, people pay extra for views and for water and. And what direction would that view be then? What direct, would it be to the west? Okay,
We look right
okay.
down the valley.
Get some good sunrises.
Reptile
Yeah.
Gardens. Yeah.
There's a way to look up land values on all of them. We're on the, public version.
How about this one right here?
Samuelson's.
$55,600.
That looks to be about 32.8.
255,600. How many acres is that?
7.78.
Well, the one to the
32.8.
right of that parcel, that little piece on the corner, how much is that? On the right-hand side of this,
Yeah, just try that
the
one.
subject property? That little corner?
So this one is pretty close in size to the subject,
that's,
6.66.
242.3.
Yeah, that's Jim's.
How many acres is that one?
6.66.
A little bit bigger, but.
So there is a
That's
little bit of a
part
difference.
his- He's selling it all as one piece.
Yeah, that is
together
one of the parcels that's for sale.
For the $1 million.
But it was a similar size, so that's why.
Yeah, I'm just saying everything seems to be in that 35, 36, 37. And I think that's one of the things we got to be careful of. We don't want to bring one down, then the other ones could come in and say, we brought there, and it creates a ripple effect.
So Pete and Patricia, I'm gonna ask the board for a motion.
Change.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Hadcock and seconded by Laster for a no change, which would be 773,900, which is 231,800 on the land and 542,100 on improvements. Any further discussions?
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
no, I
Rosknecht?
was with you all along, but when I saw what the neighbors are being assessed at, I think we're just trying to be fair to everybody, so, but I do appreciate you taking the time to come in and watch us in
Yes.
action.
Well,
Yeah, do you have any
thank you for
final,
letting us.
do you have any final comments before we vote?
Nope.
Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you for your time.
today,
Sure.
folks. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Trevor.
See you, Trevor.
See you next year. Hopefully not. Hopefully
Come
not.
early.
We don't want to see you again, Trevor.
We have two properties before break for lunch. Diane Stevens is next.
What's the other one? Hey, Joe. What's the other one? I don't have the other.
Can you pull the GIS map up on
You said
this one?
two properties right before lunch. I see Diane Stevens, I don't see the other one.
So Diane, we're gonna let Chelsea start out and then we'll come to you.
Okay.
Where's she? What's
Chelsea.
your package?
Okay, still good morning. Chelsea Willett here to discuss tax ID number 66392, located at 4770 Enchanted Pines Drive, owned by Diane Stevens. The appeal today is in regards to the property value increase. Ms. Stevens expressed that the land could not be developed due to topography and water issues that run down through her property and kind of pool down in a stock pond type area at the bottom corner of the property. The home is a 1987 two-story over a basement consisting of 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. It's 1,486 square feet above grade. I did complete an exterior inspection of the home, and other improvements. I do recommend a new total value of $576,400 with land at $298,000 and improvements at $278,400. The neighborhood surrounding this property has been developed mostly into acre lots or acre and a half lots. Ms. Stevens has one of the largest residential lots within the neighborhood that is not being developed and does not qualify for agricultural purposes. It would be understandable to presume that a buyer's interest and intention would be to buy and subdivide this property. A recent bare land sale of 7.68 acres within a half mile of Ms. Stevens' property and of similar topography sold for $259,000 in October of 2022, which is roughly about $33,700 per acre. I have Ms. Stevens' land currently valued at $26,200 per acre. With the corrections to the improvements, I'm going to continue to recommend that updated value of $576,400, land again at $298,000, and improvements at $278,400.
Thank you, Chelsea. Does anybody have any questions for Chelsea?
Can we pull that up on the GIS?
Yeah, my question is, do we know, when it went to the local board, they recommended 447.9. I just wondered when it goes to the local board, I just wondered what the rationale is, and was it the land, was it the building, was it the combination, or the both? That was before we.
I would revert to Ms. Stevens on that one. I don't know where they
Okay.
come up with that number.
Other than where the house is built, the rest is a bowl with no access unless they come
That's it
through.
right there?
Yeah, unless they come through my driveway or my yard or my backyard. It's a bowl. It's a steep incline down. It's a steeper incline up the north side. There is a stock pond at the bottom that was there when I purchased this land in '82. It was in the county. I purchased it because I have horses, and at that time I could have horses. I still have horses. There was a 6-year water leak that came from the upper level of Enchanted Pines Drive. Steve Winia's residence had a booster pump that kept his water needs met until his whole line broke. But the water followed the dry sewer all the way down and came out the bottom of my house, below my house, for 5 years. I have documentation, I have pictures. In the winter, it looked like the Mendenhall Glacier. I don't know the damage done to that property. There has been a lot of backyard falling off in that area due to the fractured limestone. That's what my house sits on. The water continues when there's a rainy year, when people have their irrigation systems, sprinklers going, or downspouts filling from rain. The water follows an aquifer that was created over the 6-year period. I have pictures of it winter and summer. I mean, it was running enough you could hear it. It came out below my house. It completely ruined the right quarter section of my property, which used to be good grass for my horses. It is now cattails. And that's what it will always be from here on in. Other than that, there is a natural spring that follows the curve of the trees in the hill. Sometimes runs, sometimes doesn't run. But to try to build on any more of that acreage, you're risking the sloughing off of the hillside and the fact that there's no access down to the bottom where the rest of the acreage is. I purchased that little jag up in front from my neighbor when he was selling, mainly to replace all the grass that I lost during that run. And the city, I went through lots of money trying to prove to the city that that was not my septic, which I'm still on, that it was not my water main, which connected to the main, to the curb stop, which we replaced. My neighbor and I shared that expense and replaced. And only when the water started coming up to the west of my house, started coming up into that canyon, did the city believe that it was not my problem. In fact, they had sent me a letter threatening to cut off my water if I didn't stop that leak. And this goes all the way back to Ted Vore coming out. And to me, the rest of that property, I wouldn't trust it myself. I keep waiting for my house to show cracks and leaks, but the water was going down low enough under the house, coming out right outside of my yard, the perimeter of my yard, coming out of the side hill. I had Dan Driscoll up there, I had Perry Ron up there, I had all kinds of Foster up there looking at it, trying to tell me where it was coming from, and the city said it was my problem, and therefore I had to fix it. But it ended up being the house up on the curve. Once his pipe broke completely, he had no water. The booster pump did no good. But it contaminated that whole acreage, and I was the only one because I was the downhill bottom of the aquifer where that water ran. It went down, followed the limestone, and came out the side of my hill, and still is.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So, Ms. Stevens, where's the 40 acres of undeveloped? Is that right to the north of you?
That's north. That was Stumer property that was recently sold for mega millions. And that is too, the side of that property is the side of my bowl. And the buildable part you see there is not flat necessarily.
Is not what?
Flat.
Okay.
It's not flat. Rumor had it the guy who purchased that had the intent of building a house and putting his helicopter pad up there. He's a rancher from East River, I think, or farmer or something. It used to be, it is homestead property, so it is ag, as long as they had cattle on it. And Neva Stumer kept cattle on it, or hayed that top part to justify keeping that 40 acres.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rossneck.
could we do, I'm guessing that 298,000, that's about 24,500 an acre. Could we just look at the property to the east, the property to the west, and see what they're assessed at per acre like we did previously, just so that we can see
Can we do it?
where we're
What
at?
the other 10-acre tracts, and I don't know, I haven't talked to those neighbors. They're even lower than I am as far as their building site. They're deeper down.
So,
And the end, we were 8 10-acre tracts at one time.
278.6
That is Sean Flack.
divided by 10. Yeah, that's 27,860 an acre, and then
Right.
the other one.
Do you want this one or do you want to the west still?
Just go on each side, so the one to the,
That one is relatively flat on top. Wherever you see trees, it means it's a canyon.
and that's 27.7 an acre. And yours is at 24,503, so you're about 3,000 an acre less than your neighbor to the east and to the west on a per acre basis for assessment. I'm assuming those land parcels will have similar characteristics without going there.
The parcel to the east that we're on right now does have more pasture acreage. There is horses on there currently. That's the one that's selected right now. But it is kind of coming out of that ravine, but that whole neighborhood is all follows. They all have those ravines on each side and yeah.
So Patricia, do you have anything further you want to express to the commission? To the board? Yeah.
Oh, Diane?
Yeah, Diane.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Patricia, and I thought,
Oh,
who's that?
I don't know who Patricia is. That was the-
Just called you, Patricia.
Whatever.
You're working on the last lady or somebody.
that was a test.
Okay, to see if I knew who I was.
Yeah.
I do.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I did not check with my neighbors to the west. The furthest west 10-acre tract is way down there. That at one time belonged to Kevin Miller, who was a policeman when he bought down there. That one is way down. I mean, and as far as all these, we have a hard time getting out in the winter at our level of construction. Anybody building lower than where my house is might as well stock up because they're going to be there all winter. There's no access down into that canyon.
Well, Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
so Miss Diane, I think Chelsea took into consideration some of the things that you are saying and put your land $3,000 less than what the average is in that area. She also had dropped you down about an $80,000 decrease. Yes, at 298 for the land and 278 for the house. So I think she took some of those things in consideration
Right.
that you're talking about, ma'am.
Yes.
So for me, then I would be recommending no change today.
I'll second that.
So that was a motion to recommend the 576.4, which is quite a bit lower from the original assessment, and that's land at 298,000.
For
And it-
298 for and the
278.4 and 298.
78 for.
yeah, 298,000 with the land improvements is 278.4.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries
Thank you for
unanimously.
coming in, Diane.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Diane, for your explanation
Diane.
today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to know a realtor or a developer who would like to come and offer me all that, who could show me where they would build down there. I was thinking of calling Hanny Shaffy.
You'd be
'cause he's-
surprised where people can build.
Well, this is true, but when you got water coming down, I don't know if you want to
Well, there's
take
only
that.
so much land, so
Yeah,
that's a nice piece of land.
Thank you, Diane.
thank you.
Yeah, bye now.
We have one other property owner, not on the schedule because this was rescheduled from yesterday to today. Miss Sherry Sponder was one from yesterday.
Thank you.
Is it her dad or her? Oh,
She's
scary
here.
schedule because, never mind.
Yeah.
Because you
I
couldn't
don't-
come in yesterday.
I don't know where her dad's at.
No, I thought it was the guy you were talking about earlier. I thought, okay. Shannon? Hi. My brain just went there after you said it. This took a minute. And I don't know what you're,
And just what I emailed you,
okay,
and this is,
and then this has, do you have the comparable that you gave me? Just ponder on your property?
yep, yeah, I
So
sent,
that's
that's
there?
in this package.
Okay.
Might
And
not
then they
all the
have this?
specifics.
Look at your paper, run for ponder.
I had no idea what you happen to have. Some.
Yep, I made copies, so
That's all I got.
there's this. So that
I
was-
think I'll hand mine out first.
So Derek, could you give us a recap of,
Where, yeah, since this one was rescheduled, what you have might be different than what I have, so I'll pass it out.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Okay. Thank you.
Is this what you handed out, John?
That's what I handed out is just what I originally had from the PT
Oh,
Okay.
17s. I'm not sure what Derek
Okay.
has.
Thank you.
Lloyd,
yes, sir.
you acted on this yesterday,
We did.
so I don't know how you do your meeting. Do you reconsider? I don't know.
If we acted on it, we're gonna have to bring it back up to reconsider.
Well, the Board of Equalization is still meeting,
Right.
so you didn't postpone it, but I don't know how you do it. I'm just,
We didn't make a decision on the property, though.
Yes, you guys voted to sustain it because she wasn't here, so he just came up, didn't you? You did your presentation.
Where, yeah, I just had a recommended
Right,
value.
and then they moved to sustain your recommendation yesterday
So
because
if she's not good with that recommendation, we need to have a motion to reconsider.
I would think it would just
see, and I don't know
redo
how
it
you
again.
do that. I'm just telling you that you did it before.
I thought you
When you
said it
meet as a
didn't.
commission, you meet on one day and you adjourn.
When you call.
And you have to
Right,
adjourn,
yeah.
so.
No,
You
so
need-
we're,
you need to reconsider it,
yes,
you
we
just
do.
it again.
But we
Yes.
didn't make any decision, we just moved her to today because she
No,
wasn't here.
no,
You guys
no,
made a motion to
did?
sustain, yeah.
yep. We made a motion because,
Made it and Travis seconded it,
To do
We
it
got-
as is.
so we'd have to have a motion to reconsider,
assuming if you are gonna change something, right?
when she's here.
Okay, I guess I could.
So did everybody vote in favor of it?
It says,
No, 'cause
yeah.
her
vote
told
yes.
me last
I'd make
night
the
and
motion
said
then that
it
we
never came
reconsider.
Second.
Okay.
So I can
Motion's been
reschedule.
made
Okay,
by Drews and seconded by Hancock to reconsider
come back up.
item tax ID 11224. Everybody's clear on that? All in favor of the reconsideration motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
By who?
Hancock,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Yep, yeah.
So since we did this, Sherry,
Yes.
Derek's your motion yesterday was, your recommendation was 664,900 with land at 269,300 and structure value 395,600. That was the motion yesterday?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And Sherry, you're in disagreement of that one?
Land value.
You're in disagreement of the land at 269,300 for the approximate 10 acres?
Correct.
Okay. Would the board like Derek to go through this again, or would you just
Yes.
like to have Sherry?
Looks like you did some changes, unless
Okay.
that's Sherry's.
Derek?
All right, good morning. My name is Derek Dalen. I'm an appraiser with Pennington County Equalization. And the subject property we're talking about is a 11224 for a tax ID. It's located at 6702 Bighorn Road, same area as the Copel property that was recently discussed a few minutes ago. It's southwest of Rapid City off Sheridan Lake Road, and it's accessed off Clarkson Road. It's near the Whispering Pines Fire Department, just for reference. It's owned by Sherry and Henry Sponder, and again, I'm recommending that the assessed value of 664,900 be upheld. More about the subject property. It's 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and it is pole frame style construction. So regarding comps, that's what I really focused on with the house itself. I mean, it was essentially a county-wide search, and so just looking at pole frame construction sales, we came down to a price per square foot that was between 170 and 227 square feet. And the subject property was at 190,000 or 190,18, adding a few more zeros than what I should be. Again, the subject was $190.18 per square foot. And the land value for the subject, it's on a 9.7 acres, and the land is valued at a 269,300. As far as some land sales and what I shared with Sherry here, there were a couple of smaller parcels that were around acre and a quarter that sold recently for $180,000 and $189,000. And these are less comparable to the subject, but the sale prices, that's the main reason why I shared them. Last year, this land was assessed at $115,800. So those smaller parcels selling for those prices, it indicated that land value needed to be considered for assessed values this year. Then there was also a larger parcel off Norseman Lane out Sheridan Lake Road, 14 acres that sold for $320,000. That's more similar to the subject in size. And then Trevor, he also mentioned there's a 16-acre parcel off Bighorn Road that's currently listed for $940,000. Again, that's not a sale, that is a listing, but another indication that land has some value out this direction. And so with that, again, I'm recommending that the assessed value of $664,900 be upheld with a land value of $269,300, structure value of $395,600. That is all that I have. So if there's questions, or I'll turn it over to Sherry.
Thank you, Derek. And Sherry, I don't know why you missed the meeting yesterday, but it was because we were running way behind yesterday
late.
too, just like today. The board was very generous to reconsider this and bring it up so we understand people are on tight schedules. And
Yes, thank you.
so with that, Sherry, I'm going to turn it over to you. And from my understanding, yours is the biggest concern is the land.
Correct. 43%, 43.8% change in 1 year is outrageous. I understand the property tax burden to us might not increase that much, but again, obviously budgets change every year as well. So there's no way to know what our property tax burden might be. The Norseman Lane property, the 14 acres, that's 23,000 an acre for 14 acres. So again, 10 acres, I would think 25,000 an acre is more than fair, rather than more than doubling it in 1 year. And I get that you say land sales obviously were lower than they should be, the appraised value or assessed value, but to try and make it all up in 1 year is really a hard hit on residents. It is 9.7 acres, obviously not usable acres. The other picture you had up showing the topography, there's a ravine right through the middle of the property that's, not usable. We don't actually get water in it, but it's a steep ravine. So our property is kind of divided 5 and 5 approximately. But again, the only usable portion is what we're on. I know I looked at the video from your April 11th hearings, and a lot of the 10-acre parcels were going for the 25,000. You reassessed them to the 25,000 an acre for 10-acre parcels, so I think that's more than fair.
Okay. Thank you, Sherry. Did you have a comment,
I was
Ron?
gonna blow this out, trying to get an idea of just where
Land
this is
sales.
at. Okay, so this
That's right next to that.
This is the one here.
And how much did we say on that, Ron? Do you remember?
37, I think, so.
7 or something per acre?
37.5.
That's the one we just did today.
That was the one before.
Acorn Copels.
The one we just did is over on Enchantment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did this one, and that's the one that's got the view. And then we looked at what the others were assessed at.
Which were to the right of it.
Right.
So what's the comparables around it again on the right side of those properties and stuff, Joe or
You
Chris?
almost have to look at those two parcels to
Yeah.
match that one.
So this one is assessed at 27,006.
The one right above it, Joe, right above it, the subject property, what is that property worth? Going straight, there you go.
Yeah.
They're in the ravines and they have, both those two have the ravines and the same issues.
Let's see.
I'm gonna guess, it's all on the Bighorn Road area, you're gonna assess them all the same, but that doesn't mean it's
Pretty close for
That
land.
one's assessed at
accurate.
27, subjects 27, I mean, and
They're both the
change.
same.
Yeah.
They're both the same.
What we're trying to do is, you know, in the spirit of being equitable, we have to be careful about dropping one down and then being inconsistent with
And
the
I get that, but just because people sit in their lazy boy and bitch about it and not make the time to come in, doesn't mean it's still fair and accurate.
Well, you know, on the Hill City Keystone Road, and Lloyd bought a property there 3 or 4 years ago, we had assessments for these 6 acres, 7 acres, around 100,000 in that ballpark. And then a friend of mine actually bought 80, 90 acres and subdivided it in the 5-acre tracts. And in one season, those were selling between 150 and 200,000. And so that's what happened. Now, you can't ignore those sales because they're out there and that's what the market's doing. And so in 1 year, when we went back and started adjusting areas like where Lloyd's at, yeah, it's a shock, but
And I understand you can't ignore the sales, but again, a lot of these are out-of-state buyers that are overspending. They come in with a pocket full of money, desperate to get out of their state, pay whatever to get here.
if there was 1 or 2, but they're coming in flocks, and those flocks represent a market, a
but
dynamic market.
lifelong residents end up paying for their
That's what-
mistakes. And that doesn't seem equitable or fair because
understand.
they overpay, we have to suffer the consequences.
I think everybody up here is,
And even the Bighorn Road property that's for sale, it's been on the market over a year. And you can ask whatever you want. That doesn't mean you're gonna sell it.
No. So
Because it's not worth
You done,
that.
Ron? Mr. Drews?
So Sherry, you've got 9.7 acres there. I presume your buildings are on an acre or so. Do you have any use for the rest of the land? Do you utilize it for anything? Can you utilize it for anything?
There's trails to ride our four-wheelers. We cut wood because we burn firewood. No, not really. It's not usable because it's so sloped because of the ravine going through the middle.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a cistern, septic. We aren't on any kind of water system of being up there. Drilling a well isn't really feasible because of the elevation.
Okay.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock?
So the rest of the properties in the area are assessed at the same 27 with the same unusable land, it looks like, because of the ravine, but they also bought that land. Also, most people do that so people can't build by them. We keep saying that, and that is true. I never thought about that till later and visited with some of the equalization officers. So some of that's for that reason why they did it. It also makes it more equitable because you know you can't have any neighbors and you get that land and it's all yours and you don't have all the disturbances and stuff of what neighbors bring. So some of that is a good thing. 27, I think, is pretty fair, going from like 37 to all the way to 27. For me, I would have to recommend no change.
And I would second.
We have a motion for a no change of the assessment of 664,900, 269,300 for the land, and 395,600 for the structure. Sherry, did you have any final comment?
Yeah,
before I go to
when we
vote?
bought the property, no, we didn't buy property with a ravine, so nobody could build by us. Our ravine cuts our property in half. The property above us, obviously the ravine is off to the side, so he has quite a bit more usable acreage. And again, I think doubling the value of the land in 1 year is really a hit, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah. Thank you, Sherry.
Mr.
Any
Chair,
further?
I guess on the bright side, there is a bright side, it's worth more. I know
Says you.
you're not, well, no, it's just,
Says the market.
it's pretty, you'd be surprised, so.
Again, a pole building, people aren't interested in a pole building. The whole reason we live in a pole building is to try to avoid these crazy taxes, but
Thank you. With the motion on the floor, I would go to a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries
Once
unanimously.
again, we appreciate you coming in.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's all the appointments we have scheduled for this morning, so we start at 1 o'clock. I'd like to point out that we have more than double the property owners in the afternoon than we do in the morning.
Yes, we do. So
I'd like to point out, I said something nice about Shannon today, so you owe me like a cupcake or something, Shannon.
At least we're under
You need 5 nasty things, and I owe you a cupcake for 1.
I will bring you some cupcakes if we all hold it down and get done by 5.
Oh my gosh, I will buy you all.
Yeah,
I would like
Tons
to
of
keep
cupcakes.
that.
I'll buy you a full cake
Okay.
if we get done by 5.
Okay,
I'll
thank
get
you.
the cake. Oh, that's not a gift. Yes, is that our motion right now?
Motion to recess, seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That's motion by Hancock, second by Last. What time is it? I can't. All right, we're going to come back into a session of the Board of Equalization. I just got to want to remind everybody we have a full slate and each one's scheduled for 10 minutes. So we need to try and keep on track in order to get through everybody today. So with that, I'll turn over to Shannon.
First appointment is Merrill.
And Bree, and what I'll do is we'll let Bree give a brief and then we'll hear from
All right.
you, Virginia and Steve. Go ahead, Bree.
Hello, good afternoon. Bree Davis, appraiser, Pennington County, Equalization. The parcel being appealed is tax ID 38727, being assessed at $489,300, located at 10500 Woodstock Court, Rapid City, owned by Stephen and Ginny Merrill. This sits on .73 of an acre with a 2004 single-family residence consisting of 1,766 square feet. The property last sold in 2017 for $236,500. They are concerned with the increase in their assessment at 26%. I went over the house information and everything was correct. No updates have been done to the home. This sits on a crawl space with an attached garage. I spoke with Stephen about the market in the area and also around the hills. Reviewing the comparables in front of you, which are all in his neighborhood, comps 2 and 3 are both older, dated, less square footage, but are maintained. 2 of the comparables are slightly more acres, have had little to no updates. I did not get out to do a property inspection. I recommend a total assessment value at $489,300, with the land at $111,000, and the improvements at $378,300.
335,500, isn't it?
No.
No. So I got it wrong. Total assessments.
489,300. Land at
Yep.
111,000. 378,300.
378,300.
378,300.
Virginia?
Hi, how are you? Let me bring some items up if I could. Okay. Um, Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jenny Merrill, and this is my husband, Steve. First, we'd like to thank you all and the Equalization staff for their hard work that they've been doing in the last several weeks on this project. I'm sure it's been quite interesting. We did attend the informational meeting at Johnson Siding, and we learned a lot about how the process works. And we're here to share our information, and hopefully you can learn a little bit about us. We live in Evergreen Valley subdivision. It's a 55 and over community, just located right off of High Sega Road. There are 41 lots, 39 homes, and they're all about a half-acre lot. There's a main paved road, Gunderson Drive, managed by Evergreen Valley Road District that runs east and west through the development, and there's 6 cul-de-sacs off of it. There's 17 homes on the north side of Gunderson Drive, and they're all modular homes. And 22 homes on the south side of Gunderson Drive, which are stick-built. And one of these is a triplex. And so for the most part, our homes are modest and comfortable. Our home is at 10500 Woodstock Court, and it assessed for the 489,300. Over the past 3 years, our assessment has increased 13.63, 20.04, and 26.14, which is nearly 60%. Equalization staff emailed me their comparable sales report with 5 comparables, and I also did my own research and found that those comparables in our minds are debatable. If you look at the blue section on the paperwork that I just sent you, or handed out to you, there's 3 homes that, of the 5 that our home was compared to. I listed information about each one of those. Those blue homes, the major differences compared to our house is that the lot sizes of 1.57, and 3-acre lots. Some of them have 3 or 4 car heated detached garages and shops. More square footage, updated kitchens and appliances, quality flooring, multi-level covered decks. The location is what concerns me too. One of them is 4.9 miles from my house, the other one is 5 miles from my house, and one of them is 16 miles from my house. I don't feel that's a comparable distance to be comparing things. There are 3 homes that are currently in our subdivision that I used as the comparables. If you look at the homes 2, 3, and 4 that I listed there, they're all located in Evergreen Valley. Number 2 is right across the cul-de-sac from us. It's like 100 feet. It's a little bit smaller with 500 less feet. It's got 1 bedroom less, and it appraised 106,000 less. Number 4 is in the next cul-de-sac, and it appraised $86,000 more, and it's much larger. It's got a finished basement, covered deck, more outbuildings. It's beautiful. It's a very nice home. Now, I understand that any homes sold after November 1st really weren't in the comparables. The number 3 that I have in pink sold November 14th, so just 2 weeks past the date. It sold for $415,000. This home appraised $1,600 more than ours. It's 1 cul-de-sac over, and it's probably the most similar to our house, except it's got an asphalt driveway. It's got log siding, cove heat, gas fireplace, quartz countertop, updated appliances. It's 60 square feet larger than ours, and it's got a great big huge wood deck. Those should make more of a difference than $1,600. Our house does not have any of that. In my mind, our home is overassessed by $50,000 to $75,000. Our home doesn't have the paved driveway, the updated kitchen, the acreage, the extra garages. We also don't have the views and the trees that Shannon spoke about at different meetings. Our home is situated in the middle of the development, and our backyard views are of our neighbors' yards. So let's compare apples to apples within a reasonable vicinity with similar features. I don't see fair in fair market value.
So, Virginia, you're saying you feel, after doing the research you did with the property across the street from you and some of these other ones, that you figure the 489, 300 is overassessed by 57,500.
I would
That's
say
what I
so.
wrote down, is you figured you're overassessed by about
Yeah,
57,500.
50,000 to 75,000, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Virginia. I'm going to go to Bree, did you have any comment on some of her stuff that she did? You need some time to look at those.
Just that the pink highlighted house is past our legal assessment date.
Right.
So that's why it wasn't in my comparables.
Okay.
And then some of them, when I look at some of the comparable sales, I do bring up the listing photos.
Yeah.
So, I do note that she did put some of them are dated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bree. I'll go to the commission, or the board, excuse me.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
Miss Virginia, on your assessments, I looked what they sold for compared to the assessment that is today.
Yep.
Pretty close.
Pardon me?
The equalization office got it pretty darn close for what they sold for, because you had number 4 sold for 550. They assessed it at 554.
75, yep.
Right. For number 5, it was 509. It sold for 485.
No, number 5 is 586. 9.
Gary Boulevard.
Yep. It was assessed at 586.9.
Okay, this says 509. 12 on our, maybe his adjusted sale price.
Maybe, okay.
Market value was 4, I apologize, 64. So they're pretty darn
Okay.
close, and then number 7 is 557. Make sure I got it right.
575.
Sure I got it right. And then it sold for 575, am I correct? Yep.
I
Lot in
believe
821 for 575.
it sold for 575, but where I got, it was assessed at 623 too.
Right,
So 50,000 difference.
right.
But our home is no way a $575,000 home
No, they got you
at
at like
16 miles away.
504, if I'm correct. 504, was that Olympic average? What do we have you at?
Oh, okay.
489?
Yes.
So they're pretty darn close on their equalization and what they're doing with this, just based on what the sales were, Virginia. That's why I'm saying that. So I truly believe, you're going to ask for what you asked for, and I can respect that. But
Correct.
the appraisal values look like they're pretty darn close for what they're selling for right now.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
respect.
Thanks, Deb. First of all, I want to thank you guys for coming to the meeting and learning.
In Johnson's Lighting,
yes, and then
absolutely. I
coming
did
here.
learn a lot.
Okay. Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, could we go back to the GIS? I'm still trying to get a hold of where this,
It's about a quarter mile south of the
over by
Mexican
Heritage
restaurant.
Nursery?
No, well, yeah, around the corner.
I just have to,
Wheaton runs along the north side of us,
So-
and that's the road down to the nursery.
until we get to Highway 44, then get my
Yep,
bearings.
go a little bit smaller.
A nice area, Miss Virginia.
Yeah,
Is that Rolling Hills?
pardon, it's across from Moline Hills.
Okay.
Or Heritage Heights, what is it called?
So yours is a modular?
No,
Oh.
ours is a stick-built, but
Okay.
we face the modulars.
So, during the course of the day, I look at these on a per square foot basis. That's how then you can really kind of dial it in.
Right.
So if I got yours right at 489.3 and 1,766 square feet of gross living area above grade, it's $277 a square foot, land and
Okay.
building. And then the average of the four comps that we're using is 372, just about $100. So when I look at that, just
Wow.
kind of tells me that if yours was another $50 a square foot higher, I'd say, well, why is that? But you're actually $100 a square foot lower than the five
A lot
comps
of the
that
other
we're using.
ones.
So,
Okay.
just kind of check and balance.
Okay.
Thank you, Ron. With that, I'd look to the commission for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I would move that we accept the Equalization Office recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to accept Equalization's recommendation of 489,300.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Only thing I want to say is very nice presentation.
Oh, well, thank
Great
you.
photos.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
I guess my philosophy was the answer is always no until you ask. So
There you go.
that's
Thank
why I came to visit with you.
And your
I appreciate.
politeness about it, about what we're saying and
Yep.
why we came up with our answers as well. So appreciate that, both
We
of you.
thank you. Thank you. It's not been easy, I'm sure, for you guys or the staff. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
We do have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. You've been the most pleasant so far today. Thank you.
Next one is Schuld and Sean.
Okay. Yeah. Sean.
Good afternoon. Sean Holloway here, Department of Equalization, Pennington County. We're here on the appeal for tax ID number 57852, property owner Rachel Schult, located at 2788 Leola Lane, Rapid City, South Dakota, in Rapid Valley as the general location. Current assessment total is $312,700 with a land value of $50,000 and a building value of $262,700. 2022 assessment was $258,900 with a total 20.78% change. In looking at the comps, I found the best comps for this to be comp number 1 and comp number 5. Comp 1, 1,106 square feet above grade, sold October 13th, 2022 for $318,500. Comp number 5, 872 square feet above grade, sold 305 October 31st of 2022. The subject property currently resides in between those two properties on total square footage above grade, and we have a current MRA of 312,700.
Thank you, Sean. Rachel, your concern is the percentage?
The dollar amount.
Dollar amount, okay. What's your request? What do you think it's worth?
I had included an exhibit. I don't know if this is in your packet. If not, I have copies for you.
Page 3 of your.
Yep, we got it.
So my request is the Department of Revenue says as a property owner that I have the right to ensure my property is assessed at no more than market value and assessed equitably in relationship to the other properties. So really, I feel it's valued too high, and the green values down on lines 24 through 26 are my substitute calculations. Instead of talking about $312,700, I believe the real discussion is in the $250,000 to $266,000 range. So last year, my property increased 19.75%, which was almost $43,000. This year's almost 21%, or $54,000, which, if this valuation stands, that's an increase of more than $114,000 in the last 3 years.
Yes.
I have only disputed my valuation once. That was back in 2018. I received no relief at that time, and my value has gone up 75% since then. And the house is very basic. It's about 1,500 square feet, entry-level house, nothing special, no fancy finishes. It's very, very basic, and it would not sell for that. I had talked to Mr. Holloway about how the value was assigned. He was kind enough to share the comparables, but he wasn't able to provide a formula for how that is calculated. So I applied some logic to the comps that he gave, and in a small house, I don't think it's reasonable to base a value on only part of the house because you live in the entire house and all the square feet. So my calculations took the sales price on line 17 and divided it by the square feet on the main level, as well as the total square feet. And then on lines 24 and 25, I'm adjusting his comparables to what my house would have sold for. And you can see that the average of those comps is the 266,000, using just that main living area concept. Whereas using the full square feet, it would have been a little lower at 250. I also included an alternative comp, which was within the evaluation period. That's 5001 William Street, just to the right of the dark black line, which sold for 273,500. And while I realize that it's out of the time period, another comparable is right across the street, which sold for 262,500. So that tells me that my house is about $50,000 overvalued when I look at both of those. So what I'm respectfully requesting is a reduction in the value to make this a little more equitable.
So what is your specific ask? You've done a lot of homework, so I'd like to present to the board what amount or do you think it's worth?
I
Because
think
then I'd like to give Jean an opportunity to
mathematically, I think the most reasonable number is 250,463.
250 what?
463.
Just round it to the nearest hundred.
500,
250, 500.
Okay.
and that's from the paperwork that you showed. So Sean, you've seen her paperwork. What's your response?
So our assessment does take into account the entirety of the home based on material fact. I have spoken with Ms. Schold since middle of March, I believe, correct? Yeah, middle of March. And last week I had called to try and get a interior and exterior inspection done, and out of no fault of her own, and I think it's just a common misconception within the general public. It was out of fear that her assessment might go up. Even after assurance that it would not go up in any capacity of what I was doing for this appeal, that was still denied. In going off of that, I strictly have to go by the sales. And in looking at the two most recent sales within my appraisal period of October 13th of 2022 and October 31st of 2022, Ms. Schultz's property falls directly in between those two, and I still recommend a no change.
Okay, now I'll go to the board. Mr. Laster.
And I'll be honest, I'm in the process of looking for a home, and I've looked in this area a lot, and a lot of the homes are in that higher range, and I don't like it, but that's what the prices of those homes are, and when I usually look at one, it disappears off the market, they get bought up. I just had something else and I forgot what I was gonna say, so never mind.
Thank you, Mr. Laster. So is there any more questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rosknecht.
What are the two strongest comps that,
Comp 1, which is 4602 Avenue A,
okay,
and Comp 5, 1299 DeGeese Drive.
.305 and 318.
so if you take the average unit price of those, and there I am, unit price, and I'll be doing this for the next day, 2 days, it's $318 a square foot.
Mhm.
Now I go over to the subject property, the recommended assessed value is $305 per square foot, so it's actually
less,
about $10 more. That kind of just tells me if we're way off or if we're sort of close. And
yeah, this neighborhood, the Valley neighborhood, actually saw the most activity in sales. I don't have those exact numbers for you, but as far as our entire county goes, and a lot of this was new build to the north part of the valley, but I actually think if you pull up the GIS map and go to 2022 sales, you'll see 3 or 4 handfuls of sales around her home just in 2022 alone.
If I can add a comment, we're talking about a comp that was not on the comp sheet I was given, because my comp 5 is 1182 Pennington Street.
Huh. That's weird. I literally just printed this off last week.
Because I would happily go with the value on the sheet I was given in March, which is 250,300 for comp 5.
So comp one is, in your opinion, comp one is the most representative of your residents? I'm just trying to keep, I heard comp one and two, or one and five were considered the strongest value indicators.
I wouldn't consider comp one the best comp, no.
Well, comp one is 287 a square foot and comp five is 349.
My comp five on what Sean provided was 227. So I apologize that I didn't receive updated information.
But if we go with your recommendation, we're down to $244 a square foot, which is not consistent with any of the information, because the lowest per square foot of the five comps is $241 a square foot.
Sold in 2021 as
Right.
well. And so with that one, you'd want to look at the adjusted sale price and then redo your price per square foot, because there is a time adjustment within that. So anything prior to 2022 sales, you're going to be going off the adjusted sale price, not the actual sale price.
So if the comp five we're talking about is the one marked 292.5, that,
Well, I have no idea why this one changed on me, but I printed one off the last time we spoke, and this one came up. So I'm looking at it, it looks like four are the same, but one came out different.
and that's still higher than what mine's being assessed at.
305? Yeah, but it's also almost 300 square feet less than yours.
Any further questions from the board?
I guess that's why we use five sales, just because
I
always
Draw a couple.
more reflect, you got ups and downs, and sometimes you just got to take the average.
And based on the square foot, it's lower than the rest of them, right? Is that what I understand?
If we take the average of the five, it's $284 a square foot. And the suggested assessed value is 305 square foot, so
Right in the range.
a little higher.
Does the board have any suggested motions? The recommendation from staff is 50,000, and 262,700 for structure, total of 312,700. And Ms. Rachel's suggesting that it's, with her comps, it should be 250,500.
Chairman, so I would make the motion to leave as is at 50,000 and 262.7 for a total of 312.7.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second to accept staff's recommendation. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you,
time, I
Rachel.
appreciate it.
I think next year you could probably come up with your data and you can make an appointment and sit down with Sean or whoever does it and maybe
Be different.
might be able to
Meaning-
find some.
I would hope that next year would be significantly lower, since a
Yes.
house that is
I think it's
superior
good.
to mine sold for significantly less than my valuation.
I think the market's going to stabilize. The last 3 years have been,
With interest rates going up, I think you're going to see a slowdown in the market, and eventually assessed values are going to catch up with that, meaning they're going to slow down, or even, I don't see them going backwards, but I think we're going to see a decline in the market this year.
Understood. Personally, I feel that our values are bringing those anomalies of people bringing extra money in,
Crazy
which
market, no
should
doubt.
be factored out, and I don't see that we're doing that. So hopefully next year is better.
thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Next, we have Brett Gardner with Scott.
Yes.
Was it Justin?
All right, so I have a couple things for you first. Those are mine. So this is just a copy of the document that we give to the board on any property. It just kind of gives a brief overview. And then this was the sales of kind of some of the stuff we briefly
Okay,
on
sir.
there, so.
You may
Good
start.
afternoon. Scott Dressler, Equalization Office. The property we're looking at today is under the Gartner Trust, tax ID 21800. This is up at 4011 Penrose Place. It's in the Carriage Hills area. The 2023 assessment was a total value of $680,500. That's 188.7 on the land and 491.8 on the structures. My recommendation is going to be a no change to the value for this year. This property's 3.74 acres. The home was built in 1975. It's about 1950 square feet above grade. It does have basement under part of the home, and it has about 800 square feet of basement finish in the home. We have 4 bedrooms, 2 full and 2 half bathrooms on the property, as well as a detached garage of 624 square feet. From my conversations with Brett and from his appeal letter, the bigger contention isn't the assessed value so much as the percent of change in 1 year at 42%. This area did have a reappraisal done this last summer. This area hadn't had any in-person reappraisals done since 2017, so it was...
Bree? Is that Bree? Bree, I'll have you, because I can't hear him while you guys are, sorry, Bree. I was trying to listen to you and then, sorry, Bree. Thank you, Bree. Sorry, sir.
No, you're fine. Like I said, this area had the reappraisal this last summer, so we did have someone on site to review all the property information in the area. When we look at sales in comparison to this property, kind of comps 2, 3, and 4, I think are the best indicators as they are current year sales out there. Comp 2 is going to be a newer home of a slightly higher quality of construction grade, smaller on the main but more finish in the basement, and it's only on 3/4 of an acre. In general, this would be a superior house on an inferior lot. Sold for $750 this last year. Comp number 4 on Cliff Drive is also a 70s built home. It's slightly lesser in quality. It is smaller on the main with a similar amount of basement finish on 1.44 acres. This one in general is a little bit lesser of a quality of property, sold for $565, so we can kind of bracket above and below with those two. And then comp 3 on Canyon Drive is a 70s build, slightly lower in quality, but with some updates to it. On 1.3 acres, and that one sold for $650 this last year as well. So I do think that home is probably the most similar. It's a little lesser in quality, but with a few updates to it. All of these comps being in that same general Carriage Hills area. So.
Thank you, Scott. So, Brett, your biggest concern is the percentage. Am I correct?
Exactly. I don't think I want to contest the assessed value. I just would like to understand the process or why we can go from roughly 11% last year. I think the previous year was a negative. There was a decline in the assessed value. And as Scott just said, there hasn't been any on-site assessor's work since 2017. Granted, property values have increased, but a 42% change is completely out of the range of any average or deviation that I think I could expect or should be within a range that's acceptable as a taxpayer.
Mr. Chair, I might have an answer.
Mr. Droskinen.
I asked our Director of Equalization to put a slide presentation together after we got the assessed valuation notices for this year. So we went to Hill City, to the community center, and then subsequent to that, we went to the Johnson Siding Community Center, and then Travis went to New Underwood. But if you look at the slides, and a lot of that information came from MLS, so we could really gauge what's going on in that market. And so for years, you just saw a steady incline. But this last year and a half, it spiked. I mean, just went straight up. And I think this is where that 40% comes in. It's just the information that we got from people verifying what they paid for the property. And I've been saying it all day. It's the market and what people are willing to pay for these properties. Not that we like it, but I've lived here all my life, but a lot of this is out of state, and I think we're all trying to understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at some real estate values over time, over the last 3 years. I mean, I think the average has been maybe low double digits, 12% as you look back from 2021 is what I saw. And now that's looking across, the entire community. Certainly there's spikes, when you look at how you do an assessed process, I don't think you could find a property anywhere in that neighborhood, or I couldn't find one that in 1 year, even the resale value had gone from, up 40%. Certainly if there was the last purchase price was 10 years ago, yeah, we're going to see that kind of an increase. But that was my question and just my reason that I wanted to, and I didn't get an opportunity to see the presentations, but, how do you get to that percentage of an increase? I understand there's a process that assessments have to catch up to market, and since there hadn't been any, sounds like real on-site assessments for several years, couldn't there be some sort of a process that where you average or use a different calculation to get to the end? Because as you said, and as you just said previously, real estate values are going to fluctuate with interest rates and other things in the economy. Like they would go down in another year, but
when you look,
it just doesn't seem equitable or logical that those kind of rates would be.
But when you look at South Dakota as a whole, where do you think the hottest market is right now? West Rapid City, Johnson Siding, Hill City. This is where we can actually show you data that shows what's going on. And I guess we call it, you got trees, you got mountains, you got views. That's what people.
Why we choose to live here and why there's value. I agree. It's not.
That's why the value is going.
Again, it's not a question. I think it's an easy, and I don't need to take a bunch of your time, but it was just more. How I mean when.
Well,
when residents are getting changes in assessment, I mean it's going to have a big impact. I mean, I know there's other factors that will come into play that will determine what the actual tax changes will be next year when we see the tax changes, right? But there's a lot of fixed income people in these neighborhoods that are not going to be able to bear that burden. And granted, it may be in line with what you see in the market, but as what the expectation is for a citizen to bear for wanting to continue to live in the same place, it's a little unreasonable.
Well, I think some of that answer, and we've said it at both of these presentations, some of this is just going to have to get changed in Pier. All we're doing is following state statutes, and if we deviate, then we get audited. And so I think, in fact, the last meeting at Johnson Siding, I invited all 5 districts, the representatives and senators, to come and listen, because this is where the changes are going to have to be made.
So, Brett, we're going to take this up. One comment I think you've expressed, the big percentage rate that happened, and several citizens have said that here. And quite frankly, it's a sticker shot, but it's a market and analyst, and us as commissioners and legislators don't control the percentage of how that rolls out. That's the market value that does it, and so they're doing the equalization. By all means, if this was a business, we could probably limit the percentage. We are limited as a county to 3% of what we can raise our needs for the percentage of our budget. So I wish we could, but I know that percentage scares everybody when they see that, but it's market driven. It's not set by the commission or any other government body. It's market driven. So. And once it gets stabilized, then maybe we'll get back to normal, to 3 to 4% or so forth. So with that, I'm going to go to the board for a recommendation.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laster.
I'm going to move
Staff's recommendation, land 188,700, buildings 491,800 for a total of 680,500.
Motion was made by Mr. Lassiter and seconded by Mr. Drew to take staff's recommendations. Is there any further discussion?
One last thing, Mr. Chair. Shannon, is there something on your website that shows this
Yeah.
market? Maybe you can explain to Brett how he can get to that website so he can kind of see what I was talking about. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Next on the schedule is Jacob Forster and Bree again.
Thank you, Bree and Jacob. So I'll recognize Bree.
All right. Hello. The property being appealed is tax ID 42737 and is being assessed at $271,200. The property is owned by Jacob Forrester, located at 13691 Harney Lookout Court in Keystone, South Dakota. Last sold in 2014 for $134,000. This property sits on 5.44 acres, which consists of a 1984 single-family residence with 960 square feet of living. There is a basement with minimal finish. There's also a 960 square foot detached garage. I spoke with Jacob about information on the home, and he states there have been no updates besides the general maintenance. He is concerned with the increase in his assessment. He also informed me that he does not have a well and has to haul his water. Currently, we have not seen market evidence to show properties without a well sell for less than those with a well. He is also concerned about the land increase. If you want to pull up rapid map, Chris. North of Jacob's parcel, northeast of his parcel, was a 3.51 land only that sold in 2021 for $149,000. Another parcel sold in 2022 for 4.09 acres, selling for $180,000. That's tax ID 488152. I would recommend a no change at 271,200. Land at 144,600. Improvements at 126,600.
Thank you, Bree. Mr. Forster. What do you,
That was my only dispute is the well, everything around it is, your valuation is based off real estate in the area, which the ones I believe that were sold had wells that weren't property only, that had structure on it. So that was my only dispute.
okay. So you kind of felt that since you didn't have a well, the value wasn't,
It would make the sale price if I sold it less, so.
just from my point of view, from what I've seen today, you got a good deal. 271, 100.
Okay.
Looking at this, that's just 2 days of this.
2 days of this? Okay.
This is good.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
no kidding. I'm looking for a place.
So I'm going to make the motion, no change.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
I got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So, in 2014, you bought it as a lot sale, just a piece of land?
No, there was a structure.
Oh, there was?
Yep.
Okay.
I think you did good.
Okay. That was my concern, because I've looked into what it costs to, drill wells these days, dig lines, and it's a lot, so.
You got a good investment here, sir.
Okay.
So you use a cistern?
Yeah, I have to haul the water in and put it in a cistern, yeah.
Is there, do you do all the water yourself? You buy it in Keystone, then
Haul
out
it
there?
myself in Keystone, yep.
Okay.
From Keystone, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
You're doing well. Keep it going.
Philip Lakener, and who do we got?
That's Sean.
Sean? Yeah.
Tell Sean has all his land values and stuff on the frontage, or so you can all
Philip,
say.
Yeah, I fixed
I
it.
think you were up in Johnson Siding too?
Yep, Sean.
No, I'm down on Highway 40 at Rushmore Ranch, sir.
Okay. I'm going to recognize Sean first, and then we'll go to you, sir.
All right, good afternoon. Sean Holloway here, Department of Equalization, Pennington County. We are here on tax ID 48806, owned by Philip and Carmen Lochner, physical address 24369 Rushmore Ranch Road in the Keystone area. Currently, we are assessed for a total value of $820,400 with a land value of $177,800, building value $642,600. Change from last year total is 18%. This house is sitting on 4.7 acres. If you turn to your second page, you'll see the outline of the actual property there in yellow with recent sales only for 2022. The two comparables that I am using are two parcels that are similar in size. One sold for $180,000 on September 17th. It is 4.09 acres. And the second is, I lost it. 3 acres, and it sold for $165,000. Now, when you look at this neighborhood, there are factors in there for the views. When you are in this neighborhood, you have a direct view on certain lots of Mount Rushmore. Now, when I was in the area, I did not only look at Mr. Lochner's, but one of his neighbors, and I made adjustments. My recommended value for this is $150,400 with building value $642,600 for a total value of $796,600. I'm making this adjustment because not all views in
Those
this.
don't add up. Those two figures
I'm
don't
sorry.
add up. 150,400 and 642,600 is 793.
7.
Oops, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I just want to, whatever, I mean, so.
Yeah, I was a Marine. Math
No,
was not
no,
my.
I used my.
Math was not my thing, you know. I apologize.
So I thought, just so we have the correct figure.
793
Okay.
7, Sean.
flat, correct?
Yep.
793 flat is what it should be?
793.
793
Yes.
flat. Not all of the lots in this area have the same view. And I don't believe that Mr. Lochner's has a primo view to be able to get that functional on those lots. So I reduced his functional, bringing it down to a 150,400.
Mr. Chair, I don't think we have this information in our packet that I don't know the size of the house.
We are only, as far as I know, this is just about land values.
Just land value, sir.
Okay.
So I provided the two comps that were used primarily for the land values out here.
How many acres?
His lot is 4.7. The two that I gave you, one was 4.09, the other one was 3 flat.
So your adjusted value is 793
793 total, or I mean,
even,
sorry.
793 even adjustment, and Mr. Lackner, the original was 820,400, so he reduced it down quite a bit, 27,000. And you're still not comfortable with that?
I just wanted to address the commission, sir.
Okay. You made,
Thank you for allowing me this time.
We put the GIS map, because if it's land, I need to kind of dial in on that.
Please. How come it says LV and BV then if it's just land?
Land
Land
value,
value.
building value.
Yeah.
This is correcting my mistake from yesterday.
No,
so
you're okay,
there
but
was no
I thought you said you were
confusion.
just talking about land value. The only thing we're
Yeah.
talking about today, because that's what he was disputing, is land value.
Yeah, from
That's
my
what you-
understanding though, you guys like it separated out so you could see the total
Yeah.
value.
No,
That's
you're
all I
good.
was
So that
trying to do
made the
for you.
land value at 154 instead of 177, am I correct?
Correct, that is my recommendation.
And 642,600 is still the building value.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Which, quick calculation out, just so you know, the original land value at 177 was 37,800 per acre, and then the new is like 32,000 an acre. Quick math.
okay. So, sir, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Like Sean, thank you for coming out last week. I sat and pulled up, previous land sales up in this neighborhood, for the last year. Basically, I sat, with the exception of that one lot that has considerable better view than what I have or will have. And this individual paid over $1 a square foot for that lot, out of state. Way over. And I understand that, you got to go by some of this. But when I averaged these three lots out, it basically came out to 0.625 a square foot. And I know Sean valued it at basically a 0.757 a square foot is where that value is at. It was up to 0.867 a square foot. Now, I'm in the process, and I know it doesn't figure into this, I just need to put this in. I am in the process right now with the Battle Creek Fire Department to purchase that southwest corner behind the fire department, a 2.75 parcel that's across the drainage from them for 18,000, which is 0.413 cents a square foot. And I still think at this 0.757 a square foot is overvalued.
Can we
for
see the
land.
comparables around it for land, how much the land sold, like the one below it? Some of the bigger pieces that are in there per square foot?
Well, the big one that sold just up the road from me was at 18.43 acres at $335,000, which basically shook out to a 0.417 a square foot, and that had improvements on it, road, utilities, run down to the housing site, no different than mine.
I just mean the ones around there, sir, like the one below you, the one across from you. Some of those give me, for land value, a little bit more because they look about like your land.
Well, and I do not know about that, wasn't aware of that 525 that's to my northwest. I know that the individuals that lived there that sold it, but I wasn't aware that that parcel had been sold and it didn't pull up on what I had. Now, the other one that I was talking about was up in the right-hand corner going up Rushmore Ranch, that 335,000 that was at 18.43 acres.
And that was how much per foot?
It basically, that one shook out at a 0.417 a square foot.
Okay, so what was the total for, is it $32 a square foot, is it?
Well, his is assessed at 73 cents a square foot, yours.
Right.
Okay.
And then there was another
73 cents a square
parcel
foot.
at 14.11, which is a little further up the road, that sold for 0.447 a square foot.
So how about the comparables around there? John, did you base them on some of the comparables around there when you did yours?
So since we were contesting land values, I looked at land sales. I wasn't necessarily looking at improved lots because then we're factoring in the building, which is going to have different varying factors in
Right.
terms of the sale. Now, also in that, I'm also looking at similar size parcels because like we spoke about yesterday with the land values that we discussed, land values are going to be determined based on the size of the lot that sells, and I'm going to compare that to similar size lots that sell. So an 18-acre lot is not comparable to a 4.7.
Yeah.
Right.
It's going to sell at less per acre, less per square foot. Anywhere you look across the country, I'll bet $100,000 on it, which I don't have. But looking at that GIS map, which I also provided you, page 2, 180,000 and 165,000. Those are similar size lots, again, and I am recommending a value change on his to less per acre than those two sold, reducing because his view is nowhere near what those two lots are.
So the one that sold for 180?
That is at the top of the hill, and you have an unobstructed, it's still like 15 miles away, still an unobstructed view of Mount Rushmore, whereas Mr. Lochner's is obstructed by other properties
Because that
and
one sold for
trees.
101,
$180.
$1.01 per square foot, so
Yeah,
then you're
180 for 3 acres, I believe
pretty,
that
you know,
one
I
is.
never thought I'd see the day when
1.09.
residential lots were selling in $1 per square foot. That's the way we used to measure commercial.
Right.
Crazy.
I'm gonna go to the board for a recommendation.
I'm gonna say the 793, is where no change.
So that'd be
154 on the land and 642.6 on the, per staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded.
You get that here?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Good luck on your acquisition from the fire department.
It's already,
Thanks,
it's
Bill.
paperwork's and sitting in front of you, Commissioner, to get the lot lines conjoined and bump that up to 7.5 acres. So,
Thank you, Philip,
Thanks.
for coming in today, sir.
thank you.
McGuire's next. And Derek.
Derek. Thank you, Derek.
Before we get started, I just want to make sure everyone has the right board document on the upper right-hand corner, tax ID of 46568.
Mm-hmm. And assessed value is $397,300.
Yes, that is correct. There. Derek again here with Pennington County Equalization. The tax ID of the subject property we are talking about is 46568. It has a physical address of 13651 Quartz Canyon Court, and it is owned by Keith and Mary McGuire. And I am recommending that the assessed value of $397,300 be upheld with a land value of $81,200 and a structure value of $316,100.
Derek, and so from what I see, your original was 456?
Where, yes, the original assessed value was $456,100. This is what the McGuires received on their assessment notice. They followed up, appealed the property to our office. After reviewing sales, I recommended the assessed value of $397,300, and that's been appealed to the County Board of Equalization.
Okay, so I just wanted to double check that it was assessed higher, but you sat down and looked at it and you're reckoning lower than original.
That is correct.
Thank you.
59,000 lower, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, whatever that figure
So,
is.
Mr. Keith, you think the 397.3 still, after talking with the adjuster,
I do,
okay, and what would be your recommendation?
around 350.
And please give us the reason why, sir.
Well, the properties they're using as comparable values, one of them is 2 acres, just slightly under. The others are 3 acres. All of the homes of comparable value are 3 bedrooms. One of them has 4 bedrooms. They're not in the same water district we are. They are on paved roads. We are on a gravel road. And my land is assessed a half an acre at 81,000, and these others are assessed at, let me find it here.
I believe 3 acres is right around 130,200. Then an acre and a half is 120,000.
Okay.
And the 2 acre one is
I don't know that one off the top of my head.
1.98 acres, and it's valued at 123. 3 acres. In addition, our house quality they're saying is average. The others are average plus to good. And our assessment was up 43.91% this year after the adjustment down, which was over 65% higher year over year.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinick.
comp four, I'm looking at these prices per square foot, and comp four is like $584 a square foot. And the other ones are all in the 300s. Is that really a good comp? There's something, why would somebody pay $200 more a square foot for?
Where, yeah, I know comp four, it sold for $607,000 in July of 2022. I believe it sold for at least 50,000 more than asking price. So that was
Anomaly.
you had a seller that or a buyer that really wanted that property, so they paid what they feel they needed to pay to make sure they got it.
So I'd go to the board for a recommendation. As I stated earlier, it looks like Derek had went through the property, did his comparables, and he did reduce it down from 456.1.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinick.
so if condition and quality is an issue, was that, did you get a chance to go inside the house and take a look at it?
Where I was at this property for a reappraisal project in May of 2022 here, I believe I stepped on the inside. As far as seeing it, it was built in 97. Original to the year it was built. I took a closer look on the outside. There was no, concerns. It looked pretty much original to the year it was built, well maintained. So I did see the property recently, last summer here, so I didn't have any concerns regarding the condition of it. In that reappraisal, that was consistent with this, I'll call it Copper Oaks neighborhood. It's Copper Oaks and then some of the surrounding subdivisions. Our office went through for reappraisal where we go door to door, verify at least exterior condition. So that explains some of that larger percent change with the subject property, and I was also comfortable with the condition component to the comps as well because of listing information and reappraisal.
Ms. Hadcock.
So it'd be, for me, it'd be the 397, 390, you said 397, 381.2 on the land and 316.1 on the building. With the adjuster recommendation or the appraiser.
Oh, so you're making the recommendation of 316,100 structure,
3, yeah.
81,200 on land, and 397,3 for total.
Yes, that's
I
what
have a
Derek has.
motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is seconded by Lassiter. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I'll point out is there again, I'm looking at unit prices. And comp one is 383, comp two is 370. Excuse me, two is 370, one is 383, and then three is 349. And the recommended, the one that we're getting it ready to approve is $308 a square foot. So it's well below the other three comps. So, I thought just looking at the house myself, but it doesn't seem to be an outlier, so.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next property owner is Mr. Hockenberry, and this is a reschedule from yesterday to today.
Yep.
And Chelsea.
So Chelsea, any new news?
In regards to the flood zone, yes, he is in the hazard area, which is the 100-year flood zone. He can build there. As long as he is, you can build there. As long as we are above the base flood elevation, which a land surveyor can determine, it can be an inch above that, you can build there. So he has 12 acres of buildable land, usable land. I did drive out to the property this morning just to make sure I wasn't like missing anything. And it is a beautiful spot. You had a nice sunrise this morning.
So Chairman,
Thank you.
Sure.
I got, Ms. Hack.
can I see the comparables in that? That also shows the constituent, some of those comparables like we have been doing, because of floodplain, because of the area, even if you did the one behind it or in front of it. Miss Chris, if you could,
Okay, while she's doing that, can I take Mr. Drew's comment?
you're fine.
Mr. Drew?
That looks good.
Chelsea, just wondering, how far below is that land below the building level then?
I don't know. We would have to get a land survey to determine exactly where all the buildable, where above that, where he would be in above the flood.
If I remember right from the floodplain committee, I think if you can build on it if you do 2 foot. I think they changed it to 2.
Process to get a floodplain development permit from planning and zoning, and then you get an engineer. Then they'll sit there and determine what base flood elevation is, and you gotta go 1 foot above that.
1
That-
foot above that,
The
okay.
one to the right of it has a lot of floodplain on it, and the one below, what are those?
The one, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
And
interrupt you.
Chelsea, if you
The,
could.
the one below, they purchased that property, I want to say 10 years ago for like 95,000. And then they built that home in 2014. And they're within that flood hazard area.
Okay, and then what is the land values of those comparables that have that floodplain on there? Did you get any of those, Chelsea?
The flood, well, the current land assessment on the one south of him is $250,600
And how much is that per square foot? His is what, 21?
per acre.
Yeah, let's. These guys are, our last applicant went to square footage.
I'm borrowing this one up here. Okay.
What that is then, Joe? Maybe Chelsea.
Sorry.
That'd be about 25,000.
And his is 21. So that's what I did, Mr. Huckberry, is look at some of the comparables, and then also talk to Equalization, not just Chelsea, but to Gordon, who is the assistant, and ask him why they did that. Remember, because I didn't think it was buildable, it cost more money, some of those things. But then I did the comparables, or listened to some yesterday, and they did say they're about 25, and they just verified it today. And yours is 21, so yours is actually a better deal.
Yeah.
I mean, not for you, obviously, but I wanted to be fair and check, just to make sure that we were doing the right thing by you as well. And that, not that Chelsea wouldn't, but I always have to double check some stuff. And this is one of those properties that, for me, I continued it for that reason, and this board did, thank you, board, just to look at some of the area for buildable. We were having issues with, well, you can't build on that area, it's got a ravine, you got this, and so I put all those pieces together that we were talking about again, even though I've been here for a while, this process is not easy. I don't care how long you've been here. Some of those things are a positive, and that creek is a positive for people to want to build and buy that land, for 21 or 25, square, per acre, so, just to be up straight with you, why I did what I did personally, sir.
Thank you, Deb. With the information presented, I'm going to recommend or make a motion of no change, and that'd be the 532,700. That's land at 260,400 and improvements 272,300.
Second.
A motion and I have a second. Is there any further discussion?
Just, yeah.
Sir, would you like?
Would you like to speak, Mr. Hagenberry?
Well, I would like to improve it some, but there are some old buildings there that I'd like to improve, but I'm not going to do it. I don't care how bad they look.
Thank you for coming back today, too, and taking your time out to come
Yes,
back.
thank you for.
Thank you for your time. And
Thank you.
consideration.
Thanks, Terry.
You can't hear me.
Motion on the floor is staff's recommendation. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, too, Chelsea. Chelsea. That thing, this thing is like weird. Okay, there we go.
On our schedule, you see exempt appeals. So You've already acted on the exemptions from property taxes, all of the property that applied for exemption. If a property owner is unhappy with what you did, they have the right to come back and appear before the board. So we schedule a time for that. And I actually expected one or two of them to be here, and they're not. I've been in contact with them, and no response from them. So yeah, they're not here. So you don't have to do anything because you already did it. This was just their opportunity to come back.
We don't have another one till 2:45 unless they show up early.
Exactly. We got a break.
Okay, so I'd look for a motion to take a break till 2:45.
You're making one and I second it?
Moved,
Mr. Chair,
oh, Mr. Cruz.
I would think though that if we still have a lot to hear from. If we have some come in early,
Let's
I
do
would
it.
suggest
We probably
come
will.
back.
Yep,
Yeah, somebody will probably come in early, and I'll let you know.
yes, let us know, we're gonna be, everybody's gonna,
That crazy ag lady next?
So I'd suggest taking a break without putting a time element on it. I'd suggest taking a break without a time element on it.
yeah, we'll take,
And Junior.
did everybody hear that? We're just gonna take a break until, our next person shows up.
I'll let you know.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed,
Mister
motion
from
carried.
another mister right there for you.
You guys ready? We're gonna reconvene as the Board of Equalizations, and I'll recognize Christine.
Okay. My name is Christina Willer, and I'm an appraiser with the Equalization Office. This appeal is in regard to tax ID 40766. The owners are Leonard and Joyce Haney. The location is 13870 Clydesdale Road, accessed from Hart Ranch Road West. The mailed out assessment was for $1,292,200. My recommendation is to keep the value the same, which is $419,200 for land and $873,000 for the buildings. The subject property is located on a 13.93 acre land parcel, which is slightly larger than the typical size lots for this neighborhood. The subject property is a one-story ranch-style home built in 1996 with 3 bedrooms and 3 full bathrooms and 2 half baths with 2,245 square feet of living area and a 2,068 square foot finished basement area, along with a 3,312 square foot shop building. The owner's primary concern is their overall assessment increase. One of the reasons for their assessment increase is due to the recent reappraisal that occurred last summer. During the reappraisal, the appraiser who was there adjusted the condition of their home to reflect that it was in average condition and being well cared for. They reduced the number of plumbing fixtures and slightly increased the total living area by correcting some angled measurements on their house. The other reason for their increase was due to market appreciation and how bare land and improved properties have been selling for in their neighborhood. My best 2 comparable sales are sales number 1 and 2 and 4. I have also included a map with the handouts that you have so that you can see the location of these comparable sales. Comparable sales number 1 and 2 are the same property that sold twice, about a year and a half apart, which represented a 46% appreciation between the sales prices. This home is slightly larger than the subject, lesser quality of construction, 12 years newer, slightly larger attached garage, and has less basement finish than the subject, and it sold for $1,175,000 in May of 2021. Comparable sale number 4 is larger than the subject, lesser quality of construction, 6 years newer, slightly smaller attached garage, and slightly more basement finish than the subject, and it sold for $1.4 million in July of 2021. These are the sales that bracket the subject property nicely. Based upon the adjustments to the comparable sales that were made to make them exactly like the subject property, I believe that $1,292,200 is an appropriate indicator of market value, which is $419,200 for land and $873,000 for their buildings.
Thank you, Christine. Leonard?
Yep.
Or Joyce? Are you going to speak, Joyce?
Briefly, and then Leonard's going to take over.
Okay, thank you.
So we just wanted you guys to know that we know that you care. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. I don't know why else you would do that. And as lifelong members of this community, we also care. We've been here our entire lives. We also care about what's happened to our whole area as a result of COVID, I guess you could say. I feel like we need to stop and reflect on what happened to our markets and people since COVID. The system has flaws, and COVID just made it, it just highlighted it tremendously. And I think that's why you've probably heard from a lot of people. I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. Our situation is perhaps a little different than some simply because of where we live. You know, oops. We don't deny that it's a nice property and a nice home. We know that the scope of what you can do is limited by law or whatever, but we also know that you can do what you can do, and we hope that you are, and we hope you will continue to. This is a problem that's not really going to go away if it's not addressed, probably legislatively, but there's something in it for you guys too, I'm sure. Just a quick little synopsis of us. As I said, we are locals. I'm like fifth generation to the area. He's third or fourth generation. We bought our land, 13.93 acres in 1990, and then we worked hard, saved our money, started raising our three daughters, and in 1997, late 1997, moved into our generational family home. And that's why it was built the way it was, so it would stay the test of time. We worked hard on that to defer the cost. We did all the mechanical. Every stitch of landscape out there has been done by us through the years. We built a shop. Anyway, I'm just trying to, we're very, very vested in this property. We intend to stay there until they drag us out on a stretcher, most likely. But just as a note, our three children still live in this area, calling Rapid City their home. But another side note, they can't buy a home because of what's going on right now. They're stuck. But anyway, I'll turn this over to Leonard with some talking about the comparables and let's trade places.
Just identify yourself, Leonard, for the record.
Leonard Haney.
Okay.
So we look at the comps that you guys are referring to for our assessment, and they have one thing in common. They're all out-of-sale purchases, out of state. All three of these are from California, East Coast.
And they're all in 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously that has something to say about the cost increase of all these properties.
They came to the land of the free.
Yeah. It's probably a COVID thing. I don't know. But comparing those comps, I guess some differences is there's more land with some of these comps, and the homes are built bigger, larger. So I don't really think they're a good representation of our property. We do have some local comps that were sold within the last 20, 21, 22 from local buyers. I think that's more of a better representation. And I don't know if we could bring those up. We got one. And and this one as well.
These two,
Yeah.
Can I just point out while she's doing that, did you have something to say? I'm sorry.
So one of them is, tax ID 40767. Do you want to just show like photos of it?
Yeah.
Or just
The
the
whole
information
tax.
about it?
Yeah.
It's just the.
In the cells, if there's a.
Let's see, we could just bring it up on the.
So while they're doing that, I'll just make a slight comment. The values are market driven, and this board has heard the last 2 days kind of a lot of comments about people moving here and driving up our costs. But I mean, most communities are built from people moving here. So I know they may be paying a little bit more for what's happening, but it's still market driven. I don't want to create a bias over people.
No,
You
we
know what I'm
don't
saying?
either. I feel like everyone's welcome,
Yeah.
but just an example here, the comparable, it was sold twice. It was boom, boom.
Yeah, it happens.
Out of state came in and purchased it for $799,900. And then like a year and a half later, they left. They didn't know there were going to be kids around or whatever.
If you were an investor,
Pardon me?
I said, if you were an investor, you'd be happy with what's going on.
But it hurts us.
It does,
Yeah.
it does. I'm
Yeah.
just,
And then it resold for that
so
$1,175,000.
you brought up one of the comparables, I can't.
This is the parcel that we just brought up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was sold in, end of 20, I'd say January 1st, 2021. Sold for $940,000. And that's a very large house, nice home. I think there's 10 acres with it. 12 acres. So it's
12 acres,
similar
yeah.
size. It's right next door to us.
Yeah.
940, not $1.5 million.
Quite a bit bigger.
And then the other comparable would be these are within that same time frame as these other comps. And yeah, that one.
And your comps are you're using them from 21? Sale prices in 21?
Yeah,
And
2021.
Christine, yours are,
Mine are, let's see, so my sales range from, I have one in, 2020 through 2022, actually,
okay,
but mainly 21.
mainly 21.
So that's real close in that same. Another one we have here is 2020. It sold for 810, same acreage as we have. Bigger house, a lot larger house than ours. And it sold for 810.
So you're disputing just the total assessment, not separate land or building?
Well, both.
It's a
It's a combined.
The overall?
Yes.
Okay. And so in order the board to consider anything, I'd like to give them two options. One is the assessors, and what's your reasoning for, and what would be you think your property is worth? If you could sell it, what would you ask for it?
Well, I
Be
did
the
some
fairest.
numbers.
I know you.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
a whole-
anybody's.
This isn't it.
Yeah.
But, so what I come up with assessment for my property, and it's kind of in line with what we've heard in the last few days here, where they've been dropping the properties about 30%. 36,000 to 25. I think mine's valued at 30,000. I like to go to 21,000 an acre.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
Well, I drove out there last week. I looked out at all the lots in your area. Some of these over there on Rodeo Drive, we went down to 25 on those. If those are 25 and you're on a paved road and.
They're on paved road.
What's that?
They're on paved road. They're on Clydesdale,
Okay,
There's
and
two.
you're
as we
on-
are.
I think Kirkby and Nicholson.
There's 3 actually that went down.
Three
on
that might not.
Clydesdale.
Okay, so that's paved, isn't it?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Ours and theirs.
So I agree that the ones selling up in Sudbury Ranch Estates, they're 37.5. That's what they're assessed at. So I believe that you're below that because that's a brand new development. There's a lot of synergy there. But then you got to be worth more than 25, and that's the stuff on Rodeo Drive that's thick. And so I don't have a problem with the 30,000 an acre. But where I see a problem is that your house, just your house, is assessed at $388 a square foot.
Yes.
Comp one is $346 a square foot. That's just the house, what we got it assessed at. And comp three is $260 a square foot. So if there's a problem, I think that your home is probably being overassessed just based on comp one and comp three, which are supposed to be the two best comps. So my recommendation would be instead of $388 a square foot, $370 a square foot. That would give you some relief, but I think that would, I could probably live with that. If we do that, it would be 1,249,900 opposed to 1,292,200.
Well, I did square foot numbers, and I don't know how they do their numbers. Finished square foot is what I was based on, some comps comparable to my neighbors' homes, same quality construction. Square foot, most of them are larger than mine. And theirs come out to be between 169 a square foot to 190 a square foot. So I'm picking finished square feet. I don't know what mine's like 4,300 square feet.
I take the main living area, so yours is 2,245.
Okay, so you're just taking that,
that's what I'm
not
using.
including the lower level?
Yeah, you use above grade
Okay.
and appraising real estate.
Well, if you could comp my neighbors and compare it to mine.
This is for you.
What's that now?
This is, you're saying use your neighbors?
Yeah, the neighbors' homes, that same
okay.
area, same quality construction.
Chairman.
And I think we'll come up with something different.
Ms. Hancock.
So we did have someone on Clydesdale that was further up yesterday, and his was, I don't remember if it was 32. Who was the guy that was later that was on, I thought it was Clydesdale. Do you remember him? He had a white long sleeve shirt on.
Morgan, maybe?
Morgan Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at 30,000 an acre, and I suggest 30,000 an acre. I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with the land. It just seems if anything's out of whack based on these comparable sales, it might be the building itself.
Okay, I have follow-up. So, and I agree with Ron, the 30,000 square, yeah, that makes sense. Tell me on comp one and comp three, based on square footage and comparables, why there's a difference and why you believe that it should be still where it's at.
Well, I believe they bracket the subject property pretty well. You know, for example, comp 1 and 2, like I said, those are the same property. They just sold during different time periods. They are of lesser quality. They are approximately the similar square footage above grade. They do have it does have less basement square foot finished area. So for those main characteristics there, I feel like, you know, and then it sold most recently for the 1,175,000, based upon, you know, the lesser characteristics. I thought that was a pretty good.
So tell me your first name again, and I apologize.
Oh, Christina.
Christina. So Miss Christina, you told me why, because of the lesser quality compared to yours. That's why the square footage depended on materials used and the quality, which is saying a plus for you.
So they got a good plus. Mine's very good. I don't know how that factors.
Right. Well, some of the quality of material, what it's made out of, what different things are. That's why the square footage is where it's at compared to the ones that, the 1 and 3 that was compared to on
Yeah, their home's
Someone's saying lesser,
valued at
lesser.
722.
So now I,
At 818.
so my, I don't know if I can talk, but I think we should leave it as the assessor, our appraiser as is. That's my motion.
Second.
So we have a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation of land at 419,200 improvements. Our building is 873,000. The motion was made by Hadcock, seconded by Laster. Is there any further comments?
Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna say that difference, if you just take the average, is $85 a square foot, which I understand better quality, but I don't think it's $85 a square foot better quality. It's my 2 bits.
Okay. No substitute motions or anything else? We have a motion on the floor. Going once. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries with 1 no to
Thank you folks
go
for
with
coming
the
today.
assessment of 419,200 and the improvements of 873 for the total of 1,292,200. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson is next. Chelsea?
Mr. Wilson.
Hi there.
Sounds like that
Thanks,
movie,
Chelsea.
Mr. Wilson. With,
So, Mr. Wilson, we're going to let Chelsea go first, then we'll come to you. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon again. Chelsea Willett here to discuss tax ID number 20680, located at 702 Clark Street in Rapid City, owned by Jim Wilson. His appeal is due to the increase in value on the home. The home is an 1890 build with 1,700 square feet above grade. It is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath home, which he states is in mostly worn-out condition. Okay. Mr. Wilson's recommended value is based off of Zillow's estimates, which is a third-party provided information site, and currently doesn't match any of our assessment values, which he is using to substantiate his current recommended value of $170,000. This area was reappraised in the summer of 2022, which changed the quality and the condition of the home. An interior-exterior inspection has not been completed in 2023. We did talk about doing an inspection. Our schedules just didn't match up where that was going to be able to happen before we could complete this task today. It is something that we can schedule over the summertime if we decide to do so at a later time. Additionally, Mr. Wilson was concerned that the comparable sales would be taken in from the West Boulevard neighborhood, which is across the Mount Rushmore Road. Mount Rushmore Road is the neighborhood boundary line. However, none of the sales comparisons used cross that boundary. I believe Comp 1 and Comp 5 are the most comparable sales in regards to age, style, and condition, with the subject property being larger in size. Comp 1 was sold in 2020 for $210,000, which is at $136.90 per square foot. And Comp 5 was sold in 2021 for $206,000, which is $178.97 per square foot. Current recommendation would be to total at $228,900, with land at $50,800 and improvements at $178,100.
Thank you, Chelsea. Is it Jim? You go by Jim? Okay, thanks, Jim. You're up.
Thank you.
And we did get your other piece of paper this morning.
Very good. That was going to be my next point.
Okay.
I got you. I went upstairs. Thank you.
So, yeah, as Chelsea pointed out, I did go off of Zillow to make my initial assessment on that. Limited resources for taxpayers, so that was where I went. When under further review of the Zillow numbers, I did go ahead and seek out, as you have in front of you, a real estate agent that was able to make a market analysis. And I think that Maybe my original Zillow estimate was probably maybe a little ajar, so I would like you to defer to the one that we have the most recent information on, being from the real estate agent. And as you can see in front of you, he did boil it down to 5 comps, and he come up with a number of 204,780.
So with your research, minusing off your Zillow that I seen on here, and doing the market analysis, you come up with 204,700,
780.
800, we'd round up.
Sure.
So you're saying 200, you're recommending 204, 800, and Chelsea's at 228,900.
Well, I'm not quite there, but that's the jump-off point that I'd like to get to. That if we could concede that's probably going to be the reasonable comparison, then I would like to go ahead and add to it the location factor, because that's not really addressed in this. This is if all other things were equal, that you would have that 204. So if we utilize these comps, you could arrive at that 204, but the fact that I'm in an alley and all the other situational things to consider, I'd like to adjust from there.
Can we do a street view on this?
Just do rapid map.
Because you're saying that you have so your garage that's here is access through the alley.
Yes, sir.
So that's the back side of the house of the picture that they're showing us, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's alley frontage, and as you can see up here on the rapid map view. The alley adjoins South Street and Clark Street. And yeah, and then there's a bank of apartments to the south of me.
Somebody vacated that a while ago.
Now, I don't know how to quantify that, but it does need to be recognized. I've owned this house for a long time. I'm a property manager. I have rentals. That house at one time, when I first bought it, I did make it a rental. And I struggled because nobody wanted to live in the alley. So I had to adjust my rent, to compensate people to live there. Now, there's other things. I mean, the house isn't awesome anyway, but that was what I encountered back in those days. And that's largely what has influenced me to, not rent that out anymore, because it was just an ongoing struggle.
So are you living there then?
I'm living in it now.
You're living in there?
Right. I'm sure that other people throughout the city, have their own problems. If you were to talk about the north end of town, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I don't suppose my problems are completely unique, but I think that they do set themselves apart, because I've got the neighborhood up at the top Hillcrest that they transient through frequently. The folks down at the apartments that are to the south, I get that. And all that aside, you could just say, well, that's just a neighborhood, and I can accept that. But if you were to try to consider that if I were to sell it and to entertain putting a family there, well, I'm going to meet resistance.
From what I can view here, when you first go into are those apartments across from the housing in the alley? That rooftop that I see on,
Yes, sir.
so the white rooftop, that's apartments just before you get to your your
Yes.
property?
Right.
Okay. And otherwise, the other side of your house is it looks like the backyard and stuff, you got more room. It may not be yours, but quite a bit, no close neighbors.
To the north of me, yeah, there's another
Yeah,
house with a
okay.
garage there.
Okay. So, James, I'm going to go to the board to see what their thoughts are. From what I'm gathering, you're still arguing that you think 204 is probably too high, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And that's what your market analysis came back at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to the board, staff is recommending 228, 50,800 for land, improvements 178, 100. And Mr. Wilson is saying with his cost analysis, he believes it's more at 204, 800 because of the area, alley access, and probably you have some problems with people in the area.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Truce.
So Chelsea, did you visit this property?
I have just driven by it.
Okay,
We haven't been able to do an inspection on-site, interior, exterior, none of that.
okay. Mr. Wilson, appreciate the information you provided us. And I'm kind of glad to hear what you had to say about the Zillow, because I can't put much faith in Zillow on particular properties like this. But appreciate you also going out and finding somebody that would give you some comparables that you felt better fit your situation. So I'm struggling a little bit with the part of your backyard. Is that ground appears to be broken up? Is that a slide area, or what am I looking at?
That's absolutely right, sir. That's a shale hillside right there that continues to give me grief every year as it comes into my 1880 basement. And if you look to the north, I mean, you can see what I have is kind of a makeshift driveway to get me up there. And that washes out every year because of that hillside. I don't want to go on a gripe fest. That's not what I'm here for, but you ask, so I'm telling you.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So your driveway, does it go outside of that blue line? Is that what I'm?
Yeah,
Is that where your driveway's coming?
it borders that blue line, just a smidge. Yeah, you can see where
Okay.
the tree is there, so that would be my driveway. That's how I access the alley.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Is there any more questions from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
so the location, I gotta get my comps here. So I take the average unit, and thank you for doing the per square foot, that helps out a lot. So if you take the best two comps, you take the average unit price on those, it's $157 a square foot. The suggested assessed value for the subject is 135 rounded, so there's $22 a square foot difference. If you apply that to the main living area of the above grade to the subject house, it's 22 times 1,700 comes out to 37.4. So there is kind of an adjustment there for the land, but then I didn't see the slide. So somebody wanted to, maybe that, I could give a little bit on the land on this one if everybody agrees.
Is there any recommendation?
I would knock 10,000 off the site.
Off the land?
That land, it's just not totally usable. In fact, it's more of a hindrance with that slide.
So your
I'll second.
his motion is to set the land value at 20,000.
Yep.
And, or, no, excuse me, directors has the land at 5,800, so you'd be setting the land at
40,800.
40,800 and improvements at 178, 100. And what's that bring it out to?
I get 218.
900.
218?
9, just be 10,000 off the 228.9.
What'd you come up with?
218.9.
218.9. So at 30, let me get that right again. Land is 30,800?
40,800.
No, 40,000. 40,800. And structures at 178.1. Total of 218.9. That is the motion that is on the floor.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
I agreed with Ron because I live on the opposite side, which is made out of the same stuff. And we're going to end up having to build a huge retaining wall on one of the properties we have because it doesn't get better. In fact, we've owned it for 2 years, and you should see how much it's sloughed.
Yeah.
And you also know if you go down Star Village Hill on that the east side over there. Even the city can't retain that. It doesn't matter how much you put up there, your land just starts to fade away. And unfortunately, your land value goes quick and people see that. And they don't really want to buy it unless they're buyer beware kind of thing. Because it's a huge, if you look at the both sides of those hills, it's not just probably that area, but in those areas they built houses. Ours, our deck, in probably a couple of years, you have to fix the steps, the doors close, depending on what time. I mean, there's some major, major issues with happens on those shale hills. So I'm going to agree with that land value, that you really have to, even with fill and things you put in there, it's a major problem. So usually I agree with you, Chelsea, but I can honestly say this through experience.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Sir?
if I may, is there any consideration, I value your opinions, is there any consideration for it being in an alley? Does anybody see it that way? Or
Are you directing your question to the motion maker?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, when I took the average of the two best comps, and then I looked at yours is assessed at $22 a square foot less, so I guess to me that was some consideration. That's the way I looked at it. I mean, it's really hard to just say this amount, but.
And Chairman?
If you were assessed at 157 and the two average were 157, I would have to say, let's go down to 135, but that's where you're at, so it seems fair. I mean.
Okay, Ms. Hadcock.
And James, maybe the main thing too is show Chelsea, because a lot of those houses around there, if they show Chelsea some of those basements and some of those areas in the cracking and the foundation, I think Chelsea might be able for 2023 understand a little bit more about what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think that's where you're going to get most of your change, James, if you're wanting. I think pretty fair. I agree with Ron, unless you can prove those, and she hasn't been in your place there.
Exactly. I think next year, invite her in.
Thank you.
If you want to appeal. But otherwise, I think that's a good motion. So at this time, I'm going to go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
sir.
Derek Alexander's next with Shannon Champion.
Shannon.
Which one?
I'm Mr. Alexander.
You.
Shannon Champion, DOE. This is Derek Alexander. He does have some pamphlets here for you guys.
So Shannon, I'm sure this is going to be a major quest for you today.
Nope.
I'm teasing, Mr. Alexander. It's always a pleasure to hear your argument.
Well, if I don't get the taxes reduced, I want you guys to give me a note so I can take it home to my wife. So she lets me.
You'll have to get that from Ms. Hadcock.
Okay.
Shannon over there.
Have Ron call her tonight.
That
or
other
something.
Shannon will do that for you.
Okay. Ms. Champion.
All right, we are looking at, could you bring up just on Orion, just his picture of his house? Please. Derek Alexander's home, which is tax ID 64859, located at 11640 Gillette Prairie Road, Hill City. This is on 40 acres. We are not disputing the land. It is ag land. So we're just looking at the house itself. So we are roughly 8 miles out Deerfield Road and then 4 miles down Slate Creek, where Medicine Mountain, Slate Creek, and Gillette Prairie all meet. It's right there. Currently, the home is valued at $770,200. And I gave quite a few comps to Mr. Alexander. I want to point out comp number 2 is going to be the most like his house itself. It is just out Neck Yoke Road.
So it is a lot closer to town. It is an ag property though. And it is also on 40 acres. Mr. Alexander's house is a 2012, 3,000 square foot, 1-story, unfinished basement, and a 700 square foot finished garage, and a 640 square foot detached garage. The comp on neck yoke is a 2003, 3,000 square foot, 1-story, finished basement with a 960 square foot attached garage and a small loafing shed. It sold in 22 for $1,150,000.
We really gotta jack that up a little bit more, don't we?
The other two comps were more for his location, since he is farther out of town and has to drive some gravel roads. Comp number one, I'm sorry, yeah. Comp number one is also an ag property, and it is out just off of Ditch Creek. So it's even a little farther past him, and it's on 83 acres. That is a 2002 build, only 1,600 square feet, and it is a pole frame house that's attached to a shop that's attached to a stable. So it's a barn dominium shop house thing. And then it has a separate arena that sold for $1.9 million in 2002. The other most comparable, best comparable is number 7. Again, for its location. That is off of Mystic Road. It is only on 10 acres. It's a 2009, 2,700 square foot, 1.5-story home. So no basement, and it has a 840 square foot built-in garage, and it sold in 2020 for $635,000. So our recommendation is no change on the home.
Thanks, Shannon. Mr. Alexander. So my understanding, Mr. Alexander, you're not disputing the land, it's the assessment on the structure, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll give you my spiel. I did, obviously, I'm thinking on the wrong terms here, but we have our laws we gotta follow, so even though that these other sales, these other comps, were sold during the pandemic, the prices are higher than we ever dreamed they could ever possibly be. I had been prepared for somebody to ask me if I would sell it for 800,000. I can't sell it, and I would hate to sell it. I would hate to buy it for 800,000. I know that. I don't think it's worth any more than 500,000. But looking at all the comps, I'm sure there's somebody that would pay more than that by a long shot. I would like to, I guess, quit talking about that and just say that I would like you guys to glance at the things we don't have, which is, we don't have any cell service. Go up on top of the prairie and I can make the cell phone work. We don't have any TV without satellite. We don't have any internet without satellite. We have virtually nothing except for we have to get our own phone as far as with CenturyLink. I don't have all the bells and whistles you have when you're closer to town. And Hill City is 20 miles away, but that's like a pit stop type thing. We go down there when one of the granddaughters needs a, gallon of milk or something. That's the only reason we really stop there. So it's an hour from town. You have to drive no matter where you're doing, going to any kind of anything whatsoever. And if that helps me in some way, I'd like to take it. I'd like to have a little consideration that if you look and see how much money we pay every single year on dust coating, it's ridiculous. And for my wife and I, just for enough in front of our house, which we're real close to the county road, you know, it's $800 every single year in order to have the dust not just come a boiling on us. But I wish you would take that in consideration as well. And then the, you know, 10 miles of gravel we got to travel to and fro. A lot of people don't have that.
Well, first of all, Mr. Alexander, thank you for your respectful comments. I mean, you're very understanding of what things are, and I think this board's very accepting of knowing that, you know, the cell service and so forth, but also, you know, you doing your paved road for the dust mitigation, you know, you've taken that on, so it's very well taken. So do you have any more comments before I go to the board?
No, you guys, I don't. I mean, I thought there was going to be some reasoning on, or I mean, there should be consideration for these super exorbitant prices these people have paid for homes and built too. But I did put in here, well, how much we actually, every drop of the loan we got for them, for our house and built it. Sure, only about, you know, less than, I don't know, almost a third of what we're going to be talking about for assessed value on that home. It's hard to fathom that a home that we spent $360,000 on is worth almost, well, what you guys have it at 800,000. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I look at it one way. If I could sell my house, what could I buy with that? What would I get? And so I stay in mine.
Chairman.
Something just like that.
So Derek, I can appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Always appreciate ag, you know that. I'm gonna be up straight. Shannon is really good at what she does.
Yeah, I've tried to find a flaw in her, didn't do very good.
And I appreciate that. You're always been honest. That's what I like about you. The 6,200 on the ag land this year and 39.5 she increased. And then your house at 770. I think she treated you pretty fair in my eyes.
Okay.
And like you said, it sucks when that land, you buy your house. And I remember my father-in-law, I bought that for 12,000. Now it's worth 400 something, you know, that kind of thing. So can totally understand that. And that what you have to pay for those taxes because you went from what, 27 years old to 91 years old and going, holy crap.
Yeah.
So totally understanding. But I think she was pretty fair and just with you. I'm going to be straight with you of what she's done for you on your ag land and on your house at this point, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go to Mr. Laster.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was just saying I agree with Commissioner Hadcock on that one. But I do have one quick question. Is there a reason why you didn't allow an inspection?
Inspection of it inside of our home or outside of our home or what?
Inside, well, from what I got here, is notes is, was not allowed to perform an inspection, so Shannon.
Oh, she was allowed to come up and look at it. As far as the outside goes, we made a couple of jokes that said I didn't want to wake any sleeping dogs or anything, but I don't have nothing to hide. We have Formica countertops in our home and just standard cupboards. A lot of mounts on the walls and things of that nature, but that's about it. I don't have anything to hide.
Okay.
With that, Mr. Ruskinet.
So, you know, when you go look at the house, even if you went inside the house, you're looking at static conditions. What you don't see is on a hot summer day and 24-wheelers coming from Mountain Meadow and the dust and the noise and then trucks. And so that's a form of external obsolescence because it's a negative impact outside of the property itself. And another form of external obsolescence is whoever would buy that house, they got to realize that they're going to be a long time compared to the other comps from emergency services such as the sheriff, such as the ambulance, and such as a fire truck. That's what you don't really see, but it's just part of that property. So there's another appraisal term, it's called super adequacy, and that's when you build something in excess of what the market will react to. his particular home is part of an egg operation, and it fits his needs as an egg, it's like a glorified, I'm not putting the house down, but it's like a glorified egg house. Another person in the housing market looking for a residence might not look at it that way. So I do see some external obsolescence and some super adequacy with this. So I personally would like to see a reduction in the residence itself, and the reasons I mentioned is the location to emergency services that will be concerned when you sit there and look at what your fire insurance is going to cost, especially for an older couple, and it might be an older couple that would try to buy that. I actually measured the distance from the comparable sales to Hill City. It's a drive.
Mr. Chair.
So those are my concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Drew.
Derek, I haven't been in your house, but I like the looks of the outside of it.
Yeah.
And it would be great if I was in the same business that you're in. I think it probably suits your business well as far as your ranching business, et cetera. But it's a long ways out. And it's hard to find, I think, comparable locations even to give us a true assessment of location where you're at. Yeah, I think if you were to put that on the market, there's probably somebody that would have an interest in it, but it's going to be 1 out of 50 instead of 1 out of 10 that's going to have an interest in that type of property and the location. So I would agree with Commissioner Ross Connect that some adjustment should be looked at.
I want to add something real quick here. When Shannon talked to me and asked me if I should want her to come up, seriously, the roads were so bad, I don't even know if you could even have got up there.
Chairman.
When the county plows the road, it's about that much snow they leave all the time, no matter what, because they don't want the gravel to go off the road. Anybody that talks to what's his name, Ron? The guy that's in charge of Pennington County Highways.
Joe Miller?
Yeah, Mr. Miller. He would vouch for that because that's the direction he gives those guys. And she was tough getting up and down the road. You would have had to have a good outfit or I'd have been coming to get you. So that was one of the things I was thinking about, but I just didn't think it was necessary.
Okay. Ms. Hadcock.
So I've heard some of the road, the emergency services. What did somebody else buy this? Derek, I didn't read that nobody went into your house. For me, that's hard to tell, and to tell somebody else to be equitable, and being fair and straight up about how much your house is really worth. You're saying that, but, again, she hasn't been in your house, meaning Miss Shannon. So, Shannon, you have done a lot in Custer, and now you're in Pennington. If that was the case in Custer, you'd have a lot of dropped ag for those houses. What we're talking about today, if that's always an obsolescence. People also do that and have their land there for a reason because of some of those, and ag is not going to be a property that's got some perfect access and some things unfortunately, that's one of the hazards of the job of being ag. So tell me, how many people have that same issue that we're talking about today with cell phones or just dust or what you came across, and how much that is affecting as a appraiser and an ag appraiser on what we're talking about on this house today, and why not?
As far as like the cell phone service and stuff like that, pretty much anything west of Hill City, little to no cell phone service.
Okay.
And from north and south of the county lines there.
And how many have you discounted because of a dusty road or because it costs more money for the dust? Because part of ag, and I've never heard anybody in ag go, okay, decrease my property, decrease my house because I got a lot of dust coming through here.
I've never said it.
Okay, because if I did, one of the ranchers would look at me like, yeah, you are a city, aren't you, lady? So some of the arguments that we're saying today. I'm gonna tell you up straight, and I won't be able to vote for this if it's decreased, sir, because I truly believe when I've met this lady, and I trust that when she's doing her appraisals, and she hasn't even been in your house, sir, so I think she's being pretty fair and equitable at this point, towards equality, because it's hard for an appraiser to even appraise your house if they don't know what's inside. It could be less than, Derek.
Yeah.
Or it could be more than, and we're guessing just because of dust and some other stuff that maybe we should decrease it. That doesn't make no sense to me, sir. So, again, we could have that argument on almost any ag property in that area. If that happens today, that's up to some of the commissioners, but I can't go there.
Mr. Chair.
I would go to the board for a recommendation.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, I heard Mr. Laster first. Mr. Laster.
I'd make a motion to uphold staff's recommendation of ag land. I want to make sure I do this right. 6,200 ag land plus 39.5 for the ag building and 7,200 for the residential, equaling 815,900. Am I doing that right?
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
What was the structure, not the, can you repeat them all?
772.
Yeah, the structure was $770,200
Yeah.
Okay.
for a total of 815.
I found this on the web.
For a total of 815,900. Whoa.
Was that a third? That was a motion.
So 815,900 is the total.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sometimes phones have a mind of their own.
What is the
It
total?
is shut off, but,
815,900 is what I've got sitting in front of me.
Is there
okay.
a second? Did you second? that?
Yep, and there was a second from Ms. Hadcock.
Okay.
So now it's open for discussion. Motion is to hold it
Mr.
as.
Chair, I would make a substitute motion.
Mr. Roskinek.
My substitute motion would be $688,610 on the resident, $6,200 on the ag land, and for a total adjusted value of $734,310. And what that reflects is just a 10% reduction for the items that I mentioned earlier: location, access to emergency vehicles, and the location, I guess,
I would, let's get the numbers straight first, Ron. So you're going 6,200 on the ag land and 39,500
on the ag building.
On the ag buildings and the
And
residential.
688,610 on the residents.
680.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
the egg buildings are 13,800.
The ag buildings are,
That's my bad.
Shows 39.5.
yeah, it says 39,500.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about the.
62, 39.5, and 772.
Is that after an ag exemption?
Mine's not. Mine's before.
And then you got to round up that 10. You can't do $10, Ron.
Yeah.
100. 688, 100, Ron?
688,600.
600.
Joe, that's what I have.
And your total comes out to what?
734,300.
734,300.
Second.
So that motion has been made, substitute motion has been made in second, but let's make sure we got the ag building correct first. We got a plus of 39.5 for the,
I want to make sure they got the right numbers before I ask to speak.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So just.
Ag buildings are what?
13,800.
So the egg land is 6,200, right?
That's correct.
And then the home structure is 770,200?
688,600.
The new motion is 688, 600. The old motion was 770, 200. The ag buildings are 39.5. The ag land is 6,200.
Okay.
Here you go.
So is that correct with the ag building 39.5?
It is 13.8, actually.
13.8,
That's
that
my
would change
typo.
our total.
On what?
The ag buildings,
Ag buildings, how much now?
13.8.
13,800?
It should.
I don't have that.
This, excuse me, Chair, this property will then qualify for ag building exemption, which will then, after the hearings, bring the value of the ag buildings to 3,800, but that's a different thing than what we're doing here today. The ag buildings are 13,800.
So my total is if we do 6,200 for the ag land, 688,300 on the motion for the residents, 13,800 for the ag building, the total comes up to 708,300. Correct?
I don't think so.
No.
Those numbers.
It's 6.2, right? 200, it's 13 what?
13.8 is what they said.
13.8 and 688.6 is Ron motion on it. If it's the original, it changes to 6,200, 13.8, and then 770,200, whatever those totals are.
So then Ron's motion would be 708,600.
688.6.
708,600, and what's my motion then?
That's what Ron
Yeah,
says.
that's what
Well,
I
I think
I was
yours
300 off.
Add 10,000 to it then.
No, mine would be minus, because remember,
Yeah.
I was at 39.5, it's only 13.8 now, Shannon, on the eggs.
Oh,
So mine's only 6,200, 13.8, and 77, or 770,200.
23.5.
823.5. Instead of 8, can't even read my writing. I'm thinking more.
15.9.
It has to be less, Ron.
Yeah, it does.
what was your home
Let me,
structure, Deb?
yeah, let me.
770,200, 13.8, and 6,200 is what total? What?
Okay.
792. I was gonna say it has to be less,
Yep,
Ron.
my mistake.
You're okay. I couldn't even add, so you're doing better than I was.
So your original motion total would be 790,200.
792, 800, if I'm
No,
correct.
just 790,200 is what I got.
200, yeah.
79, okay, and that's 6,200 was my motion, if I'm correct, for the seconder.
Yep.
13.8 and 770,200, which is a total of 792,000.
Okay.
792, yes.
Ron's is 6,200, 13,800.
Yep, and
688.6, which is 708.6, right?
786, yep.
Just so we're all on the same page.
Okay, so the current substitute motion on the floor is for 688,600,
600.
Yes.
Yes.
13,800 for ag building, and 6,200 for ag land, which comes up to a total of 708,600.
That's what I got.
Okay, that's the substitute motion.
Travis had the floor.
Yep.
When we all
I'm just
interrupt.
getting the numbers straight.
You are.
So that is what we're discussing right now. Now, Mr. Laster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All right, couple of things. I can't support the second motion, the substitute motion, because then to me, it appears that we're arbitrarily putting a price point on it if we haven't gone and evaluated the property. I believe to reduce the home value, the structure value, without having eyes inside, actually is not doing our due diligence to make sure that everything's assessed at the proper value. So I will not support the secondary motion. I'd like to make another comment, and I appreciate what you're doing out here, Derek. I ranch too, and I have to lease a lot of land out in Caputa and in North New Underwood, and I'm looking for land right now. And every piece of land that I look at that's out and away from everything, I'm looking at it for what it can do for me as far as my business. Yeah, I do have to take in consideration how far away I am from medical, but that doesn't play into my price when I'm looking at it. The dirt roads, I'm used to driving dirt roads. I don't think my wife and I have ever complained about the dirt roads, except for when we slide off whenever it's icy and snowy, and that was our fault usually. So I can't support that secondary motion.
Further comment?
So just to clarify the motion before we vote.
Yeah, one more time, 6,200 for ag land, 13,800 for ag building, 688,600 for residents, for structure. That's what the motion currently is on the floor.
Total of 7,086, right?
Total of 708,600. Okay. We'll have to go to a vote. All in favor of the substitute motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
No. Aye.
So motion fails for 3-2. Now the original motion is back on the floor, which is 6,200 for land, 13,800 for property and, or for ag building. What's the total on that now? Is that
92.
779? That's 7,200 would total.
Nope, 6,2, 13,8,
Okay, okay.
772, sir.
So it comes up to 790,200, correct? Okay, so that's what the original motion is. Our number on our paper shows 815, so actually it's 792. So that is the motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Motion carries with 3 ayes and 2 noes.
Thank you, Derek, for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a letter from Ms. Hadcock.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you taking time like this today. I've never been here before. I was quite nervous.
You did good.
She's really a nice lady. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
Next on the schedule is Randy Bowers, Chelsea.
Good afternoon.
Come on. Good afternoon, Randy.
Oh, sorry.
I was letting you finish your numbers up there.
Don't worry about me looking at you. You just go ahead and give us it all, Chelsea.
All right, we're going to be talking about tax ID 26084. Property is located at 1505 Morningside Drive, which is to the west of the I-90 Business Loop and north of the Executive Golf Course. Owned by Brandy and Bonnie Bowers. The home was purchased in 2021 for $358,000. The home is 1,778 square feet above grade, with 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. An interior inspection of the home was completed by myself and another appraiser prior to their purchase in 2021. Brandy did advise that nothing has changed in regards to the property since its purchase, so no interior or exterior inspection has been completed in 2023. I did receive and take into consideration some comparable sales that came from their purchasing agent. However, the information provided had current listings, a sale outside of the legal assessment date, and a home that is outside of this home's designated neighborhood. From my comparable sales sheet, comparable sale 1 is the Bowers own sale in 2021, and comparable sale 2 took place in 2022. Comparable sale 2 is very similar to the subject property in regards to year built, quality, and condition, and is 249 square feet less than the subject property. Along with being located on the same street and within a year of each other's sales, I think the home located at 1505 Morningside Drive would be appropriately valued at $398,300, which leads to my recommendation of land at $46,400 and improvements at $351,900 for a total of $398,300.
The comparable that you just used, was that the 1714 Morningside?
Yeah, 1714 Morningside Drive, yeah.
Okay, so Chelsea, to clarify, you originally come up with 438,300, and your recommendation right now is 398,300.
Correct, yep.
So you've made some adjustments since your original deal, and that's the 46,400 and 351,900.
Yes, sir, yep.
And Ms. Bowers, are you aware of the reduction?
I was aware of it,
Okay.
yes.
And
I
you
still think
you still
it's
feel it's too high?
pretty high.
And so, Ms. Bowers, I'll give you the floor.
So working with my realtor, I did look for a home for a year and a half, and we all know that from 2020 to 2022, the markets were insane. I was going in 20, 30, 40,000 over asking and wasn't even considered. So some of the comparables in the time that I bought my home were already out of line. The comparable that she has, it is fully remodeled. My house is from 1972. It still has its 1972 windows. It still has its 1972 woodwork in it. Like, it's not fully remodeled whatsoever.
Just
There's really
exterior.
been, and when I had my home assessed to purchase it, he was like, yeah, you really probably need to replace all your windows. And that is quite an expense, so nothing that I can do in the near future. So I feel like I overpaid to begin with. And then when I looked at the property assessment, when I purchased it, like we all do when we purchase a car or whatever, you know, what am I going to pay in taxes? What is my insurance going to run? It was assessed at $200,000 when I bought it. And then the next year it went from 200,000 to 362.
Yeah.
I didn't balk. And then it went from 362 to 4 whatever. And right now, maybe it could sell for 369, which I couldn't recover from that anyways because I kind of overpaid to begin with at 358. So I feel like 362 of fair market value right now, which is what my realtor shows for all the comps of what I can maybe sell it for, is reasonable to have as a tax assessment. It seems unreasonable to me to buy a house at 200,000 and within 18 months, I see it go up $168,000 and I live in North Rapid. I mean, we maybe don't want to say those words, but when somebody says, oh, I'm interested in your house, where's it at? So North Rapid.
I live there.
I lived at 1603, so
I
I
moved
feel your
those in
pain.
North Rapid. They went up more, they went up.
Right, so, I mean, I don't live in the cream of the crop neighborhoods. It's a shock to do my research before I buy the home, and then it goes up to this amount. And understand that we have to catch up. I get that. I don't know how long it sat as an assessment for 200,000. Maybe too long, obviously. But now, why do I have to pay for it in 18 months since purchase that it didn't get assessed right for however long? That's just crazy. And I agree that it has to catch up. I believe that, but not more than what I could sell it for.
So Bonnie,
I'm Brandy,
you're
sorry.
Brandy. Okay, sorry. I'll stick with Miss Bowers. So 438.3 is what she was originally recommending, and what you're saying, if I get this right,
I'm
the
saying that,
2022 assessment value was 362,100, which you were okay with, even though you overpaid.
well, I didn't like it, but I understood it.
Okay, so
I
the
mean,
difference,
$162,000 in a year is a lot, too much, but
so the difference between 362.1 to what she changed hers is about 37,000. And most of it, I can't tell if it went up from land or from property. So, you know, I really have no good advice for you.
I got some for you.
I'm sorry. The property values, I mean, you just explained everything that we've heard all day long, and you've answered your own questions. I mean, a lot of that has happened, but you feel like you couldn't sell it, but yet we have comparables of the sales in the area that has happened. But realtors, you're absolutely right. They did this assessment in November of last year, and now this year, mortgage rates have gone up, so that now the realtors are scrambling, saying, yeah, we can't, it's a 350 house, we can't ask for 400 like we did last year. So that's
But
part
the
of the market.
house, I mean, even when we're talking about the market went crazy and then it's gonna go down, the house is still a 1972 original without a bunch of work done to it. And it is not worth 398,000 in any market. And that's why I didn't pay 398,000, because I'm sure these people would have taken it if they could.
Chairman.
Ms. Hadcock.
They took 358, and I understand that I need to pay more than, or be assessed for more than 358, and I'm fine with that. But I think it should, it's not at market value for 398.
So Ms. Brandy, you know, two other of those comps are on Morningside. They're on the north side. They are 1974,
Fully remodeled, though.
1958.
I don't know if 58.
The
That one I
sale
have no.
price on those houses went in North Rapid for 406, 410, 408. Same with us. We took my husband's dad's house and it was not appraised very high. And then what we did, and we didn't do that much remodeling. And it went up, it probably is up a couple $100,000. So, it doesn't take much, a paint job and a couple things inside to make it go up that high. Because you didn't do a couple of those improvements, doesn't mean somebody else could buy that and make that house, and that's what has happened, and that's why that market on a lot of these houses have went up too, is because people did do that, and then people bought them for that. So, I don't believe.
So I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So what you're saying
Right.
is that now I need to put money into the house to equal what you are saying it's accessible for right now, but then I would have to spend $50,000, $60,000 to make the improvements to make it worth the amount that you're saying it's worth now without the improvements.
Well, I'm going to tell you from the house we did. I don't know what you have to do with yours, but unfortunately, what I was listing is North Rapid. You know where we live, the most undesirable. I don't believe that. If it was, you wouldn't go for houses like that. And it's not because people didn't know the neighborhood. So I'm not taking that argument that way because, of course, I'm from North Rapid. I grew up in North Rapid. A lot of those people have their houses paid for more than most people in Rapid City. So, to be
Right,
understood.
I'm sorry that
Yeah,
that
to
came
be
off.
understood. No, you're okay because you're nice. So
Yeah,
you're
and
good.
I live there. I mean,
just.
I didn't balk at
Yeah.
living there either.
But I'm proud that those houses went up that high to a certain extent. I'm not always saying, okay, I love those assessments, keep doing that. That's a
Right.
great job. But I think they're being equitable. I think they're doing that equalization job, not just to you, but to everybody.
Correct.
And not because you're North Rapid or not because you're anywhere else. We believe that, your house is just as valuable as somebody else's in that neighborhood that believe that they maybe put a little bit of paint and a little bit of something into it. It might not be 50, it might be 5,000. I don't know about your house. Your house
Right.
might be better than those inside because you kept it. My house is, if you went in my house, you go, oh, you don't have to do that much improvement, put a couple more things and jack that price up. So, to be fair, Chelsea's she's not looking North Rapid, West Rapid. She's looking at equitable prices that have went in your neighborhood. And unfortunately, and we have got condemned houses for 15 and sold them for 140. So just depends on what you started with. I don't know all your circumstances, what I'm saying, Miss Brandy.
Yes.
So I'm totally understanding what you're saying, but Chelsea's job is to do that equitable across the board. She also dropped about 40,000 off of that because she was listening to you, ma'am.
Right,
Okay, we do have, what I'm going to present to the board is what I believe, Ms. Bowers, is that you're thinking that 2022 assessment value is 362,100. And the adjusted recommendation from Chelsea is 398, 300, and that's land at 46,400 and improvements at 351,900. So I'd look to the board for direction on either one.
Sure.
Mr. Drews.
I'd make a motion that we accept the Director of Equalization recommendation. Total value of 398,3 with land at 46,4 and improvement at 351,9.
So we have a motion from Mr. Drews
Second.
and a second from Mr. Lassiter.
Sure.
Mr. Drews.
So you may not have realized it or knew it at the time, but just prior to you purchasing that home, apparently the Equalization Office had set that assessment value at the 362,100. And so, and you actually paid just slightly less than that at the time. But, and I understand your concern with the adjustment, especially up to that 438.3. But I think that, you know, the 398.3, I think certainly measures out as far as being equal for you, so.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
one comment, did you guys did you look inside the house itself? Because that's what I heard was a condition.
Yes. Well, I looked at it before she purchased it. So I looked at it with the old owners before they sold it. So we were in there probably a couple months before they put it on the market.
So those conditions were taken under consideration then?
Yeah, I mean, it was of maintained condition for the most part. I mean, it wasn't in a fair to badly worn condition. It was in just maintained. They had done a couple updates to the time. I mean, nothing that was, you know, anything grand, but just what was needed. And it was, I mean, nice average house.
Okay.
Thank you. So all in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Bowers.
Thank you for your time.
Brandy, for coming today.
We are running about 20 minutes behind, right? Okay. Now we have Ms. Heidi Bell, and she's going to be on Zoom.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, and
and
Joan has a thumbs
Joan
up.
has a thumb.
That's annoying.
That's annoying.
You're talking about yourself.
Talking about yourself.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Bell,
Ms. Bell,
can you
Yes.
please mute your microphone?
mute your microphone. You want me to mute it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is that better?
Ms. Bell, we're going to let Mr. Shannon Rittenberger speak first, and then I'll go to you for your response, okay?
Sounds good.
Shannon.
Okay. So this home has a history of appeals. I was allowed to look at the home, the interior of the home in 2019, but I've been not allowed back in since then. The current owner, Miss Bell, says that she will let us look at it this summer. She lives out of state. The current assessment on the home is $303,400. I have a recommendation to change that to $291,700. The home is located west of Rapid, off of Highway 44. As I said, I've seen the home. I was inside with the former owner, Miss Bell's sister. I've also seen the videos and the pictures that Miss Bell has provided here. I saw those in 2019. The home, at the time that it was purchased in 2019, had recent low-cost remodel work done on the interior, new paint, new roof cover on the exterior. It's been empty now for over a year after the former owner left, and I'm aware of a few condition issues with the home, and assuming that the time empty hasn't been easy on the home. The assessment of this home has been reduced for several years. My current recommendation of $291,700 is a reduction of about $76,800 in total to account for the physical condition of the home. In other words, if this home were in average condition, like an average typical home in that neighborhood, we would have it assessed at $368,500. I'm recommending this year $291,700. I've provided some sales information, and I'm just going to review those very quickly. I find 5 comparable sales. There is a low sale price of almost $210,000 and a high price of over $500,000, but those are the extremes. The other three sales, more comparable to the subject, are between $325,000 and $364,000 in sale price. I think they're all superior to the subject property, and that's why I'm recommending a reduction to $291,700.
Thank you, Shannon. Does the board have any questions for Shannon?
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Shannon, when I look at your comparable sales, one, 5 sold on a per square foot basis. 5 sold for $376 a square foot, and 4 sold for $162 a square foot. I just consider those outliers and hang my hat on 1, 2, and 3.
So do I.
I know it's nice to use 5 sales, but when you get a spread like that.
I agree.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Shannon before I go to Ms. Bell? Is there none? Ms. Bell, you have the floor.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, we appealed this a couple of years ago, and we didn't show any videos, any documentation or anything. And Mr. Ritberger had taken pictures off the internet of what the house was selling back in 2018 as to verify what the condition of the inside looked like. And it was not that at all, okay? If he went to the house in 2019, which is news to me, it wasn't really in the best shape, but in 2020, now, did you guys see the videos that I sent Geraldine?
Yes, they were distributed to the commission.
There were a whole bunch of videos of flooding, showing how the staircase banister was wobbly, the front door was peeling, the cabinets in the kitchen were all off, and with all the flooding that there was downstairs, tremendous mold in all the rooms downstairs. The carpets. I mean, I went there a year and a half ago to take some stuff from the house. I could only stay in the house for a few minutes because the stench was so bad. I'm in contact with a realtor there in Rapid City, and I showed him all the videos. The whole downstairs has to be gutted, okay? I mean, completely gutted. The windows, the foundation of the house is slipping because you cannot close the doors or the windows easily. And I don't know if you saw the exterior of the house, but one of my neighbors put a piece of wood across one of the windows to try to shut it because it won't shut. You can't crank it shut. The house is unlivable. All the pipes have burst. The realtor that I've been working with in the last couple of weeks said you could only sell this to somebody who had the skills to go in there and clean it out and fix it up. It's like I said, it's unlivable. The black mold itself in the bottom, in the basement, is all over the walls, in the carpet, everywhere. For Mr. Ritberger to say that it's worth $278,000, that is so off because it may look good on the outside, but it looks awful on the inside. I live in Florida now. I used to live in Washington. I can't come out there right now. I'm going to make an effort to come out there this summer, but I can't do it right now. Otherwise, I would have made the trip. I would have had him go inside and look at the house. And again, like me, he wouldn't have been able to stay in there very long because it smells so bad.
Ms. Bell, I think you've expressed yourself passionately, and from my understanding, you want to come back this summer and have inspection on the interior of the house. But at this point in time, this is what we have to work with.
Well, did you see the videos? I sent 7 videos. Did you see them?
Yes, we got we've seen the videos.
Because the lady, not Geraldine, but somebody who was taking her place yesterday because she was busy in meetings, said that those videos had been seen a couple of years ago when I appealed this. And that's not true. Those videos have never been shown to anybody. They're just videos my sister took. Okay. So, and there's something else Mr. Ritberger said, that my sister, when she bought the house, My sister never bought the house. I bought the house. I'm the owner of the house. My sister lived in it. She wants to come back and live in it, but she can't because the condition of the house is terrible.
Okay, Miss,
Okay, Miss.
what I'm gonna do is I'm
What I'm
gonna
going
go
to
to
do is I'm going to go
to the board
to the
for
board
comment and
for comment and
direction.
direction.
So I need you to
So I
mute,
need you to mute.
please.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd make a motion that we accept Shannon's recommendation of 83,200 on land, 208,500 on the building, for a total of $291,700.
Second.
Motion was made by Drews, seconded by Hadcock for statement, or for the amounts he stated. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
I agree with the chair that once that Ms. Bell comes back this summer and gives Equalization the opportunity to revisit the property, that next year this may be a different story.
Okay.
Mr.
Any
Chair.
further discussion?
I got three questions. Well, the black mold's concerning, but we don't know that it's there. But I'd like to know what the current use of the house is. Is it livable? Is it vacant right now? And did the pipes indeed burst, and are they still in that condition? I'd just like to know that part.
Mr. Rittenberger.
What was the first question?
Okay, is the house lived in now, or is it vacant and kind of shut up?
It is vacant. It's been vacant for about a year. It was lived in the year before that, and it was classed as owner occupied.
Okay.
It appears to be livable. In our office, livable is a very low standard. We see people living in some very poor conditions. This house is not that bad. I was in it. I did not see any mold, and at the time I was in it after the videos were taken. I don't know what the condition of it is now. I'd like to see it. I'm aware of the banister and the front door, and I've taken that into consideration. And I'd like to look at it this coming summer, but the value I'm recommending now is taking into account the issues that I know of and assume that being vacant has done to the house.
I'm just looking at the utility and safety purposes, so can the house be lived in? Is there running water? Because if you don't have running water, then you don't really have a sewer. And so that was my question. Is there actually an operating plumbing system? That's all I wanted to know.
Yes. And
Okay.
we were told that water is provided to the house, but was disconnected by the water company that provides service to the house. And it wasn't an issue with the water lines in the house.
Okay. Any further questions, Mr. Ruskinek? Motion on the floor is for the reduction to 291,700 made by Drew, seconded by Hadcock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I would like
Thank you,
to,
Heidi.
would like to say, Ms. Bell, if you would call our office, make an appointment to get out and take a look at it whenever it's convenient for you.
I would like to say the house hasn't been lived in for 2 years, and no, it's not livable. Okay, so I this is amazing. There's mold everywhere. If you guys had looked at the videos, and I don't think you have, you would be able to see that the house is in bad shape. I sent my email to Geraldine Sistek that explains all of this and how much money it will take for me to bring the house to a livable condition. But I don't think any of you have ever seen the videos, and I don't think you read my email. So, I mean, what can I do? I think a lot of what Mr. Rittenberger has said is not correct.
Okay.
But definitely, I will definitely contact his office when I get out there this summer, but I think it's very wrong.
Thanks, Ms. Bell. That'd be the best option.
I saw 3 videos.
I saw those videos in the last 5 years, seen videos.
Okay, we're gonna move on. So I think if we skip the break, we can get back on schedule.
Okay, the next appointment is Michael and Nicole with Bree.
Bree. Seen a lot of you today.
Are you tired of me yet?
We see you a lot today, Bree.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. All right. The property being appealed is 57475, which is assessed at $1,013,400. This property is owned by Nicole and Michael Wojcik, located at 23798 Kiefer Ranch Road, Rapid City. This is a 10.47 acre parcel, and it has a single-family residence built in 2007 with 2,028 square foot living, with a farm utility building and a lean-to. I spoke with Michael about the information that we have on the house, and everything was correct. The neighborhood was just reappraised last year after updating after updating data and adjusting the land based on sales. Our ratio is up from 77% last year to 94% this year, bringing the neighborhood to market value. I offered him property inspection and was declined, as his main concern was really the increase in the land. Last year, in the area for 10 acres, sold on an average of $375,000. I did bring some comparable on houses as well. The comparable sales show that there are older homes, same acreage, less square foot, and in need of updating. Others I have found have had less acres, been updated, same quality as the subject. There was a recent sale, this is just recently within the past month, 2 parcels west of his, if you want to bring up Rapid Map, Chris. Which just recently sold for $915,000. This has a 10-acre parcel, newer home, same quality with a finished basement, but does not have the utility building or the lean-to. This is just the recent one that's sold. Oh, sorry, one more over.
Sorry. Just wanted to make sure you had the right information.
So I'm like, okay. That one just recently sold.
There you go.
Mr. Chair, question of Bree.
Mr. Drew.
So did you use these recent sales as part of your?
I just wanted to note that just that recent sale did sell for $915. We won't be able to bring it into the comparable sales data until this next year. I do recommend a no change at $1,013,400, with the land at $380,300 and the improvements at $633,100.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Ma'am, Michelle?
Nicole.
Nicole?
Boy,
Oh, it's Michael.
It's okay, I think
And
we
I
need a
got
break.
glasses, I'm going Michelle, and so it's Michael and Nicole. My apology.
You can call me Michelle. That's fine.
This is the second
call them
time,
that all the
second
time.
time today I've done this. At least it wasn't Patricia. That's what I did earlier.
Try her last name, that would really get you.
Okay, Nicole.
Yes, sir. So to add some clarification, we're not disputing the barn, the home, it's just the land value.
Just the land value.
Just the land value. And so part of the package that you should have received was a letter from Michael and myself dated April 24th of this year. And I'd like to walk you through that because it provides evidence to our appeal, and it supports our appeal. And what we're asking for is a fair and objective review and assessment value.
Okay. So just to clarify, you're not disputing the structures?
That's
It's
correct.
just the land?
Just the
Okay.
land. Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Drew.
Okay, so I'll ask Bree this. So what I had it down as is 36.3 per acre is what you had it
Yes.
appraised at. Okay.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. And if I may begin, with all due respect, I'd like to start with what we purchased the land for in 2007, which as you can see with the evidence that we provided on the chart, lot number 6, which is our property at 23798 Kiefer Ranch Road, the support is found with Exhibit A in your package. The sale amount for that lot of 10 acres, 10.47 to be exact, was $95,000 at that time. And it breaks down to just a little over $9,000 per acre. The lot next to us, which you can see is just over our main road, which is lot 17, and is supported by Exhibit B. That lot was also purchased in 2007 at $138,500, which equates to a little over $10,000 per acre, which is 17% higher than our property. And you can see lot 18, which is just to the bottom of the screen. That is Exhibit C. That was purchased in 2009, which equates to a little over $13,000 per acre, which is 32% higher than our land value. And why is that? Why is there such a discrepancy between ours and our neighboring properties? It's because our property has a main easement and major drainage running right through it. And so similar properties, which is lot 16, has a major easement and drainage. That sold in 2014, and the reason it took so long for that property to sell was because of that easement and that major drainage that runs through it. And you can see that even sold for $8,400 per acre. Lot 12, and I'd like to take you to Exhibit D, which demonstrates this in your package. If you can see lot 16, it has the drainage that runs through it. I'll give you a minute to find it. Which would be to the left of our property, which is highlighted in yellow.
Lot 6 with this highlight,
That's our
that's
lot
the
in yellow.
easement that's cutting through your property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And comparable lots are lot 16, which would be to the left. You can see the drainage that went through that lot. And then above ours, lot 12 also has a major easement and drainage going through it. And you can see the similarities in that baseline price and what it sold for originally. Very
Okay.
similar lots. So I'm
And
trying to make that linkage for
So
you.
let me just clarify that you're looking at these from those dates and those prices
Yep.
aren't up to this date,
Right,
but still,
baseline.
just,
Just foundational baseline.
okay,
Okay?
yep.
So,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you
Chairman,
for tracking.
Mr. Drews.
so the easement on lot 16 abuts the property line, so it makes the rest of the lot pretty usable. Lot 12 has it coming right straight through the middle of it.
Yeah.
And then on lot 6, it does cut down, not right through the middle of it, but cuts off one end.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up, because if you would go to Exhibit G in your package, this is the survey that we purchased from the land surveyor when we purchased our land. And it highlighted in yellow, you can see specifically how much that easement takes of our property, which is almost half. It's pretty significant.
Mr. Drew, you
And
finished?
not only do we have a significant easement that makes the property unusable for half of it, we also have a section line, the red line that goes right through it, which makes it even harder to find a building site without having to request a waiver.
Chairman.
Are you done, Mr. Drew?
I am.
Okay.
Very,
Ms. Hassel.
thank you.
Just a question. We have been going through this area all day, or maybe yesterday too. Most of the average where we put people, even the higher one, I think it was the highest, was like 32. This one is at 38, if I'm correct?
36,
36,
322.
I'm sorry. Ron said 36 and I still wrote down
That's okay.
38.
I gotcha.
For me, in the surrounding areas, Ms. Bree, is it the 37.5 that I keep hearing the average, or is it the 30? Because what I've been hearing mostly when we looked at it was between 27 and 32. And maybe I'm wrong, but
Can we move the map up and I can help Deb understand what's going on. Just,
Yeah.
if we can go north just a little bit. So this is what, I have to go a little bit north. So this is what's causing,
It's
Where are we at?
that number
I
21,
have to go
those
a
10
little bit
acre,
north,
yeah.
Yeah.
So Sudbury Ranch right here, 10 lots. They developed a couple years ago. They sold in 1 year for 37,500. And so what we're trying to do is not, that's a whole separate entity, in my opinion. It's the covenants, the infrastructure, and so I think we just got to be careful using that criteria and going north to where you're at, to be the spirit of being fair and consistent the way we've been so far. I think Deb and I both agree that 30,000 an acre would be more conducive to your location and then the site characteristics opposed to the
36.
36 or whatever.
So Bree, and I would hope if you want to counteract, that's your job, because you are also an equalization and a appraiser. For that reason, it would bring it down to 314,100 instead of 380,300, and their house would still be the 633,1 for a total of 947,200. Any
And what,
comments, Ms. Bree?
Like we've basically had a lot of people out here appeal, and you guys have stuck to the 30. I find it appropriate. I haven't really had a chance to look at every single parcel out here to see what we have per acre before the changes that we've done on them. I got another gentleman coming up tomorrow that has asked me that. I plan on doing that here shortly, just to see where we are, just to get a good baseline. So it might take.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion. And the reason I'm doing it is to be consistent with the way we've been doing things for the last 3 days.
Okay.
So my motion would be for the land, 314.1, for the building, 633.1, for a total of 947.2.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So, and a second from Ms. Hadcock. Any further discussion from this board?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drew?
I just got to get the clarification on that, on the improvements. I had a different number down. What'd you say the number was, Ron, on the house?
633.1.
Okay.
So Chairman,
Mrs. Hadcock?
Bree, in your defense, you're new, and number two, trying to look at every property and try to figure out that, what you're doing and how you're doing it when you're appraising. You got a lot of different properties out there where you're trying to do comparables. You have done a very good job today. And being new, I couldn't even come close to how you've done some of this. So, a lot of your stuff has been spot on today, and you've been good at working with us on why and when and where and how. As an appraiser, I commend you on that today for that. And then again, my feeling is we've been doing certain areas in there. I didn't drop to the 25 because I didn't agree with that. But on the 30s, I think a lot of that area kind of for equality or appraisal, we've been doing a lot of that, not just we, but some of the appraisers. So that's why I'm following that lead as well. So
Okay,
you
we
did a
do
good
have,
job.
oops, sorry. We do have a motion on the floor, and it's for 314,100 for the land. Am I right?
Where'd you come up with?
I don't know where they, I don't know.
How'd you find, Ron, how'd you find the 633.1? I'm having trouble
Because I come up with
relating to that.
573.2.
So what I did is I took the difference of where the land's assessed now, which is 380,300, and I subtracted the 314,100 for a difference of 66.2. So I'm just asking for a reduction of 66.2. So then I went to the 1,013,400.
Because we got the land assessed.
So if you take the 1,013,000 4, and you minus 947,2, you come up with the difference of 66,200, which would be the difference of 36,000 an acre versus 30,000 an acre.
I think we're still trying to get to where the original land value is.
Bottom line, he came up with
Not sure it was ever on
633,100
there.
It's not.
for,
33-1 is for the improvements, which is, I have as the house, their utility building, and their lean-to.
yes.
Okay, so
That's the improvements.
the land is 633,100.
The improvements are 633,100.
Okay.
The original land value that I have is 380,300.
8,300.
Yes.
And we're going to 314,100.
Yes.
Total's going to be 947,200.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. I get it. Normally, some of the other ones, they have it broken down up here in our comments.
Oh, okay.
And so
I'll
we have to go
remember.
back and we have to look on here, and that's,
You're trying to make us ad Bree and, you know.
Hey, if I gotta do it, I gotta make sure
We're
you guys
usually
are
pretty
ready.
good.
Can you please
So-
add that clarification? I'm trying to track you here, and so can you tell me,
Your buildings and your lean-tos and your properties are 633,1, ma'am. Your land
gotcha, tracking you there.
is 314,1
Oh,
for a
you're-
grand total of 947,2.
Okay, you're dropping it
they
314.
reduced
That's
it
all we
down,
need
they reduced it down to
Actual land.
30,000
Okay.
on just
So
the
instead
land.
of 36, we did 30.
So just out of curiosity, though, if I could ask a question, I really appreciate what you're doing here. I'm just wondering why we didn't take in the section line consideration and the easement drainage, because I know a lot of the other lots around there are 30,000. Just from my understanding, why wouldn't those undesirable traits, because the land was such a lower price
If you were
originally?
to try and divide your land, but otherwise it's kind of an asset at some,
Yeah.
that much property,
Can be
that means
vacated.
people aren't going to build around you. So I think if you're going to divide your land and subdivide it, then that would be into a consideration probably.
And they can vacate that section line. They can do some stuff with that property to make it more equitable. How about that? Or you could, if you
Okay.
ask planning on some of the things. Some might cost you more, but that's just normal if you're plating. But some of those, like, you can vacate some of that stuff, like section lines and stuff, just depending on where that section line is
And it costs.
how that's going to be affected, yeah.
Okay.
So the
that helps.
procedure
And
for
there's a cost.
vacating used to be a certain percent of voters, and now it's much easier. There's an easier method if you want to go that route.
Makes sense?
Planning and zoning could answer all the
Yes,
details
that's
on
very
that.
helpful.
Thank you for your packet. It was very, very well put together. We
Very well.
appreciate it. So
Thank you.
with that, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
The next property owner on the schedule is Mike and Lori Beckfar. They were here earlier and requested that their appeal be withdrawn. So I don't think you need to take action on it if they withdraw the appeal.
They thought we were very nice and equitable.
So,
Something like that.
so we don't
I think so.
have to take no action, leave it the same or anything?
Well, I don't want to, it's your meeting, I don't want to tell you what to do, but they said they withdrew the appeal.
Okay, so
Mr. Chair, I'd accept their withdrawal. I'd make that as a motion.
We had a withdrawal on the first day and we didn't do anything.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't care.
okay.
To me, a withdrawal means you don't have an appeal in front of you anymore.
So we're on Stone Ridge?
Okay, Stone Ridge is next, and that's Zoom, and they should be on the phone.
okay,
Who's this guy? We haven't seen him for a while.
I'm new.
Rod.
The mass marauder.
You're the new guy.
Giving you
As soon as we
green
get him on Zoom, we're just gonna get the picture of the phone.
Mr. Browning?
Hello, is anybody there?
I'm here, but I'm not that property. I'm waiting in line.
Oh, you're waiting in line, okay.
Yes,
And you
I'm on the
are?
Vista Lakes. Pardon?
Oh, you must be Craig.
No,
Don't sound like Craig.
Patterson, maybe?
no Patterson, and I'm just sitting here online.
Okay,
Okay,
Ms. Patterson, there's two appeals before you, And both of them are on the phone, so we're trying to find the first one.
Okay, I am muted right now.
Okay, thank you.
This is up by Walmart.
Is there anybody else that can hear us?
They probably muted us.
Can I just ask the board if they have the document that I prepared for them? Thank you.
Is it in the packet, this, Rod?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, we got it.
Says Rod Sletton at the bottom. Is that a relative?
Direct relative. Is Mr. Browning online? You may need to unmute Mr. Browning.
Hello?
Mr. Browning?
This is Byron with Savage and Browning.
Oh, Byron Pendleton?
Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Sletton?
I'm good. All right.
Great.
So,
Sorry, I couldn't unmute my phone.
Okay, let's go.
all right. So we are talking about tax ID 64155. This is Stone Ridge Development. This is a 13-unit strip mall, about 34,000 square feet, built in 2012. Our current valuation is $5,203,000, and my recommendation is to uphold that current valuation. This property has been appealed multiple times. I have not talked with Mr. Pendleton yet this year, so this is my first time hearing his voice, but he has appealed in 2019, 2021, 2022 at the county level, and then this also went to OHE in 2019 and 2021. And the big picture is, with this property, the only thing that we change year over year is how complete the mall has become. So when it was first built, it's basically a shell. As they finish out suites, add interior finish, then we add that to our assessment, both on
I
the
need him
cost
to
side.
shut the door.
Hold on. Janet?
So on the cost side of things, we adjust for this lack of completion by not adding interior finish until that interior finish is actually there. On the income side of things, we adjust for it with the vacancy rate. Back in 2019, when this was first appealed, we had about a 40% vacancy. All of that consideration has now been removed. This is now fully leased. So we have a standard market rate, market vacancy, and our cost shows that it's fully finished now.
Is that why we have the difference of 4538 to 5203?
Right.
Because now it's fully.
Yeah, so
Are you-
the difference between last year and this year is about $664,000.
Okay.
There was about $532,000 in permit work. Now, some of that is done by the tenant, and it's not really real estate, but just to give you an idea that this last year, there were still improvements that were being made, and that's when we finalized all of our permits saying that this is now fully finished and fully leasable.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, of course, market growth just year over year. But what I did prepare for you are, I still developed three different approaches to value. I have our cost approach. So just on the very next page is the cost breakdown. And just, we'll be doing some more commercial stuff tomorrow as well. All of our values for commercial are developed from a cost analysis. So this number, this $5,203,000, that is from the cost analysis. We then develop an income analysis and a sales analysis to support our cost method, but the number comes directly from our cost analysis. So the $5,203,000, as you can see, comes right from our cost. And like I said before, the thing that we added is an additional finish that wasn't considered prior to that. And then also within the cost methodology, we're looking at land sales. So all of the land sales are on the next page. So on page 3, the land sales that I'm using are actually directly around this around the subject. In fact, all of the land sales were sold by the appellant. Stone Ridge Mall sold all of these lots. And the only thing that was a little disappointing looking through the tax reps packet that they sent me, they didn't use a single one of their very own sales. They were using land sales from, clear out by the interstate, which would have no relevance to this. So I was a little disappointed in the data that they gave to support a value. They were asking for $1 million reduction, even below what last year's agreed upon amount was. But just so you see the data that we collected, it's all brand new sales. We've updated everything and it still supports our value. And then also on page 4, I have an income approach. Again, we're using market rents. They did send me some of their contract rents, but what we're doing is a market analysis and what the market would typically support for market rents. We don't just take their contract rents and try to develop an income value off of that. We're looking at what the market would support. So all of these rents are market rents. I'm using a standard market cap rate of 8%. I'm giving an additional allowance of 75 cents per square foot for the expenses to the owner that wouldn't be under the triple net. All of the income analysis is triple net, so it just makes it a lot cleaner to use. But all the data is right there if you do have any questions on that. On page 5, I'm just showing you what their listing was, and this was back from 2019. They were also indicating about $18 a square foot for rents. And even at the bottom, they were showing that their expenses were about $6.69 per square foot, $6.69. In my market analysis, I'm using $6, so I'm a little bit under what they were showing for their data. And then lastly, I have my sales approach. So I have 4 relatively new sales of strip malls, and I made some adjustments for both time, about a 6% per year time adjustment. I also made an adjustment for condition, also known as effective age, and then I made an adjustment for traffic as well, given the different locations for the sales. So, and the sales approach indicated a similar value. We're still hitting right about $150 to $151 per square foot. I'm finding that number supported by other sales, supported by our costs. So with all of that analysis, I just don't see any reason to recommend a change from the $5,203,000.
Thank you, Rod.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
so I've appraised so many of these, I could do it blind probably, but when I looked at this, I added up the 8,544, the 11,000, the 14,624. I know where this property's at. I've been in some of the units. And I just got done appraising something similar, and I just said to myself, 150 square foot. I come out at 5,125,200. That's not the way these are bought and sold, but that certainly falls in line with when I analyze the sale and I extract my cap rates. I also look at what they sell for land and building, then I extract the land just to get an idea what the building's worth. But it's ironic. 150 a square foot. I look at it and I'm $7,000-8,000 off of what you think it's worth. So I don't think you're that far off.
Okay. I'm going to go to the person who's online, Rod.
Byron Pendleton.
Byron, you have the floor to argue your case.
Sure. So basically, we've had some recent leasing here, and Rod did a good job summarizing. We've been kind of talking back and forth on this the last couple of years. And we've gone from, 40% vacancy, and now we're stabilized only at about 8% vacancy. We have, I believe, 2 spots here. We got a 1,600 square foot spot and a 1,200 square foot spot. And we're trying to get $18 is what we're seeing as the market rent per square foot. Our most recent leasing here has been Stanford Laboratories that went in here late 2021, right at that $18.50 basically a square foot. And our owners are doing the best they can to lease this up, but we're using that $18 to $19 a square foot as in our income approach. I guess, could you refresh my memory on what you guys are using in terms of gross rental rates and cap rates on this?
Rod?
So I'm using the $18 a square foot for everything except for the Dollar Tree, which is the anchor in the middle. So that one, we're using $10 a square foot. Cap rate is 8%. And then I did load that, so I took the property taxes out, and really just for the vacancy, since we're using triple net. So 8% cap, $18 per square foot on all the suites except for the anchor.
And you're using a $6 a square foot expense?
Yes.
$6. So you're doing 12. I'm just doing some math here. So that would be like 12 net per square foot, an 8% cap rate. And really the Dollar Tree, they're getting $9 a square foot. So we're $1 off on there. Really trying to figure out where our discrepancy is. Because we're basically modeling the same thing with the higher rents, and at a 7% cap rate, we're coming at $4,256,000.
I think you're adding like the commission does.
1 second.
So Byron, you're coming up with 4,266,000 is what you feel it should be, which would be less than
Correct.
2022 assessment value.
Chairman.
For the 23, this current year.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is your 2022 assessment value was 45,382,200. And so with your numbers that you're running, you're actually asking for less than what it was assessed for last year.
We're asking for 4.2. I believe last year was at 4.5.
Exactly. Yeah, okay. Ms. Hadcock.
Chairman, based on the numbers, and the vacancy at 10%, and the only discrepancy I'm seeing is a 10% and the dollar difference on the Dollar Tree, I would leave it as recommendation at 5,203,000 as our appraiser has put.
Is that a motion?
Yes,
That was a motion, and motion by Hadcock for the recommendation of staff, which is 5,203,000, seconded by Mr. Lassiter. Any final comments? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Byron.
Thank you, Rod, for it was very thorough on some of those areas that we needed to look at that sometimes we don't understand unless it's written for us. So thank you.
Chris.
Chris is new too. Getting all the new, and you wore out the other ones, so you brought the next set.
Nice suit. Nice
thanks.
suit.
Yeah, see, I'm not the new, been here almost 9 years, so, but.
Just
But-
new
Oh.
today, Chris.
Oh, yes, well, I got 4 tomorrow, so.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, so the tax ID on this parcel is 50199.
Okay, do we make sure, let's make sure we got Ms. Cohen on Zoom.
Oh, yes, Greg, are you there?
Thought we had his wife.
Yes, I am here.
We got Greg, okay.
Different one.
All right, thanks, Greg. We're gonna start, and we're gonna start with Chris, okay? And then we'll come to you.
Sure. Okay.
All right, the tax ID is 50199. This is located at 13519 Earl Court. It's just on the north side of Rockerville, just right on the outside of town there on the north side. The assessment was mailed out at 168,600. Is a bare piece of land that's 3 acres. Does not have any structures on it. The assessment did jump up quite a bit from last year, but as due to land sales in the area, and as my sheet has shown here, I gave some 3-acre sales and then one just a little bit larger. That's just a few miles out. The first one, the 52872, is located just right down to the west, about less than a quarter mile away. That sold for $215 in 2021. That's about $71,200 per acre. The subject is valued at $56,200 per acre. The next ID, 72874, that sold this last year for 175. That's about a quarter, or about a mile and a quarter south on South Rockerville Road and Neck Yoke on that corner. And I talked to the owner who actually split that off, and he sold it very quickly, and is currently listed for sale for $220 right now since I think April. It's been on the market for $220 for 3 acres. And then the last one I gave you is ID 32. That one is along Highway 16, just a few miles west of Rockerville, on the south side of the highway. That's a 4.61 acre lot that sold last year for $235, about $51,000 per acre. And of course, how we value our land, as you well know, is we look at similar sizes, see what those are selling for. And these were the best 3 acre lots that sold in the last couple of years. And we are, I think, right there, being valued at $56,200 per acre. And for the comparables are selling for, let's see, 58, or yeah, selling for 58,000 per acre and 71,000 per acre. So I think we are right there at our recommended value at 168,600.
Thank you, Chris. So your recommendation is original at 168.6, and you given 3 comparables.
Yeah, and then those are the ones that are right there by the subject. The one is right close. It sold for 215 just to the west. Doesn't have anything built on it, still bare. And the subject property looks like it's pretty good buildable site. The one just to the west, it's got some trees, got to do some work on it, but it sold for 215 a couple of years ago. So that's a kind of on the high end there, but I don't think we're over assessed at that 168.7 for its 3 acres.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
I know we're looking at land, but I think when you look at land, you want to look at the caliber of houses that are in that subdivision.
Yeah, and they're
And
pretty
so
nice.
this is where
Yes.
the wedding venue's going, down on the bottom. But the next one was Merv Guthmiller's, and he sold his, and it was, you're in the $800,000. So when you look at the land value versus the quality of improvements in that particular subdivision, that they're pretty nice. I just thought I'd point that out because we can't see it on the map, but there's really nice homes that show pride of ownership in that subdivision.
I'm going to go to Mr. Craig. You have the floor, sir.
Greg.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to go over this with you. First, I've owned property in Pennington County for about 43 years, and I've never appealed a property before. And this value increased in 1 year 124% from 75,000 in the prior year to 168,000 in 1 year. And that 75 has gone up, in recent years as well. It had been at closer to 50 for, some period of time before that. My background includes over 30 years of assessment work for commercial companies for centrally assessed property, and along with that, looking at other pieces of property as well. So I'm very familiar with the assessment process, and when I look at the values out there, I looked at 3 different things. And I think I gave you some handouts to that effect. I looked at property that, first I just took an overall look at what has property in general in the residential area increased in value, and found an article that talked about 19.6% from the prior year. And then I also went and looked at the information given to me by the county and showed a database of land sales. And, those, I gave you a copy of those as well. But there were a large number of those that were way out of whack in terms of comparability. 4 acre, 0.16, 0.5, looking at a residential where there's still only, I only have one buildable site. This is the minimum lot size in that development. And so we're taking a 0.16 lot and looking at a per acre and grossing that up for 3 acres is not a comparable thing at all. Same way there were lots that were, or pieces of land, I should say, tracts that were a couple hundred acres. So I excluded those from my analysis and said those are clearly not comparable. So I restricted it down to a range of there's approximately 2.5 to about 10 acres or less. I looked at the county's database on that and came up with a value on average for that. I didn't restrict it to 3 properties. And that average was about $80,000 on as adjusted for 3 acres. I
So,
also looked at land that is currently for sale in the Black Hills and looked at lots that were comparable size or in that range. And I provided a spreadsheet that showed not only the cost or the sale price, but also the website link to that to support the fact that those are for sale. And the average, uh, excuse me, lot adjusted to 3 acres was $63,000 on that. So then I took a weighting of the general overall increase was more to look at the reasonableness. So I looked at that at only a 20% weighting because of the reliability. It's not really for that specific property.
okay, Mr. Greg.
When I put, yes.
So I'm going through this, and so I see what your average is. So you come up with the director equalization database. You believe the property is worth 80,661 for the 3 acres, correct? Is that what you're coming up with?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming up to 75,600 based on a weighting of the 3 different
Okay.
methods.
I
The land for
wanted,
sale.
I didn't mean to cut you off, sir, but your video conference is breaking up. And so I wanted to get your good solid number to the board for the consideration.
So I appreciate that. The other things that I wanted to bring up is that, someone mentioned Merv Beth Miller, who does live in that area, but his is on the very, very high end of the homes. It's a log home. There's other one right next to this lot that it is owned by Wayne King, which is about probably a 1,500 square foot home, and it should not really impact my vacant lot value as to what people decide to put on there, because really one of the reasons I bought this lot before it was developed was because I may not be able to afford to put that kind of a house on a lot. And the covenants do not restrict a certain size or value of a home on there. And that's evidenced by the one next door, at Wayne King's. So there's, and his is a very nice home, but it's not a $1 million home. So I would say it is it also has some other issues, such as there is a easement that goes across the middle of the lot that is, for the water line from the well from the neighbor.
Okay,
I didn't
Greg,
really want it there, but
Greg, you're freezing up and, and the communication's getting difficult. So the last thing we heard was that
okay.
you compared the Cabot and you believe that there's an easement through the middle of the property and that's why you figured you wanted the board to know that the easement creates a hardship for the property. And you're recommending 75,600 is with all the work that you've come up with, that's what your recommendation is for the board, correct?
Yes, but I wasn't quite done.
Okay,
Chairman,
so
Chairman,
Greg, I'm gonna go to the board now. That's what, your recommendation is 75.6 and staff's recommendation is 168.6. Ms. Hadcock.
so we've been doing this all day. What is the comparable, is there some bare land next to this, Chris, that you can bring up and show us what that bare land sold for in that surrounding area where this lot is?
Yeah, it's that, a $215,000 sale right there, up on the, upper left. That's that bare land sale that I put in your sheet.
Same
Okay.
subdivision.
Yeah.
And his properties were on.
And how many acres is
What, the
that?
blue
That one
highlighter?
is, 3.02.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
May I?
I believe
May I?
that in this area, I have been in this area because there has been some issues in this area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, issues with people saying their land values went down, and some other issues. But in this case, the miracle is you lasted at 37.5 for 26 years, for me, to look at this because of what's surrounding you. And I think, to be fair and just, last year was 75,000. In order, and people are buying that land in those areas, 168, I think is more than fair. 68.6 is more than fair. I'm with Ron with what's happening in this area. A lot of the development or the commercial development is out of the reach of these houses in some of these cases. If you were right next to some of the development and it was, some people are saying devaluing, but at this point, from what I've seen from these values, it hasn't devalued the property. So at 168.6, I would recommend that the board uphold that decision.
So we have a motion on the floor to uphold the 2023 assessment value recommendation of 168,600. Is there any further discussion?
The only question I had is,
Sure.
I didn't understand what the easement was. Was that a water line?
Greg,
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Greg.
Utilities.
So on another side, you're talking about the quality of my connection. Well, I scheduled it for 410, and I had good connection at that point. I'm actually now having to travel because it was late. Could we reschedule this? I don't feel like I've been able to give a fair representation at this point.
Alls we have open, sir, is tomorrow. And then it would probably be the same. And we do have a full schedule for tomorrow.
I just don't see how three comparable sales that are not necessarily comparable is better than a database of probably 100, and also the ones for sale in the Black Hills that are average on a per acre adjusted basis to about 65. I don't see how you can justify going above even the 80,000 that I got from the database from the county itself.
Chris, did you have a comment?
The easement on that property, I would say would not hinder the buildability of that lot to put a house there, since every other lot there is of that similar size and does have a structure on it.
Okay.
So what's the easement for, though?
The
I
utility easement.
think is a, yes, a
They
utility
have a
easement,
central water
is that
system.
right?
Yeah, they have to have, he has to have that or anybody else to build, so utility easements usually are normal on properties.
But
Okay,
not across the middle,
okay,
not across the middle of the
Depends how you
property.
split those
And,
lots, so sir.
but, okay, but that's, mine is the only lot that's like that out there. So I'm not able to run a sewer line across that water line, for example.
Right.
okay, sir,
There are restrictions.
we do have a motion on the floor, and I think I think Mr. Rosknecht and some others give some good examples of, 3-acre lots going on Old Hill City Road for $200,000 and $300,000. There were 5 acres, but I mean,
Well, what would help me is if we had a copy of the plat that would show that easement. We should have had this right now instead of,
Well, it's not just the easement. We also have no aquifer under there. There's no water aquifer underneath it. The only water there is the water that's in the crooks of the rocks and things like that. So we have water restriction out there, as well as there's no natural gas. There's covenants that restrict how the land can be used. And so there are a number of things that are not, do we know anything? This is in a development, small development. Know anything about these other, what we consider us?
Chairman.
those issues might be there, but then if I see a
Gave
sale
us a
for
large-
215,000 and they have the same issues, so
Yep.
people are willing to pay
And people are
215,000
building those
for
huge
that.
houses there and they're selling those lots for that with those same issues that your property have, sir. That's why I think for me, I've heard what you've said. I also have been out there and know some of the issues and people keep spending 215,000 and building pretty expensive houses out there, knowing with aquifers, septics and things that we have heard in the past. So for me, I think, again, I believe 168.6 was my motion.
okay, we have a motion on the floor. At this time, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Sir, we're keeping it at the assessed value. Thank you.
Next on the schedule is Miss Robin Patterson, and she is on the phone. She was on the phone earlier.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, Scott has to leave early, but he'll have some comments here, and then I'll step in if needed afterwards.
I have a kid in daycare that I have to have picked up by 5:15. So,
Okay.
Scott Dressler, Equalization Office. The property that we're looking at today is highlighted on your screen there. It's tax ID 58808, owned by Robin Patterson. This is located on Feather Ridge Court, which is a small road that accesses off of Jackson or Highway 44, right across from the fish hatchery, just down the road from Canyon Lake in town here. This property is 19 and a half acres of bare land. It's within the city limits. There is city water, sewer, and electric to the property. However, depending on where one would build on the property, there may not be enough water pressure to get city water up to the highest points of the property. From my conversations with Robin, it has been approved in the past if a well needed to be drilled on the property. This land has about 180 degrees of hills view. It's actually to the east and to the south is the hills view. You can kind of see from basically Dinosaur Park wrapping back around. With this property, the assessment this year mailed out at $350,500. It was about a 60% increase from the 2022 assessment. I do have a recommendation of a value change on this parcel to $333,300. One of the things that was looked at were larger than typical land sales in Western Rapid City. 19 and a half acres in town is bigger than what you're typically going to find. So looking for multi-acre sales that have the best use as one large single-family residence site. We had 7 sales in the last couple of years in West Rapid City. Of those types of lots, they averaged 5.5 acres, selling for over $325,000 on that average. The largest of those groups ranged from 7.7 acres to 10.85 acres. With those, there's only one feasible building site on them. They pretty immediately drop away from their access off the road at a very steep grade. I did go out and walk at least the east half of this property this morning. I would say there's at least 3.5 acres that could be built on that east half of this property. The sales in West Rapid weren't the only ones that we looked at. We did look for some that were in the immediate area. There's a 1.4 acre piece where her road kind of wraps around there. That parcel sold back in 2020 for $109,000 for 1.43 acres. And that does abut this parcel. Completely different in size. There's also an ag sale that happened that abuts this parcel to the northwest. That sale was back in 2019. It was 140 acres that sold for right about $10,500 an acre on the land up there. And just kind of an example as to the effects of around Canyon Lake. It's an older sale, but we had a residential lot. It's 0.3 acres, sold for $415 up on one of the roads on Pinecrest Drive, just to the east there. $415, and they knocked the house down to create a building site to build their home to take in the view in that area. With this, I did have a recommendation. I'm essentially reducing the amount of land we're valuing for that area that is that Feather Ridge Court Road section. So that's where I come up with the 333.3 is valuing essentially 1.3 to 1.4 less acres compared to what we were assessed at. Through my conversations with Robin, the State Department of Transportation is looking at acquiring some of the land there along Highway 44, and they also conducted an appraisal along with that. I'm within 1% of what that appraisal came in at after their reduction to their land size. So
Thank you, Scott. I think you need to go.
I do need to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Scott.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Mr.
before Scott goes, I did go and visit, I told you last week I sat down, and so Scott and I visited, and he asked me, just basically, I didn't inspect the property, but he just said, what's your gut feeling? And so I was within a couple $1,000s of this 17,000 an acre, just, just a kind of a sniff test.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
I'm going to go to Robin. Ms. Robin, you see that that Scott had done an adjustment and another commissioner went and looked at the property and they come up with a value change recommendation of 333,300, and that's down from the original of 350,500.
And I appreciate that. I want to just express a couple of things that may not be. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we're hearing you fine.
Okay. Number one, I am 69 years old, so I'm considered an elderly grandmother. Owning this land for a while, I realize that a lot of people don't know this land. When they see it, it looks like a sparkly diamond. But number one, to get up to this property, I had to put in a road that was a nightmare. Based on the prior seller, where he took $100,000 and put it in the sale of it and then absconded with it. Unbeknown to me, he was also a drug dealer, and Governor Rounds pardoned him. If he had been left in prison, I wouldn't be owning this land. This land is a nightmare. So when people don't realize, I did try to sell this land for $350,000 back in the fall of 2018. And what was discovered at that point in time is that there is no water, but I am paying for water through Chapel Valley, but the PSI, which is the pressure, cannot go up there. Now, when I was told this by a particular person that was considering buying it, they said no, because there is no approval to have a water well up there. What there is that the Fish and Game across the street, the fish hatchery, has an aquifer going through the land, and they had signed a letter that stated if I ever needed to build a home, they would allow, because they own the aquifer apparently underneath that ground. I had to go back and get that after the fact. But unknown to me, the engineering, which could be in trouble right now, I should tell you, because the state of South Dakota did a huge appraisal, which I just got the other day. And that is what Scott is referring to. By the way, Scott is a very nice gentleman. Him and I do get along very well. So this isn't about him. And I thought that was very kind of him to assist me. But what happened is I don't have any water. Through the appraisal, they made it very clear I have no water. So hold on. So what I did is that I went back and I found a different property that, to say this guy is getting one heck of a deal. My property was raised by $131,400. I don't know, but I don't know if you've looked at South Dakota's website, but it states on their low property taxes. So I want to share with you on states that I'm very much aware of on property tax: Utah, California, Arizona, Texas, and South Dakota. Do you want to guess which one has the highest property tax? South Dakota. So I did send Christy Nome a note on that. I got a social notice that said, "You're crazy, Robin. You could not have gotten almost a 60% increase. We're in South Dakota." Well, hey, I got it right in front of my face. But I did find a property which I would consider very similar if you want to talk about high-end property. I sent to you this afternoon a property. It's on 5562 Villaggio Lane. It is assessed for 22 and 23 for $341,100. I don't know if you can see the picture that I sent along with it, but it is right off of Catron. It has a beautiful, smooth road going to the property, and you could build probably 5 homes on that property, except it's a one-lot situation, just as mine is. But the difference is they have water, sewer, gas, and a nice road. But then you might want to be interested in where I found this. No, it is not sold, nor is my property for sale. The comparison, this property is on the market for $1,295,000, yet they're assessed for $341,100. So I'm claiming discrimination. I do not think that anybody on this planet has a right to claim that they can go out and say, well, you know, I'm driving in a car and there's a lake. I guess I can drive in it if I want to, because that's not common sense. Nor is it common sense to raise someone's property 60%.
We're gonna wrap this up,
60%.
Robin.
So my
Robin,
point
we're
is
gonna move
this.
on.
Ms.
Go ahead.
Hadcock, I'll
Well,
take care of it. Robin,
I don't think you got it, but that's okay.
okay. We are gonna go to the board. We've heard everything you said. What is the bottom amount that you're asking for, Robin?
I want the same price it was until you guys go back
Okay,
and raise these other people.
I'm gonna present that to the board. So
I can tell you,
you're recommending
hold on.
219,
Hold on.
100.
You know what? You
Joan.
gave that
Okay.
other guy about 500 hours, minutes. You know what? You haven't given me 5 minutes. So back off. So
Yes,
I'm
we
going to
have.
tell you,
Whoa.
I have a road I have to go to get to my property.
Joan,
I
can you
have a
mute?
road of almost
Yeah, please mute
18%
her.
road grade.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
So there
Drew.
you
I'd
go.
make a motion that
Whoever thinks that
we
they can
accept the
assess
Director
my
of
land for
Equalization
this is
recommendation,
crazy, and I will take this to the
333,300.
lawsuit.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the assessor's assessment at 350,500, or
333,000.
300.
333,000.
Sorry, 333,300, made by Mr. Drew, seconded Mr. Laster. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion carries.
Still talking. Thank you, Robin.
Roger Thorson is live. Mr. Thorson?
Did you say alive or alive?
Live, not on the phone, he's live.
We appreciate
Hi,
that.
Roger.
Thank you for meeting with me. I'm not familiar with this.
Your microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
And so this gal has done all she can for me. So I'm at your mercy.
So, Ms. Chelsea, what is your recommendation?
So my recommendation is no change. We never really talked about a value. We're talking about tax ID 9483, which is located at 2173 Sweetbriar Street, owned by Roger Thorson. He's appealing because of the increase in property value. We have spoken on a couple occasions. The impression that I took from those conversations wasn't so much about the value of the property was inaccurate, more along the lines that he was concerned about his tax bill increasing. We talked about the qualifications for the senior exemption and how his tax bill could be impacted with next year's assessment value in regards to taxes with this year's current assessment value, excuse me. No inspection of the property has been completed. I didn't even hand it to you, but I do have a list of some sales if we wanted to look at those.
That's correct. So from this one, I'm seeing it, the total is 2029?
2029.
Okay.
Is the recommended value, which is just a no change.
You forgot me. I'm just kidding.
So it's gonna break down as land at 53,000, the modular home at 109,100, and other improvements is 40,800.
What are the other improvements?
Detached garage.
Okay, okay. So, Roger,
Yeah. If I miss something, I know the sound system is terrible.
I'm gonna do, there we go. I'm gonna do my best.
Okay.
So, this is one of the lowest assessments I've seen today.
Yep.
The 202. And I'm familiar with Sweetbriar, and it looks like a nice property. Is this on the foundation? This looks like a modular on a double wide, or on foundation?
Yes.
Or is this,
I don't know if it's on a foundation
It's
or
an
not.
engineered foundation.
okay, so it's considered a home, because you can get a home loan.
Yeah, the title has been.
So, sir, for 202,900, that's an exceptional assessment.
But
For
what does
this
that do? What does that do for me? Because this is not my dream home. I went there in 2005. And you guys don't want to hear about my difficulties. What I could afford that house because it was assessed at 80,000. My income, with Social Security, is you know that's changed. But my job I had for 35 years. And when I was 55 years old, the people I was trying to satisfy the most didn't want me anymore. So my pension was froze in 1996 because the corporation was empty. So there's where my income is. I'm looking for help to tell me how can I continue to live in my house if it's more than doubled in assessed valuation when I bought it because I could afford it.
I'll let Mr. Laster, he's been very good at explaining taxes.
Got pictures of the garage and so forth.
I'm gonna let Mr. Laster explain some of the property tax, how they work to you, because he's done it so many times in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
He's done very well. But I think, Chelsea, did you explain to him about the elderly freeze, the income, and so he can apply for that and you can,
For which one?
Elderly freeze?
The senior exemption that we talked
yeah.
about.
So,
Wait. I didn't think I qualified.
yes,
Correct. He's above the income level.
oh, he's above the income.
Right now.
Okay,
Right. We don't know what, and we're past that deadline anyways, and I don't.
yeah,
Right.
I'm talking
For next year,
next
hopefully
year.
those values will increase just a little bit, and then he'll be,
Okay, with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Laster to explain a little bit about.
Thank you. What he's getting at is I've talked to a lot of people about their property values and a lot of times they think that their taxes are going to go up because the value went up. Is that kind of what you're thinking? You think your taxes are going to go up 32%? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, no,
Oh, I see,
because
yeah.
I have a friend that's an appraiser. And he tried to explain that system to me too. But what I'm saying is, I'm saying twice as much in taxes now as what I could afford.
You're paying twice as much?
But my taxes have went up over 50% since I've been in the house,
Yeah.
Yeah, over time, because you've been in the house for how long?
since 2005.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, your taxes will probably go up every year, a percentage,
Mhm.
because whenever the county does its budget, ultimately, they're increasing their budget every year, which increases the amount of tax that they have to get from the populace, okay? But if we didn't increase our budget, let's just say this year and next year, we kept the exact same expenditures and we didn't, I'm take the school, take all the other taxing entities out of it. Let's just look at the county taxing entity. If your property was $200,000 one year and $500,000 the next year, and we took the same amount we took the same budget number in both of those years, you'd pay the same amount of tax. It doesn't matter what your property value is.
Okay.
It's based on our setting of the budget when we start doing that. I encourage everyone to come to the budget hearings and let us know where we should spend county money and not, because that will determine, if you say, hey, look, you want to increase the budget 3%, well, I don't think you should be increasing the budget 3% because I think you're overspending in this area or this area, and let's talk about how we can save money there. That will help bring your tax bill down regardless what your assessment is.
My
That make
other,
sense?
uh, I think I understand. My other concern is that I look at it as the valuation that it's appraised at now. What does that do for me?
What does the valuation do for you?
Yeah, because I paid 120,
I,
now it's over 200.
I could tell you that. I can tell you that from my mother-in-law. You know, she's sitting in her home and at this point in time, she needs to sell it and the value of the home is up there enough to where she could use those proceeds to move into a place where she doesn't have to maintain the lawn and the daycare. So the value of your property is also,
I don't think there's a place in Rapid City that I could go
um,
and live any more reasonable
if you,
than
no,
used to.
you
What I-
couldn't, but you could for a short period of time as you plan out your years. You know, it is an investment that at some point when you can't take care of your property, you can sell it to help it take care of you when you pass. That's what I'm trying to say. There is a value to it. What good it is to you, that's what it is. It's an investment.
The house just south to me, the lady lived in there till she was
Yep.
95. That was my goal. I, I got long-term health care, and it scares me more every day to think about not being able to take care of myself. And I've got friends that are in their 90s. If you take care of yourself,
Yep.
you don't have to be. But I'm trying to just say, what what am I going to do because my income is froze?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rossman.
you know, I think I can totally understand your situation, but as county commissioners, what we're doing, so we got a Bible, that Bible is South Dakota state statute, and we're just following that state statute right to the T. I think the problem has to be solved in peer, and trust me, all of us are working with different representatives and legislatures to figure out what we have to do to fix your solution, but it's going to be in Pierce, South Dakota, not in Rapid City.
Well,
They're gonna have to raise that threshold, I think, in order to make it be
Chairman.
for income.
I
Ms. Hadcock.
appreciate you doing that because you are my voice.
Roger, did
I
you,
would like to, I would like to see some consideration for somebody that's, I can't go out and go get another job.
Roger, did you try for a tax freeze at any time since 2005 because of income-based, or you're just over that income-based threshold?
I guess I just went along with it, and this year I was sitting there, and it's not here, but the whole world is going so far out of line I just, you guys are the first one that said, hey, if you want to contest something, come and see us.
But we're saying, sir, there is tax relief for elderly. If you check with the treasurer's office, they will explain that to you as well.
No, I don't.
And then there's a threshold that you have to be in for that tax freeze. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
there's a tax freeze. So you can talk to the treasurer's office or,
I went and got that paperwork.
okay,
Yeah.
and look at that, and that'll make a huge difference.
And anybody that can qualify that for that is not going to be here, because if they're living on less than 17,000 a year, they don't own a home.
Is it 37 or 17?
17.
No, it's 37.
Oh, no. Income.
37.
Income right here on what I think you're.
I think you got the wrong application.
I do too.
That
He's
application,
got
you get the application from Shannon, not the treasurer.
Well, you can get it from treasurers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, but the threshold is 37,000, I believe they upped it this year, and then your real estate cannot have a value higher than 317, so.
And I'll tell you,
Well, there's a different
I'll
one.
follow
There is a
up.
different one.
And we'll get that to you.
Roger.
Oh, okay. Well,
And we're also finding when we help with the tax freeze, your insurance is also a huge difference for people trying to stay in their houses. So it's all expenses plus taxes I'm finding when I try to help elderly or tax freeze people. That insurance sometimes is way higher than even the property taxes. And mine are about the same. So I'll just tell you, in my house, not my other, the insurances are pretty high. But a lot of those factors, people are talking about property taxes, but they're forgetting that those insurances for those houses that they are buying are just as high. And those insurance costs are also taxing people out of their houses. So look at that tax freeze, Roger, and if you want to talk to Shannon or the treasurer's office when you turn
The
it
one I
in.
got said I had to have it by April 1st.
Yeah, you'll have to do it for next year.
We thank you for coming in today, Roger.
Yes, sir.
We
Yeah.
thank you for coming in, sir.
Well, thank you for.
Thank you, Roger.
And being mild-mannered.
Yes.
Well,
So,
God has helped me, and it don't do any good. Just as much as he does me.
thank you.
I know you got a job to do, so.
Thank you, Roger.
Roger.
With that, I would make a motion to accept,
Second.
yeah.
Yeah. 202-900.
It's getting towards the end of the day. The recommendation, 202-900. And you got that, Carol?
If it's this young man in back, you got to
Okay.
give him a cupcake or something because he stayed here the whole time.
And
We
he's
give you a
the,
free cookie.
he's the last one, he's the one standing between us and getting to go home. It's
Donald?
Mr. Schmoll.
Okay,
Thank you for your patience today, sir.
Shannon, champion.
Shannon Champion, DOE. So if, pretty sure, you can zoom out just a little bit, thank you. We're pretty familiar with this area already. Mr. Small is at the end of Rodeo Road.
Rodeo
I
Road.
think we know how this is
Rodeo
going to turn
Road.
out.
So I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it. So I'm not gonna go into a whole lot of details since you're pretty up to speed on it. He is at the end of that road. He does have a larger acreage of 17.92 acres. And the land is the only part that he is appealing. So the land is currently valued at the $537,600, which is $30,000 an acre.
That's what we've been doing is 30,000.
Well, okay, so how this all started was these two lots.
Those smaller, skinnier lots.
Yeah. The four on
And so everything on Rodeo, we've been leaning and considering the size difference because those are 10 acres. We've been in that 25,000 range. So to stay consistent, we'd have to be, to me, 25,000 to be consistent.
Or less.
Because you're talking about a larger lot and the same access Rodeo Drive.
That's those ones from the
The
back.
30,000 would be when you get up to the Clydesdale and you get up to that, the one that we had earlier, those would be more your 30,000.
And the one right north of this one is one that y'all did that 25 on, if I remember correctly.
Right.
The one right north
Donald,
of
are
it.
you contesting the land or the
The land
property?
only,
Just the
yeah.
land?
Land only, yes.
Thank you, Donald.
How many acres is that?
17.92.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
448 at 25,000, or at 25,000, it's 448,000.
So, to be, is there, did you want to speak, or are
Yes, I'd
you
like to,
okay with the
yeah.
25 that you heard, or?
Well, I, of course, watched the proceedings and know what my neighbors have agreed to with you guys, and I'm, kind of hoping I can be in that kind of ballpark. I just wanted to visit with you a little bit and see where we're at and make sure, that we can come to some kind of,
Well, we're good folks.
pardon me?
We're good folks to visit with.
Well, yeah, and I can tell that after watching this show for a while. My hats are off to you guys. I do have a handout if I can show you real quick, if you don't mind. Excuse my shaking there.
No, you're good, Donald. You stayed with us this long. We appreciate you.
Thank you. You don't have to shake.
Okay. Well, I'm breathing for it, so.
No.
Thank you.
It was you, John.
Thank you.
Can I speak?
You go
Okay,
right
I just
ahead.
I'll make it very, very short and brief. We've lived in our home for over 20 years, my wife and I love that area. Kind of an eye-opener when we got the notification of a 95% increase this year on our property taxes. Have no problem paying my taxes, that's fine. I just wanted to sit down and see what we could do to maybe make that better. And long story short, if you look at this handout I have mine 17.92 acres with my name on it below me. Then I encircled or outlined 4 different pieces of property directly to the south of me off Stone Ridge Road. And if you walk down the edge of my property, you can cross the fence and be on those parcels. So those are listed at, for instance, the first one is 30 acres at 15,390. The next 3 20-acre parcels are at 18,165. So those are in my backyard, so to speak.
Yep.
So I'm not contesting the 25,000 acre. I'm just showing you what's in my backyard and see if we can kind of, come to some agreement to make things better for me.
Donald, I think I've seen some calculators going, so I'm going to go to the board for a recommendation.
Okay.
Because there was some changes earlier and some justifications, and I believe, you're correct from what you're saying. We're in the same area as was pointed
And I know
out.
Scott talked to you guys earlier, but that's where that neighborhood is split. So
Right,
that's where
so
those
I
values are so
see
different.
4 neighborhoods in this area. One would be the subject property. Then you get down on that Knotty Pine in this area. It's kind of like another neighborhood. It's just different. And then you get into the Clydesdale and that area. It's better than this, but it's not as good as the Sudbury Ranch. So there's like 4 different neighborhoods in there.
It's got its pockets.
You're kind of stuck in. You're kind of stuck in the Rodeo Drive neighborhood.
Yeah, I understand
But
that.
we've
Mr. Drews, do you have a number?
before this meeting, I went to the east and I looked, or to the west, and I looked at comparable sales off of Pine Grove, and then I went to the west and I looked at some stuff over on Clydesdale. So that's where we got the 25,000.
Okay.
Now yours is probably a little bit better because your land, your tree canopy pasture, you've got that benefit. But because you're a larger lot,
Yeah.
that's where I can live with the 25,000.
I just want to make it clear that, these folks are my neighbors. They're to the south of me. They're that close. We're on the same road district. But I can basically take a baseball and throw it across the fence and hit their land, so we're that close. To me, I'm trying to figure out why there's, we would be at 30,000 and they're at 18,000. So that's just where I'm, coming from.
In between.
It's kind of a mass appraisal, and mass appraisals, that's why we have these appeals, to get people to come in and be able to speak on an individual basis. But a lot of this is just sales are put in, neighbors are defined, and you get the results. But If you don't come in, we can't change it, so that's
Yeah,
what we're doing
well,
today.
long story short, I'm just asking for an honest, common sense adjustment if I can on my property, and that's.
Thank you, Donald. We appreciate that.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
450 then.
I'd make a motion that we set the land at 448,000, which is 25,000
Second.
an acre, and leave the buildings as they are, which is 404,500, and I think my total is 852,500.
That's what I.
We have a motion and a second. Let's just make sure we got the numbers right.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester.
while they're verifying numbers, this is that area that we've kind of contested, well, anyway, yep, I've contested on this one, so my vote's still gonna be no on that one. I think the economy of scale on those, but, because those 10 acres are like 37.5 right next to them for 10 acres, and then this being 30,000 for 17 acres. I'm in agreement with the staff on that one, so.
Okay.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
same with me. I didn't agree with the 25 on those. A lot of those were, I believed, at least 30. I have stuck to that. But this board, some people have put it at 25, and I can respect that if them being consistent as well. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for 448 for the land, 404,500 for the building.
448.3 or 448?
448 even.
448 is what I got.
448 even.
Okay.
And what's that?
852.5 for the total.
852,500 for the total. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So
No, I'm
noes?
sorry, I was a no.
Okay,
My
we
brain
got-
was spinning, sorry.
So we got 2 noes
You're at 25.
Okay.
at 25.
One other thing I'd just like to say, I thank you very much for your time today, and I would like to compliment these folks and their staff. When I was down there a number of times, and they were more than helpful and always real kind, and it's just really nice to visit with people like that and do business, so thank you.
Well,
That's
thank you,
not the
sir. We
first time we
appreciate
heard that today.
Donald, I think you lasted the longest sitting there without leaving. So, like I said,
Do I
you
get my
should've gave you
cupcake now?
got a
got
cookie?
one.
Want a cookie?
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
sir.
Motion for recess?
Oh, yeah, motion for recess.
So move, second.
Moved and seconded, Riz, all in
You're not
favor, say aye. Aye.
I was drinking.